Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to your Sunday coverage for the Thailand's Super Series from Sepang. At the moment, Southeast Asian Formula 4 is out on track and they are in their siding lap for their race start at the moment. So making their way around to the grid. You'll see them pull up here in just a few moments. But the big thing we noticed yesterday, Dave, was just the raw amount of rubber that was out on the track. And we said that's definitely a concern. The marbles had significantly built up. For the first few shots I've seen, it looks like we're going to be starting with somewhat more of a fresh track here today. A lot less dirty.
Yeah, it's a full day of racing yesterday, full day of racing today across all of the categories. F4 Southeast Asia to kick us off today, but with GR86 Cup Malaysia still to come, TSS Supercar GT3, GT4 Super Touring, and then other races. It's just a lot of on-track activity with a lot of medium speed, high speed, loaded corners here. It was eating up the tires. It was throwing off a lot of rubber. The track was clearly getting used, which is awesome. We love to see that.
Yeah, and it was, to me, it was really, really interesting. Just seeing the raw level marbles that we were seeing off the cars. I don't remember a time where we've actually seen that from this series. So it was, again, unique opportunity. Today, though, on with Formula 4 Southeast Asia to kick us off here today. And it looks like we're going to get an invert of the top 5 from yesterday for race start number 2 of the 10. So it'll be an interesting little battle that'll go on here as Makagnani, who was the quickest yesterday, does have to start behind Alex Sawyer. And it'll be interesting if Alex can get himself a reasonable getaway. Yesterday did not get the getaway he was looking for on the run of turn 1. And his teammate Seth Gilmore was there when he tried to cut across to the inside. So it'll be interesting to see when the shoes are on the other feet, how all three of those drivers will interact and what the aggressiveness of Makagnani is going to look like for this race 2 here.
Yeah, really enjoyed this race length as well yesterday, the 25 minutes plus 1 lap. You don't want a race like this to drag on and the field to spread out too far. That's not what the drivers are here for. They're here to learn their wheel-to-wheel racecraft, and a couple of short, sharp races are good for that. But you also need to begin to be learning at this level some of the tyre preparation, tyre management. So 25 minutes plus 1 lap is just about the right balance with 3 races across the weekend for that. We get plenty of good close battling, particularly in the first sort of 12 to 15 minutes of the race. And then you see who's managed their tyres well, keeps their pace up, has that consistency, and they often get rewarded later on in the race, as was the case for Makagnani yesterday. So first half of the race, about a second in the lead, and then just stretching those legs in the back half to demonstrate the multifaceted talent that he has.
I also think it's a really interesting opportunity because for Alex Sawyer, he's led this series, again, won the championship yesterday. There's no mathematical way with the 2 races we have left for today, which will mark the end of the championship in 2025. Did see a post as well that first ever Vietnamese Southeast Asian champion. So there's a little bit of support from his country. Very, very proud of the result that they came away with yesterday, which was awesome to see. But yeah, I really think, one of the biggest things is it's easy to sit at home and it's easy to be that top driver at home. This is an opportunity for him and his driver development program to sort of look at, okay, somebody else has come over, they're adopting a new driving style, what are they doing? And I think we actually did see a little bit of that in the race trim yesterday. In qualifying, they weren't next to each other on track. And one of the biggest things is that he sort of in those first couple laps noted where Makagnani was actually starting to pull away from him. I reckon his lap times improved as a result. And that's the thing, it's really, really difficult. You see a lot of younger drivers with a little bit of an ego, but it's very difficult to find yourself quite a humble driver, and those drivers tend to do really, really well in these sorts of situations where it's, okay, what can I do? And that's what the attitude and approach has got to be. Okay, somebody else is coming out here and showing me that it can be done better. How do I step my game up? How do I take it to him? And that'll be really, really critical for me for how he develops into the future.
Yeah, can be lost sometimes when you're looking at these purpose-built race cars and the drivers, you know, with their helmets on, exactly how young some of the drivers in Formula 4 are. Many of them are just removed from, you know, racing junior karts and things like that. So you're looking for driver development, and you might finish 7th in race 1, but if you show progress race 1 to race 2, race 3, every time you take something away, you learn. That's kind of what you're looking for, is the angle and the rate of the development, more than, okay, exactly how pacey is this driver right now. You want to see upside and future growth. And so as we get ready for race 2, we'll see who has sort of learnt the most from yesterday, worked best with their team, with their coaching, maybe probably almost certainly watched a lot of video as well between yesterday and today.
And I think it's a little bit more than that as well. As the reverse grid stuff. To me, this is more important than going out and leading from the front, because this is where you go, okay, I'm quicker. I've got to show the right level of aggression. There is definitely a level of aggression that is too little. That level of aggression is all about protecting the car, right? You've got to get the overtake done at some point. But there is also too much aggression, and that's a risky driver. It is very easy to be over aggressive because you know that you're fast, you know that you can chase it and go for that move as well. So to me, for guys that are of this age, of this group, of this level, I actually see reverse grid races as more important than going out, putting it on pole and leading from the front, because that's sort of, you don't have to learn a whole bunch, you know, maybe a couple defensive moves on the opening lap and then just settle into your rhythm and keep it nice and easy. And that's what we saw a lot of yesterday. But if, you know, he's got to cut his way through the field, or both of Makagnani, Sawyer have got to cut their way through the field, Seth Gilmore, this is a really, really good opportunity for his teammate to be behind him and to get the elbows out a little bit and earn a little bit of respect back. I guarantee there'll be a lot of respect between himself and Alex Sawyer. Primarily for those two drivers, the one rule is don't make contact with your teammate. So, you know, provided that they both bring those cars home, it'll be a good result for the team. So it's going to be, I'm always been a huge fan of reverse grid races for the psychological aspects of them. Obviously for fan spectacle, they're some of the best in the business. You don't get better than a reverse grid races for aggressive overtakes, trying to cut your way through the field as well. So I think Makagnani's got an opportunity here to temper that aggression level. It'll be interesting to see how he does that, because he can rely a little bit on the pace to track back down if he does get separated. Get the elbows out, everyone moving away from the grid. So we will be underway here in just a few moments.
Yeah, I spoke about this yesterday as well, that you don't want the driver to reach a really, really high level of motorsport having just qualified on pole, raced away, and never had to race wheel to wheel with anyone. So that's what's really good about this sort of thing in Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula Regional, other things, is have one race with a little bit of an invert, and your strongest driver in the fields will undoubtedly still rise to the top, but need to demonstrate and practice and hone their race craft, their judgment in wheel-to-wheel battling. And hey, we're seeing the same thing again here today, where they pull away from the grid at the support paddock. They'll do the formation lap, but the race start will be at the main grid before turn 1.
Yeah, so they'll do the full formation lap here. It's not just the half formation lap and run through the grid. No, they want to get some heat into these tyres before we go away for a race start. That is the 88 machine of Pateri Honey Imran at the back end of the field, and there is definitely electrical power to that car, but it is refusing to start at the moment. Sort of an amazing battle between Patera and Rafael Vassen yesterday in race 1 of the weekend, that I was hoping to see some more of, because I think it's really, really important to see those two go at each other. They, by the look of things, were thoroughly enjoying it. It was aggressive, it was defensive, it was offensive, it was just awesome racing all round. So unfortunately, that looks like the end of that one for the 88 machine.
Don't know if you can push start a Formula 4 car.
these machines often enough to know if that's something that you can do. It'd be very difficult too, because think about all the structure's not really designed for that level.
I mean, my first thought goes to the clutch operation in a paddle sequential gearbox car. You know, the challenge often with some of these is getting the car sort of into neutral, out of neutral, into gear, whatever it may be. Don't think it's a foot clutch in an F4 car.
For the moment, coming back around through the back half of the circuit right now. Getting ourselves ready. That's the runoff of turn 7 and turn 8. We saw a lot of issues with the GT cars yesterday coming through there at speed, and even the Slip Touring cars as well. It was interesting to see them with a little bit of angle on them as they got a touch wide, too much speed through 7 and 8. So it'll be an interesting one as well. The other benefit now as well for Alex Sawyer is that, you know, he gets released today. Doesn't have to think about a championship, doesn't have to think about driving to that set of circumstances as well. So it'll be really unique opportunity for him after spending all year worrying about points, obviously putting the pace down primarily. But today he just gets to get elbows out. Doesn't have to be concerned about making sure that he puts points on the board. Today will just be about making sure that he has a lot of fun, I would assume.
Well, I'm using the fingers on both of my hands to count to 10, which is how many race cars we're supposed to have in Formula 4 Southeast Asia today. Trying to see if 9 or 10 are going to form up and get away for this 25 minutes plus 1 lap.
For Inigo Anton, this will be an important opportunity for him to see if he can lead us away into turn 1. So it'll be Inigo Anton from Ayrton Asdathorn, new front row, Seth Gilmore from Alex Sawyer, and Nicolo Macagnani. And, well, we were supposed to be seeing that 88 car on row number 3, but I'm not 100% certain we will at this point in time. Raphael Vicen and Hoynaman Nguyen on row number 4, Thomas Lee and Josh Berry to come from row number 5 and the rear end of the field. And I see a gap on the right-hand side of the grid, so there will only be 9 to take to the race start here. Green flag from the rear of the field. Here we go for race number 2 for Formula 4 Southeast Asia of the weekend. Lights are going to come on. Lights are off, and we are off and rolling. Reasonable getaway. And I tell you what, Macagnani got a great jump from the third row of the grid. He's already trying to cut his way through the field. He might have already got a jump past Alex Sawyer. So Sawyer's got some work to do on his starts. They've been the weakest aspect of the racing thus far this weekend. The diving through turn 1, slicing. There was a hole to try and fit a Formula 4 car down the inside. That looks like it was somebody running a fraction wide at turn 1. Might have been Asdathorn on the outside. It didn't quite get the getaway he was looking for. Now down the hill into turn 3. There's a car around in the background. I think it might be Thomas Lee.
That's the one that I was thinking as well. Yeah, car around. Hopefully not beached on the curbs. Hopefully able to get going. And I think is just in the back of shot there. Macagnani goes down the inside of turn 4 there. He's in the predominantly black car from Pinnacle Motorsport. So he's currently now running in 4th through turn 5 and 6. That's a decent little getaway for your leader as well. We saw yesterday that about 1 second seems to be the magic number for the slipstream. If you're 1.2 seconds back, you're not getting any. You get within about 8 tenths, and the slipstream becomes quite powerful in these junior level open wheelers.
Yep, feed down through 7 and 8. And on the run down to turn 9, big opportunity for a braking zone, an opportunity to get down the inside, and it's going to be Macagnani who gets to the inside of Asdathorn. Does clear him by the time they get there, but it's also opened the opportunity for Alex Sawyer to send a reply. He's going to have to go the long way round. We'll get a little bit of assistance in the number 12 machine to try and come around and continue to follow Macagnani. This is a great opportunity. Again, get a little bit more aggressive from the Vietnamese 17-year-old with Macagnani. But Macagnani's got clear, and he's immediately put a couple car lengths over him as well. So starting to look like he wants to pull away for third position.
almost a whole lap complete here. Makignani up into third with the green halo, green rear wing as well. Very decisive, classic overtake move to the inside of turn 9. But now you've got to focus on your race pace, close in some of these other gaps. 25 minutes plus 1 lap, don't need to hurry it too much. And we saw that his pace from that car in the tail end of the race was very strong as well. Long turn 1. Tyres should be a little grippier now than they were on that opening lap as well. And you see, they almost lift a tyre, dropping down that little drop at the apex of turn 2. There is some of the extra landscaping that happened at turn 3.
Good news as well is that Patera, Hani, Imran did manage to get back out there and get racing, albeit it's going to be a good 8 seconds off the back end of the pack. It was Thomas Yu Lee that went for the spin in turn 3, up and over and on the grass. He's fallen 5 seconds off the back, and you did see a couple of shots of him off the tail end of this group, so it's a little bit further behind, and Patera will have to try and catch and pass Thomas Yu Lee over the remainder of this race. Right, back up front, and well, what we can currently understand is Inigo Anton has the lead of the race. Seth Gilmore is going to try and run him down, and Makignani sits third from Alex Sawyer and Elton as the Dornier top 5.
This is certainly going to be an interesting race to start Sunday here at Sepang. With that little bit of a invert situation, things could close up yet more at the top. Off turn 14, long straight past their support paddock. The F4 cars are in the garages over here, while our TSS, GT3, GT4 are over in the main Grand Prix pit lane, so they get to use all of the garages and paddock space for the multiple categories racing this weekend.
Now the final corner, Seth Gilmore starting to track down our race leader to the start-finish line, and 2:09.9 for Inigo Anton. Gilmore bests him by 0.3 of a second. Makignani goes into a 2:09.5, so he's taken 1/10 of a second out of Seth Gilmore. Punching the hole in the air, though, is number 33 driver for Black Arts Racing, the Filipino number 33, doing a phenomenal job at the moment. Got a reasonable getaway and started making some time. For Seth Gilmore, though, looks like it was a fraction deep at turn 1. He made a significant amount of time getting to the apex, but he's lost it coming back down the straightaways again. So did not get the drive he was looking for. Makignani still trying to track him back down. There's Alex Sawyer just in behind for P4 as well. Keeping an eye on the lap times a little bit further down. Patera's taken about 2 seconds out of Thomas Yu Lee. So we are about to get a battle down there for 9th spot as well. And it looks like Hoyneman Nguyen is actually taking time out of Rafael Vicente at the moment for 6th spot. And there is also a little bit of an investigation ongoing into what happened at turn 2. So stewards are actually looking at that one, keeping an eye on it.
They're also keeping an eye on the track limits. Now, there was a point we saw, I think, Seth Gilmore and Alex Sawyer run out a little bit wide as well. So that's something to look out for. Oh, here we go. Yuli ahead of Putera Hani Imran, who's hopefully fortunate to be back in this race.
Yep, so still circulating for both of these guys. Is there any damage on the front end? I didn't see that there was any damage to Yuli's car. But based upon the messages we got from race control, it does sound like there might have been some sort of contact to the 56 machine. Regardless, this is our front 3 at the moment. Makignani starting to make some inroads on Seth Gilmore now. As they come off the final corner, he's definitely a lot closer. The 15-year-old Italian. So run down the start, finish straight. Time's coming in. New fastest lap of the race, 2:09.456 for Makignani. Means that he has taken about 0.8 of a second out of Seth Gilmore just ahead of him. So really starting to try and apply some pressure. Margin between those guys now under half a second. In the meantime, Inigo Anton's stretched that margin for the race lead out to about a second. And these guys are still going at it. This is Imran trying to find a way past Yuli at the moment. And Yuli's got that one parked up really nicely on the apex at 1.
I think it's almost certain that Putarahani Imran has got more pace, but there's a couple of times here that I just think the racecraft is what you're going to learn here to get a good run at your rival, to make a good high percentage overtaking maneuver. Through 7 and 8 last lap, Putarahani got too close, lost his momentum through the corner, whereas here he's well placed to look to get to the inside of turn 5, and eventually we'll get this done and will probably likely pull away from Thomas Yuli, but just took a couple of opportunities to actually work out how to make a good and smart overtaking opportunity. So that's what we're learning.
It's just that difficulty, that last sort of car length and a half, isn't it? It's causing issues at the moment. In the meantime, though, Inigo Anton is absolutely running away at the front end of this one at the moment. Took about a 10th and a half out of Seth Gilmore in Sector 1. Sector 2, again, probably about a 10th and a half. So, and more in the third sector. So Gilmore's starting to actually fall back quite a reasonable way from our race leader at this point in time. So 9 minutes out of this one, and finally the hole might open at the apex of the last corner. Mac Agnani did get the nose down there, but not alongside as they come out of the final corner. And the run down, start, finish straight. But he is closing and closing and closing. We're going to see a defensive move now for Seth Gilmore as he moves to the inside of the track. Mac Agnani's forced to go the long way round. Might try and look for the hole to open up on the apex if he gets the fraction deep, but really well parked up from Seth Gilmore. Covered that one nicely at the apex. No opportunity at turn 1.
That felt like smart driving from Seth Gilmore to me. He sort of sat the middle of the road, didn't completely cover off the inside line if Macagnani wanted to go for it, but he said, I'm not going to let you go past too easily, because if he defends too aggressively here and they lose an incredible amount of time or they tangle, then Alex Sawyer, Etten Asdathorn, some of those other drivers are going to close up here. For Seth Gilmore, if he wants to finish on the podium, sure, he wants to keep Macagnani behind if he can, but by throwing every defensive tool at Macagnani, if Macagnani still eventually gets through, it could cost Gilmore the podium if it lets all the other drivers get too close. So he's doing this sort of, not going to give you anything for cheap or for free, but I'm also not going to compromise my race doing anything risky, and I think that's the right thing to do in this situation for Gilmore.
The 17-year-old from Australia.
190 centimeters tall.
Yeah. Also facing off against a 15-year-old Italian. And before any more references come out, you guys might have heard a few songs that are older than Niccolo Macagnani yesterday, thanks to David Haynes. David Haynes has relentlessly off-air been reminding us of what songs are older than Niccolo Macagnani, which has been given us no end of humour over the last 24 hours. But for the meantime, he's going to still have to find a way past Seth Gilmore. And again, the opportunity opens at the final apex. Gets the car in deep. He's had to run the shallow way around, so there's going to be no momentum as he comes onto the straight. Again, Gilmore is happy leaving the inside line open at turn 1. But now he's going to have to be defensive down the start, finish straight.
Yeah, that's significantly more defensive towards the pit wall and down towards turn 1 this time from Gilmore. Macagnani's a bit more aggressive as well now, trying to go around the outside of turn 1, trying to cut back through turn 2, and trying to just chip away at Seth Gilmore. But it's a 1.4 second lead now for Anton, so Macagnani's going to win race 2 as well as race 1. He can't wait forever here.
Update as well for the contact. Hang on, we're going to have to talk about that a little bit later on, because finally Macagnani gets to the inside on the run into turn 4. He gets up the inside. Gilmore's going to look for the cross back, and he will get alongside on the run to turn 5. What that's going to do, though, is unfortunately put him on the outside in the dirty line heading through turn 5. So that one's now been completed for Macagnani. What has he got left for us in the final half of the race to try and chase down Inigo Anton. Does Anton have anything to bring back his way? Margin was out to 1.6 seconds at the start of the last lap. Back to Macagnani. And now he'll have to try and make some inroads, make some gains to Seth Gilmore. How much do the elbows come out to teammate Alex Sawyer? Because this is one of the few times this year he's had the opportunity to lead the Vietnamese driver. They are teammates. How they handle that relationship on track is about to be seen, you think?
Well, you can think of them as, you know, teammates. They're all racing.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, might have just lost David Haynes there for just a few moments, but on the run down the final corner, that is the 24 machine now looking forwards to find Colo Macagnani. A lap ago, he was in front. Not this time. By the way, change of position at the rear end of the field as well. Patera Hani Imran has managed to get that one completed and has now started to escape down the road. Huinam and Ewan. There you go. Yep.
I'll get back to my point. You can think of them as, you know, teammates because they're both at Evans GP, or you can think, am I teammates with someone just because we both buy coffee at the same place?
Yep. Worthwhile point. But they've not exchanged paint, I think, this season, so all been clean to a point. So that was 2 tires in the grass there for Alex Sawyer. So he is definitely trying to use every inch of racetrack available to him at the tip-in point for turn 5. And have a look at the attitude on the rear end of the number 12 machine. So certainly running that car quite trimmed out as the rear end starting to move around a lot more. Anton is making gains. Took 3/10 out of Anton. Sorry, Macagnani is making gains into Anton. 3/10 in Sector 1, 10th in Sector 2. And we'll get to Sector 3 here in a few moments. But Anton will start looking backwards and noticing that the number 19 is starting to grow bigger and bigger. It is going to be 2/10, 1.5 tenths in Sector 3. So the gains have been significant. Start of the lap, it was 1.5 seconds. And by those numbers, it might be under a second before the lap is out.
So you've got 2 very exciting places to look with 10 minutes to go. The race lead, Anton vs. Macagnani. Alex Sawyer closing in Seth Gilmore, but this could be drama.
There is definitely drive for the 56 machine of Thomas Yu Lee, who's gone around, the American driver. And we wait to see another shot of that one out. It was in Sector 2, because we have timing for him to Sector 2, and he's still parked up. Is this turn 9? I think it might be turn 9.
Now, I was noticing almost everyone looks like they might be on the same tyres they were racing in race 1. So those rear tyres, Macagnani's right rear looks like the same right rear that was on the car earlier. So I think things are a little bit more slippery. Yeah,
he's still there. Yeah, we're on the way back there. There's no way that we can go without a safety car. He did have drive. I don't know whether or not he's trying to pull away and then stalled the car, because he did have drive there for a moment. So we're on the way to that section of the racetrack at the moment. This is turn 6, and that looks like everyone immediately slowing down. There it is. Safety car boards and flags have been deployed. We will neutralize this race and go again. Problem is, that's where the field are on their way at the moment, and they've backed them up quite significantly. So Anton's definitely brought the pace down significantly. Just an odd one.
This is bad for Inigo Anton, unless the safety car goes for another 8 minutes, 10 seconds and a lap, which it probably won't. Again, we've seen they were very quick yesterday at recovering stalled cars, so long as they still had their wheels on them and could just, the tow strap could just pull them away very quickly, very easily. So recovery times were pretty sharp, pretty efficient here yesterday.
But that car's just in an awkward location too, because it's got to be probably turned around and pulled in the right direction. He's still staying in that car. I would assume that as soon as he receives outside assistance, that's going to be it. That car will be done for the day. But
I'm assuming that he would be done, but you'd stay in the car. You could steer it. You'd get towed. I think he's got the same gloves as me, if those are the fluoro yellow Alpine Stars.
Guarantee right now, Thomas Lee would say, you have great taste, David. But for now, neutralised under the safety car. So reverse grid race has done the trick. We have seen some overtaking in this one, as well as some defensive capabilities. That's the safety car down at turn 1. And they are just going to roll him away. Beached on the curb, though. That's not how you get that car from that location. For Thomas Lee. Onto the ground, Formula 4s. And, yeah, beached up on that curb on the outside at turn 9.
These are the TSS chassis F4 cars. So they weigh 570 kilograms, including the driver. So if you've got 6 marshals and everyone's had their Weet-Bix, lift it over the curb. Not that you should, but these are the lightest race cars out there for the weekend.
Let's see when we get a shot whether or not they've rescued that car. Still not seeing any sector times for Lee, so I'm assuming they haven't got that car refired. 5 minutes on the clock. Reminder, at the conclusion of time, we do go 1 lap to go. So next time cross, that countdown time will hit 0. The next time past the start finish line, after that, there'll be 1 more lap to run. So for now, field neutralised. Inigo went on. An opportunity for him today to finish the season off on a high. 1 more race, of course, to come from the weekend, but would love a race win before the year is out. Macagnani, by the way, 2nd weekend in Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Participated in the previous Sepang race weekend. Finished 2nd, 3rd, and 2nd from that weekend's races. Yesterday was his first victory in the series for the 15-year-old. Safety car will be coming to the pit lane at the end of this lap. So we will be going back green flag racing. We have rolled past the side of that incident by now, and that is Mercedes-AMG safety car pulling away from the front end of the field, and we'll be back into pit lane. Let the tyre warming games commence. And for Inigo Anton, he's not going to receive a better opportunity to try and win a race than this. It is going to be 3 laps to go in this race. So 3 laps worth of defensive efforts. He's going to need a great restart here to build some margin. Safety car is in pit lane. Yellow flags have been withdrawn behind the wall, so we'll be in the hands of Inigo Anton. And he's gone before the last corner. Didn't want to wait to get on the throttle out of the last corner. He's looking for good drive here, but this could be to Macagnani's defense. Didn't get great drive, though, for Macagnani off of the final corner. Green lights to set us off on racing for 3 more laps for race number 2. Reminder, these guys have 1 more race left in the afternoon. Up next, the Toyota 86 Malaysia Cup Series coming our way. And have a look at the attitude of Inigo Anton. His rear tyres are not happy getting through turn 1. He'll have a difficult time trying to get the power down through turn 2. Does so, has a reasonable margin, but that margin is significantly less than before the safety car.
Yeah, I think the safety car certainly helped Macagnani, but he put himself in a great position.
Gonna try and dive it down the inside as Macagnani doesn't quite get there at turn 4, but he has disrupted Inigo Anton enough. The momentum was not perfect. Gets a little bit wider than him through turn 5. Tell you what, Anton was extremely wide the whole way through turn 5. He's able to carry that now. He's trying to carry the speed through turn 6. Margin's starting to build. Macagnani made a touch of an error through 6, and that margin has certainly opened up, which is exactly what Inigo Anton was looking for. 7 and 8. This is the high-speed section of the track where you want that downforce, and the dirty air will be harming you. Alex Sawyer was out and over the curbs as well. Run down to turn 9. All right, Anton's built a little bit of a margin. Now he's just got to try and hang on to it.
Dirty air looks like a factor, so through 5, 6, 7, and 8, Macagnani was struggling to follow close. Anton being a tiny bit wide left just a little bit more clean air for Macagnani's front wing. Then once you get onto the straights that we're approaching, Macagnani's definitely at a distance where a good exit puts him in the slipstream and puts the race leader under pressure. Looking at that clock, it'll be 2 more laps at the start-finish line by the looks of things.
Back to turn number 14. Macagnani's going to show the nose at the last possible moment. Did you see how much attitude was on that car in the braking zone? Anton's going to try and go around the outside, but he's gone off and into the grass. The problem is, did Macagnani leave him enough room on the outside of the final corner? So Macagnani will get back to the race lead, and now Inigo Anton is falling. This is a great opportunity to try and win the race. He ran so wide, he's going to lose 2 more spots. Gilmore and Alex Sawyer go through. Now it's on for P2 and P3. But that will be the question, is Macagnani got deep down there on the inside, and was it Inigo Anton's mistake on the outside of the final corner?
Thought I saw a hint of understeer, to be honest, from Anton. Ended up on a line that was non-preferred to what he would have wanted, and we've seen, you get wide, you can run out of grip. This is that same angle. Oh, maybe he was a little reactive to the slide that Macagnani had that pushed him wider.
For me, I don't think there was enough room there, but that one will go to the stewards. They were both significantly alongside. They were about even on the corner exit of that final turn. Has Anton got anything to reply to? He's managed to stay reasonably comfortable behind Alex Sawyer. Even through the dirty air, so not performing all that terribly at the moment. After picking up a bunch of grass, a bunch of dirt on the tyres for Inigo Anton. A rough ride over the last corner. Biggest moment of the weekend thus far for sure for the Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship. Regardless, Macagnani now has the race lead and looking comfortable.
Insult to injury. Inigo Anton has a warning for track limits, but it's not at the final corner, it's at turn 6.
Did see that car rather wide through that section of the racetrack. Macagnani now commanding a reasonable lead at this point in time. Did lock the brakes though as they got into the final corner right there. Time has now expired. Last lap about to begin for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. And for the field, still all relatively condensed. By the way, we did not see the return of Thomas Yu Lee after that accident. So there will be 9 finishes from this one.
So there's a couple of drivers that could make moves on this final lap, and you love a last lap pass. Alex Sawyer is clearly positioning himself there, but with the scruffy tyres for Anton, Etten Asdathorn, who we focus in on now, stands a chance of gaining a spot on the final lap here as well.
Remember, these two drivers did swap positions in the last lap yesterday as well in race number 1. It was a last lap, last corner move. Could we see the same again from race number 2 of round 5, Formula 4 Southeast Asia Championship? to me, I don't know if you've noticed it, Dave, but Anton seems to be much quicker through the faster sections of the circuit. I wonder whether or not he's carrying just a touch more downforce. And Car might be a fraction draggy.
There's also a tyres situation going on for sure. The tyres were not brand new on some of these cars at the start of the race.
Saving tyres up for the final race of the weekend as well. And more to come this afternoon. Up through 9, 10, 11 and 12. Now through turn 11 here and then the run down the hill. And that's Alex Sawyer now running wide at turn 11. But for McIgnani, won the race yesterday. And at the moment, looks like he's going to get it done today. We've seen no messages about an investigation for track for not leaving racing room on the outside of the last corner for McIgnani. So I would say that this one is all in the books for the 15-year-old from Italy, the Ferrari Junior Academy driver. A trip to Malaysia comes with success. He'll come out of the last corner, and in the reverse grid race is going to get it done from 5th to 1st for McIgnani. Seth Gilmore gets home ahead of Alex Sawyer. Inigo Anton does manage to hang on yet today after losing it on the last lap, last corner yesterday from Ayrton Azdathorn, Rafael Vessen, Hoynaman Nguyen. Patera Hani Imran gets back to 8th place, by the way, after starting from pit lane, and actually closed up significantly in those final few laps. So you just wonder for Patera taking a grid slot versus starting that car from pit lane. They did get it fired, did get back out there, and will finish in 8th spot. So the second race of the weekend over and done with. McIgnani gets it done, makes it 2 from 2 with one more race to come, of which again pole position for this afternoon's race for McIgnani. And altogether, a relatively still looking Malaysia in the background. Confirmation, Nicolo McIgnani gets it done for Pinnacle Motorsport over Seth Gilmore and Alex Sawyer. Nigo Anton, Ayrton Azdathorn, home in 4th and 5th, Rafael Vassen, Hoynaman Nguyen, Patera Hani Imran, Josh Berry, and Thomas Yu Lee, only completing 6 of the 12 laps, causing that safety car with his spin down at turn 9. That's the 10 cars that make up the field for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. And a reasonable race, all things considered there, Dave. That one had a little bit of a sting in its tail. I did enjoy the reverse grid format.
Yeah, you wonder if Inigo Anton will be kicking himself just a little bit, and without that safety car, maybe could have also achieved more. But it puts all the drivers in situations where they have to race, have to hone their skill, and for Anton, who didn't qualify on pole, it gives him an opportunity up front to try to run in the clean air, to try to be consistent, and it puts Nicolo McIgnani in a position where he's got to practice those overtakes again. We'll look at the highlights. McIgnani will launch there, one spot before we've even gone 100 meters down towards turn 1. Great overtake down the inside of turn 9. That's just a classic. Get to the inside, outbrake on the inside of the hairpin. And then he found himself up into 3rd. Needed to close in on Seth Gilmore before Seth Gilmore closed in on Inigo Anton. That was the case, and he got himself up into 2nd before the safety car.
Yeah, some aggressive moves. That was the one to get the job done on Seth Gilmore. And it was settled in, try and look after it until this moment for Thomas Yu Lee. Car unable to be refired behind the safety car for a 3-lap dash. And for Inigo Anton, Nicolo McIgnani was there, and then it was this moment at the final corner. He got on the curb and the car just lifted up at the front end. Unfortunately, wild ride for Inigo Anton, had him plummeting down through the field. That was the moment on the last lap as well for Alex Sawyer. But it's the number 19 of Nicolo McIgnani who gets it done from Seth Gilmore and Alex Sawyer to round out your podium. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, that is all the action we have from Formula 4 Southeast Asia. One more race to close out today's racing for them. That will be the last card on the program. We'll be back in a short period of time, roughly 20 minutes to green flag racing for Toyota GR86 Malaysia Cup. So sit back, relax, and we'll be back with you in the near future. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gents, to the second race of this morning's coverage and the first race of the weekend for the Toyota GR86 Cup. I've been led to believe the racing action in this is to be fantastic. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one. The first time that I've actually had the opportunity to cover this series here, David Haynes. But the thing about spec series like this is that they tend to go off, particularly in the full-bodied versions. We just saw the Formula 4 series, but Toyota 86s have always been exciting racing because you've got to be aggressive in these cars. If you're defensive, you're probably going backwards.
The touring cars have all been spectacular this weekend at Sepang. Super Touring yesterday was amazing, and we're looking forward to their race later today. And these are a similar pace of car, but a spec category with the rear-wheel drive of these Toyota GR86s for GR86 Cup Malaysia.
Yeah, so we get an opportunity to see them in anger here today. It'll be 10 laps for these guys. Will not be a timed race. Every other category that we'll see this weekend has times plus a lap. These guys will just be the 10 laps. They're into their gridding, as you can see, at the moment. So we are just waiting on the cars to roll off as well. Race start expected here in about a minute's time. So 1 minute board for the front end of the field. Like we said, first race of the weekend for these guys. So haven't had the opportunity to see much going on. And we are getting set to roll off on our pacing lap as well. 86s from Sepang International Circuit. This could be fantastic. It could be wild. Anything could happen here.
This is a category of racing that actually seems to happen in many, many places all around the world. There's an American series. These cars very much resemble the Australian Toyota GR Cup as well, in their specification being on a treaded sort of competition tyre and very, very related to the road car. So the pace car starts getting away, but no green flag is being waved yet. There's the time. Now we get the green flag. They should begin their formation lap. Will be a rolling start, and this will be the grid.
Yeah, Hayden Haikal is going to be the number 10 machine from Adi Rashimi Rashid. Kefal Othman and Aiden Khalik Hafiz off of row number 2 in the 45 and 12 machines. We'll get back to row number 3. It'll be Nakip Noor Aslan, I believe, or we've also seen in other categories across the weekend. Adam Mikhail as well in the number 24 machine. Lester Jiming will be in the 53 for TD Racing, and Furhit Mokzani in the Petrolife Motorsports number 7. Harold Shu Honloon for TD Racing in the 35. Ayrton Mod Azim in the Alezo Motorsports car. Aslan Shah Kamarazaman is going to be in the XOX88. And in behind him were Tenkai Gim, Inkim Ji, and Luke Anton, Changshung Ming, and Goeng Chuan in 16th position. And final car on the grid will be Tang and Ping, and the number 96 car as well.
17 cars. This is their formation lap, and you point out a couple of drivers here that are also featured in other categories. We were much impressed with Hayden Haikal yesterday. Is a color other than white more expensive? Is that an option?
They normally come in the white, don't they, for Toyota 86s? Everyone's got that slightly different variation. One with cyan stripes down the front as well. Unique in the way they go about things as well. And keep an eye on them as they start to form up as well. Hayden Haikal was supreme yesterday in the Porsche. Did a really, really good job adjusting to a car that they've rented for the weekend too, after failures to their Mercedes GT4. But we're going to be forming up here. And like we said, 10 laps the distance for Toyota 86 Cup. For the course at the moment. Yeah, there it is. I was just looking, wasn't quite sure. They were using some different camera angles for this race than they were a little bit earlier on. But this is the crest of turn 11, down the hill to turn 12. Some of the wider shots from Sepang, it's just a beautiful little area, isn't it? You get that sunset that we had yesterday during the GT3 race was phenomenal, by the way. GT3 action coming up after this one. So,
forever going to regret not going to the Malaysian Grand Prix when it was on. Flights were relatively inexpensive, grandstand tickets relatively inexpensive, and this track, the area that it's in, is actually very close to Kuala Lumpur International Airport and a lot of hotels and other things. So you can get in, get to the circuit, get around without too many dramas, and go to Uncle Roger's restaurant at Terminal 2.
Here we go. 2x2 boards have been displayed. The pace car will pull away from the field here in a few moments, and we'll go green on the front straight. 17 Toyota 86s for GR86 Cup Malaysia. And we are getting set for the first start of the weekend. It didn't have anything to do yesterday for the Toyota 86 Malaysia Cup. And this is the first year of operation for this cup, by the way, as well. At the moment, forming up off the final corner. We'll get set for our race start. Red lights are off at the front end of the field. There's the green lights, and we are off and launching down into turn number 1. Hayden Heikal's got control of the field, qualified it on pole. And now they're all going to try and feed in behind him. Have a look at how sharp they are towards the inside of that racetrack. Nobody's giving any room. 3 wide as they feed into turn number 1. Somebody's looking for a hole that's going to close before they get to turn 1. And on the brakes in the run to turn number 1 as well. Look at how wide they get. 3 to 4. They are 4 wide halfway through turn 1 and turn 2. And who's going to come out the other side with the race lead? We watch, we wait, and we look as dust gets thrown into the air as they run down the hill through turn 3.
Yeah, it was awesome seeing them 3 wide, 4 wide through the sweeping sections of turns 1 and 2. And you can tell everyone's stamping on the brakes hard because just like the road car, the hazard lights come on when the ABS is active. So everyone carrying big speed into the corners, smashing the brake pedal, letting the ABS manage the braking for them. For Hayden Haikal, is about as good as the race start could be. There was so much pressure heading down towards turn 1. The slipstream looks like it's going to be pretty powerful in these cars around a high-speed circuit like Sepang here. Long front straight, fast sweeping corners, average speed very high, so slipstreaming strong.
And it is down through 7 and 8 as well as the cars try and balance themselves out. Keep your eyes in the background. Somebody's going to have a crack when we get down here to turn number 9. It looks like everyone's just fed in nice and easily into turn 9. So no one looking to try and slice and dice. 35 on the 12 machine going toe-to-toe. That'll be Harold Shao Honloon and Tengku Jian Lei in 12 machine as they come down the hill. Have a look at the car that was just ahead of these guys that were quite wild. That'll be Hayden Haikal behind the wheel, the number 10. It still leads the way. And the 46 car of Adi Rahimi Rashid in P2. Looking for lap times for this series, by the way, in and around the 2:33s to get us underway.
So this will end up being close enough to a 25-minute race. So how about just a little bit of a nose to tail? That's the kind of racing that these cars produce. They get so close like that, and this is another great opportunity from Rashid to follow the slipstream of the Artevo Motorsport car of Hayden Haikal. He's not covering off the inside to turn 1 quite so aggressively this time around, but you can see the game is follow the leader, get underneath the rear bumper of the car in front, follow them, and maybe apparently knock your front license plate off if you get close enough.
Starting to chatter out a little bit of bumper-to-bumper contact and actually taking to the dirt on the inside of turn number 2 as well. So cutting all the way up and over the curbs. And yeah, you're not wrong. That license plate definitely looking askew on the front end of the Adi Rahimi Rashid 46.
it kind of looks like he's picked up a sticker off the back of the car in front from Hayden Heikal. We'll take a look here. Oh, no, it's come from his own nose there. We're about to see it. But bit fragile.
And in fact, half the number plate's going to get dropped off as well. Such was the contact on the front end of the car. Down through 5 and 6 as well. Very lively.
They're squirrely through those corners.
There's very little active error of any shape or form on this Cup of car as well. As they move about on the run through 7 and 8, have a look at them. They just don't want to settle. Also want to semi-slick as well. He's just doing some reading on the format of racing.
Bridgestone logo on the wing mirrors for everyone as well.
Yeah, Bridgestone Potenza RE71 RS are the control tyres for this series.
I've raced on those.
And for the Malaysia Cup in 2025, multiple rounds here from Sepang. It's the only circuit the series is going to for this year. What the plans are for 2026, we await with bated breath.
So there's a couple of categories this weekend where turn 12 is an incredibly exciting place to watch, and it's the categories with a bit of speed but not a lot of downforce, and you're just seeing a couple of cars push wide or wiggle or look really loose and lively through that fast turn 12. This is one of them. F4 cars pretty well planted through there. GT3 cars very well planted through there, but things like look forward to super touring through there as well. Just so exciting to watch. Not a whole lot of rear downforce builds up at speed in these cars. They're driving like big go-karts. Hayden Heikal managing that pretty well. Less pressure now for the race leader. Pulled a car length or two. And they're pulling away from the rest of the field as well. For all of the action and argy-bargy into turn 1 on the first lap, I think our top 4 are basically still running in the order that they had qualified.
The car down the inside now is, I think that was the 12 machine of Aiden Khalid Mohammed. And he's got round the outside at turn 2 and try and hang on to that one. It's Aslan Shah just ahead of him. XOX Racing machine. Currently running 4th place in class. Looks like we've got sort of a pro and an AM style setup here for these guys. The run down into turn number 4 gets the nose down to the inside for the 12 machine. Little bit of door-to-door contact, but not too much. Wing mirror is not even folded back in at this point in time. Means that there's definitely a little bit more room for perhaps that side-to-side contact. Round the outside at turn 5 will become the inside at 6. This is bravery. Put a lot of trust, a lot of faith in the 88 machine, and that is going to lead with Aiden Khalik Mohammed getting the job done. Now he'll settle back in line for 7 and 8.
Good racing. Great to see them go side by side through there. All cars respect track limit, says race control. So clearly they've been watching turn 12 like me and many of the other places and seeing enough that rather than call out individual cars, it's a message to all.
I wonder how long before we start to see some penalties perhaps handed out in the 88 machine. Showing a lot of attitude from the rear axle.
Here's my favourite corner.
Have a look at the 12 ahead. It was very, very sideways. There goes the 35. So for Harrod Shiro Honloon, that is definitely going to be a track limits infringement for him. Meantime, Heikal still in control at the front. Got a battle on for P3 as well, as Kefli Othman and Haiwan Shan go toe-to-toe. Well, I'm seeing that car actually might be shared. I think it might be Nakiba Zalan who's in that car for the first race of the weekend in the 16 machine. Turning it back and getting down the inside. Great acceleration out the other way for Ayrton Motazim in the number 8. He looks set to try and track down the 35 now of Harachuro Honloon. Bunch of cars just setting their fastest laps of the race, by the way. Margin for our race leaders in terms of their most recent laps. 900ths of a second between those two cars. So there is absolutely nothing in it for our two race leaders, P3 and P4. were even closer. 12 thousandths of a second separated their most recent lap times.
Is there a fuse you can pull for those ABS warning lights? It's something we see in some other motorsport as well, particularly production car racing. BMWs do it as well. The hazard lights come on automatically when the car engages ABS. Not every car does it, but these ones do. Oh,
That's incredibly wide now for the 88, so he's going to be picking up in further track limits infringements, although there, not really, there's actually no gain made. That would definitely be a net loss for Aslan Shah. There you go, 5th in Clubman, so it's Pro and Clubman, the two classes we've got here today.
I'm noticing a lot of the cars in Clubman are the white unwrapped cars as well.
Some angle, I think was the car in behind, so that would be the 35 I'm expecting. Harad Chauhan Loon through 7. All kinds of sideways as he went in there. It's the 53 machine now of Lestiner Jaming for TD Racing. Sits 7th on the road and importantly 2nd in the Clubman class behind Adam McCall.
Turn 12 again, let's go. Gee, bit of the apex curb. Ooh. It looks thrilling, but it also looks a little high risk there to try to keep it absolutely pinned, get the car rotation and catch that slide on the exit, because then you need to shape up again through 13 and 14. 14 leads on to this support paddock straight, and on the front straight. Still close racing for first and seconds. Hayden Haikal is not waltzing away, but has gone from sort of leading by 2/10, leading by 6/10, now leading by 8/10. Oh, drama.
Oh, around goes the 8 machine, and there's another car ahead, which was the 88 as well. So Aslan Shah and Anton Mahmoud Azim also making a mistake. They'll file themselves back in. And here comes what triggered that one. So it was side-by-side racing between the 8 and the 35, and he got in just a fraction too deep in the 88 car. Cut across his nose to send them both around. That one will definitely be looked at. Heavy contact at the front end of Ayrton Azim's machine. Although, that bumper doesn't look too pushed back in. Doesn't actually look to be too much of a battle scar at the front of that car.
I take back everything I said. I love the hazard lights. They work as front-facing brake lights. You know who braked first.
Yep, gives a little bit of the off-board look on that one. In the meantime, Haikal's starting to extend the margin out. I tell you what, get this. Sector 2 times between our front two cars in this lap. 34.110 for Hayden Haikal. Adi Rahimi Rashid followed through with a 34.109. 1,000th of a second separated their speed through Sector 2. How's that for close racing?
Yeah, stuck together like glue for the moment, but I think if Hayden Haikal can get a second or 1.2 seconds, we'll see him start to walk away. There's certainly still an aspect of slipstream that's helping Adi Rahimi Rashid. And in a surprise to no one, contact in the final corner will lead to an investigation. And that investigation might lead to a penalty if one car got in too deep and hit the other.
Yeah, there might be something to pay for that one, unfortunately. In the meantime, also a warning message coming through for track limits infringements as well. Black and white flag now is car number 7, who sits 6th outright for Furkat Mukzani. Petrolife Motorsports machine has now received a black and white flag for track limits warning. Battle for the lead in the Pro-Am class. As they'll come out of the final corner, we will go from 6 to 5 laps to go. And half the race complete now for Hayden Haikal. Has led every lap thus far. Still needs to continue running good pace. And how about the position changes thus far? Top 3 have held position. Haiwen Zhan has managed to steal himself 1 spot away. Adam McCall, Furkat Mukzani. The car that's lost a lot of spots is Aiden Kalik. But how about Anton Neto coming from 14th on the grid, sits 8th at the moment. Great gains for him.
Yeah, and now 3rd in that clubman category as well. So I think that's going to be one to keep an eye on tail end of this race. There's only about 3 seconds in between Adam McHale leading the clubman class to Lester Neo Jiming and Luke Anton Neto. So things are just opening up a little bit for this outright race lead and the lead of Pro-Am. But I think all the way to the checkered flag, clubman has started a little bit more jumbled and could give us some excitement and some more passes for position.
Yeah, and by the way, that number 4 car at the moment is climbed his way for Luke Neto into 8th spot. Most recent time by was 4/10 of a second quicker than the car ahead of him. He's on the 8 takes back. So on pace at the moment, going to get there and potentially go for an overtake here in a couple laps. There's still time for him not just to grab one spot, but actually a few more as well.
Problem, I think, is he's battling with that Pro-Am car of Aiden Kalik that I think might be costing a tiny bit of time to Luke Anton Neto in the number 4 car. So as we sort of go from the front of the field back through here, the 24 is leading clubman. And this is that battle, I think. Yeah. I think you've got Anton Neto just in behind Aiden Kalik now. And 3rd, and your clubman gets... I didn't know there was enough torque to get the rear tyres loose in a GR86, but he did so out of turn 9.
Yep, put the foot to the floor. And the rear tyres protested, as does Luke Neto's rear end as they get through turn 11. Cars completely and utterly on the limit. Rear tyres considerably suffering at the moment as they run down through 11, 12, 13 and 14. Just a full-on drift at this point for Luke Neto. Sorry, my apologies. Aiden Muhammad at the moment in the 12 car. Certainly enjoying themselves. The amount of counter steering that's going on board the 86 field has been phenomenal to watch. It's at least creating a spectacle, if nothing else.
Yeah, so in white, the number 4, 3rd in class. Next car ahead's not in class for position. Big stop into turn 1. You can see everyone's on the brakes quite early, needing to brake and then turn into 1, a couple of bit in wide out of turn 2, and all of the track limit stuff is coming home to roost as well.
Yep. These cars will also be cleaning up a fair bit of the marbles and those sorts of things if they're running offline at the moment as well, which is never a bad thing. For now, down into turn 4 yet again, and immediately starting to make some gains is Aiden Kalik as he looks set to pull away from Luke Neto. He actually took time out of Lester Neo just ahead of him as well. So we could again get that sort of accordion effect. By the way, no penalty actually being reported for car 8 at this point in time, but the team manager has been told to report to race control, so I imagine that there's probably going to be some sort of review of what's going on within that car into the final corner.
Clubman leader. So this is looking pretty good for Adam McHale. Not too much happening in the mirror, not immediately tucked in behind another car either, so able to sort of be smooth and not reactive right now. Is as close as I think you're going to get in a 10-lap race to a bit of clear air and clean track as the class leader.
Starting to set his own lap times and be comfortable with that one. By the way, whilst he's on the screen, he's going to get himself a warning for track limits infringements, which I would imagine has happened on this lap. His most recent lap time was rather quick as well, took half a second out of the car ahead, and he's going to run out of time to actually get there and challenge for 4th outright. But for Adam McHale, it doesn't matter. Clubman leader, he's done more than enough to win the category at the moment. Also racing out of Nitsa Racing.
I have a Malaysian rice cooker that an international student gave me before they returned back home. It's a Malaysia electronic nasi periuk.
And the quality of rice feels very racy by the sounds of things that would come out of that. Maybe accurate through turn 1 on the slide through turn 2. Love the amount of curb they use down the hill right here. And the backside of those curbs incredibly sharp too.
You're trying to almost just minimize the distance from the exit of 2 to the braking zone of turn 4 as well. So that's why you ride up on the curb so much on the apex of 3 as it sort of unwinds out of turn 2. Is that car smoking a tiny bit at the rear, or was it just one of the long shots that was misleading me?
Potentially. But there was also a lot of curb use at turn 4 on the entry on the outside for this car in the current lap. So, by the way, we're about to see our first penalty arrive on the screen as we're under 3 laps left to run from Sepang. 30-second time penalty for car number 16 for track limits infringements. Critically, that car sits 4th at the moment. That is going to send them to last in class. Very, very comfortably to last in class. 30-second time penalty for continued track limit infringements. And I get the feeling the All Cars Respect track limits is going to stay on the timing screen for the rest of the weekend. Such has been the abuse of extraneous
Another
areas. Yep.
So car 7, Ferhat Moksani, also going to get a 30-second time penalty for track limit infringement. So 4th and 5th in Pro-Am with 30-second penalties.
So at least for Haiwan Zhan, he's going to have one car behind him. So that'll be the benefit of that one for him. But race control are not being stingy with the penalties at the moment. Warnings have been issued to the drivers multiple times. And now the penalties are coming down rather hard as well. Update car 12, which was Aiden Kalik, who's cutting his way back through the field. In fact, I believe he's made his way past Lester Nao, sorry, on the most recent lap. Also picking himself up a black and white flag for track limits infringement. So any more of that and he will be on the tumble. Adam McHale, our leader in the clubman class as well, has to be careful with track limits.
And that's why I said him having that clean air that he's got at the moment is very, very useful, because I think in that situation it's easier to mind the track limits than if you're racing incredibly close for position, you know, needing to defend, etc., or needing to push for absolutely every 10th through every corner. If you're in the situation that slate grey and red Toyota GR86 is in, you don't have to push up against the track limits as much, and you can leave yourself a tiny bit more space and take less risk and try to bring home the clubman class victory.
And at the moment, you're keeping an eye on Aiden Kalik, who's just managed to get past Lester Neal. We said there was a change of position between these two on the most recent lap. Looks like it was in the final sector as well. Oh, that's the slide as they come through 7 and 8. You've got to have faith and confidence that you can correct it and hang on to it at the same time as the tyres continue to wear and heat gets added to them. The thing for the number 12 cars is not actually making massive inroads anymore into Ferhat Moksani, and the 7 just ahead in 6th position. So those tyres are definitely starting to, you just see the amount of counter steering. They're just trying to ride the slide, I think, at this point. I think they've given up on not sliding the rear end of these cars down through 12.
The way performance road tyres often work is that the peak of grip laterally isn't as high as a racing slick, but at high slide and slip angles, they still provide a lot more grip. So big slides are often catchable on treaded road legal tyres, whereas the window of grip is peakier but narrower for racing slick tyres sometimes.
Perhaps so being able to drive them this close to the edge and touch beyond it's actually not too bad, is I assume what you're trying to say there.
I think you can bail. I think you drive with a little bit more tail out, and that's where the lap time and the grip is. But you can bail yourself out of some pretty sketchy moments as well on tyres like these, like Hankook RS4s, like Bridgestone RE71s. Performance but road legal, treaded performance tyres.
Hayden Heikal, though, he's looked in control from the race start. At one point, there was a little bit of contact from Adi Rahimi behind, but since then, it's been supreme control. Last time through 5 and 6 for race 5 of the GR86 Malaysian Cup. By the way, one more penalty to come our way for track limits infringements before we're done. It's the number 8 car, the car that had contact with the 88 down at the final corner a couple laps ago. And 60-second time penalty has been dispensed for the incident at turn 15. So a full minute they will have added to their post-race time at the moment. That's how far they're going to be sent behind the field. But for Hayden Heikal, only a few more corners to go into turn 11. Nice and casual.
What a weekend he's having.
Yeah, he's driven really, really well. Should be proud as well. Rahimi kept him honest for the first half of this race as well. Again, there's been no world where Heikal can afford to have a big mistake, because just a couple seconds behind him, Rahimi has sat for the entirety of that race. So these two have gone toe-to-toe, and they will go toe-to-toe again this afternoon. Later on in the day, they will have one more race to come our way. For the meantime, though, to the final corner for Heikal, and he celebrates with a little bit of the slide at turn 15. 10 laps, he's led all 10 of them, and the Malaysian driver will take the victory in GR86 Cup Malaysia. Rahimi will come home in second, Kifli Offman will get third, and this here is your class leader for the clubman class. Will come home fifth outright for Adam McHale. The 24 machine, Kefli Offman, gets that third place. We'll be very, very happy with it. Hein Wanzhan has 30 seconds that will be added to his post-race time. So fourth outright for clubman class leader, and 3 wide, nearly coming to the start-finish line as well. A little bit further back on that one for Aidan Kalik, Lester Nao, and Anton Neto. He actually did his best to try and get there. They were all within 0.4 of a second coming to the start-finish line to end that race. And Tivo Motorsport getting the job done in Toyota 86 Cup.
It's a pretty good looking car for Adam McHale, taking the win in Clubman as well. Really rich, silvery grey with the red highlights.
Beautifully driven.
Driven well in the conditions as well.
Nice and accurate. Got a warning for track limits, but also hung on to it, and he mentioned it. It was margin for him. He didn't need to be on the track limits, so he did have the ability to just sort of drive a little bit underneath what he needed to. Confirmation for the Pro-Am class: Heikal from Rahimi, Othman, Kalik, Wanzhan, and Moksani, of course, with post-race penalties to come to Wanzhan and Moksani, shuffling them from a little bit further up in the running order. The clubman class, though, with all 11 of its drivers, was brought home by Adam McHale. From Lesno Jaiming, Luke Anton Neto was closing rapidly, nearly stole second place in the last lap in that car. Tun Kaijem and Aslan Shah Kamura Zaman brings it home inside the top 5. One more race for the weekend for those guys to come. Coming up next, too, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a big fan of the GT3 class, they are just about ready to roll off. 11:45 a.m. local time. We'll be getting set to go for our Supercar GT3. So a little bit of a break here between now and our next category out and onto the circuit. This is the highlights from the grids of the 86s, though. And you can see as well, I'll be swapping drivers for races this afternoon. Run down to turn number 1 was aggressive. Look at how narrow the 2 lines of 2 got into turn number 1, and it was 3, 4, 5 wide as they got through turn 2 as they all got aggressive. Then High Car would start to stretch the legs, get a little bit comfortable. Couple drivers went forward, couple drivers went backwards.
So just a little bit of front number plate went missing, and this was a 60-second penalty for the number 8 car. Trying to make an overtaking move, they got so deep down the inside of the car they were battling that they made a bit of contact with the next car in front. Track limits penalties were also handed out to a couple of drivers. ABS lights flashing away in all circumstances. Their eventual race winner, Hayden Haikal, was pushing on to the limit of the performance of the Toyota GR86s.
Complete control from the number 10. And a lights out to flag finish for him. Domination. You'll get to see him a little bit later on in GT4s as well. 3 races for Hayden Haikal here today. 2 of them in the 86. 1 of them in the Supercar GT4 category. But now, the on-track action will cease for a period of time as we get set for the racing and the opening ceremonies of today's racing action on behalf of the Thailand Super Series, Supercar Series. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back, relax, and get ready for the 1-hour race for your Thailand Supercar GT3 and GTMs coming here in about half an hour.
you all to the official opening ceremony here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, Malaysia. Today marks another significant milestone for Thai motorsport, as we proudly step onto the international stage. We are honored to have distinguished guests from both Thailand and Malaysia join us to witness this prestigious occasion. As a special honor for today's opening ceremony, may I now invite Her Excellencies, the Ambassador of Thailand to Malaysia, to kindly deliver the official opening speech. Please welcome Her Excellencies, Ms. Nada Puma.
คุณสนธยาคุณปลื้ม President of TSS Small Series คุณพิธินันท์วัฒนกุลเสรีดำเนิน Chairman of the Royal Thai Automobile Association of Thailand คุณปรีดาตันยันทรัพย์ Vice President of TSS Super Series Representative from the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Malaysia distinguished guests, racing drivers, teams, media, and the community of the motorsport lovers. A very good morning, Silamon Pagi. Sawadee-ka. It is my great pleasure to be here with all of you today at this exciting and high-octane occasion. TSS Super Series, one of Thailand's premier motorsport events, right here at the world-renowned Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Let me begin by expressing my appreciation to see this event taking shape through the close collaboration between a Thai company, Racing Spirit, and the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Malaysia. This exemplifies the growing synergy between Thailand and Malaysia, both on and off track. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event is more than just a thrilling race. It is a reflection of growing strength and sophistication of Thailand's sporting industry, which is now reaching across the border and accelerating onto the global stage. Hosting TSS Super Series here in Malaysia is a testament to that capacity. With the technical know-how, passion, and the entrepreneurial drive of our private sector, Thailand is setting a new benchmark for regional motorsport excellence. Back at home, we are gearing towards becoming a rising hub of international sporting events, equipped with infrastructure, expertise, and professionalism to host world-class competition across disciplines. Renowned circuits like Chang International Circuit in Buriram Province or Bansan Street Circuit in Chonburi Province have hosted several motorsport events, from the Bansan Grand Prix to GT World Challenge Asia and the recent MotoGP Thailand Grand Prix. We are looking forward to hosting a famous Formula One Grand Prix in Bangkok in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond the racetracks, motorsport tourism is becoming a global trend as it provides opportunities for racers, to experience the diverse culture, natural landscapes, and local cuisine. Therefore, I wish to encourage all the racers and fans to join us in the amazing Thailand Grand Tourism Sports Year 2025 and discover Thailand not only a sporting venue, but also as a relaxing and unwinding tourist destination after a series of turbo speed, including after the event 5 of TSS, the Super Series Season 2025 at Shark International Circuit in November 2025. So, to all racers, may your engines roar and your spirits soar. Compete with honor, drive with courage, and above all, enjoy the ride. To Racing Spirit and the Ministry of Youth and Sport of Malaysia, my sincere congratulations to this fantastic collaboration. Your efforts have created a truly remarkable event that serves as a bridge of friendship and open new opportunities for our two countries. And to everyone, let the roar of the engines and the excitement on the track echo the vibrant energy driving forward Thailand-Malaysia relations with shared goal and vision of prosperous future. Terima kasih. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, Ms. Nada Puma. Next, we invite you to witness an important occasion. May I call upon Mr. Shardrinan, CEO of SEP International Circuit, and please welcome Kun Sonthaya, the President of Thailand Super Series. To commemorate this event, may I kindly invite all our distinguished guests to join together for a group photograph. At the starting grid, please proceed. Ms. Lada Puma, the Ambassador of Thailand to Malaysia, and the distinguished guests from the Royal Thai Embassy in Kuala Lumpur, Team Thailand. Ms. Sirintra Surakanit, Director of Tourism Authority of Thailand, Kuala Lumpur and team. Mr. Prida Tantensak, the Vice President of TSS, the Super Series by B-Quik and B-Quik Thailand Super Series. Mr. Simon Garini, Technical Director and Founder of Garini Motorsports. The representative of F4 Southeast Asia. The representative of GR86 Cup Malaysia Series. And may I invite the drivers for a photo session. And please welcome Team Thailand.
Ready. Fotografer nak ambil gambar.
this, the official opening ceremony has concluded. On behalf of the organizer, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the jewel in the crown of the Thailand Super Series racing action for the weekend. The GT3 and GTM race number 8 before we head off to Buriram in a few weeks' time to close out the season as well. GT3 Championship and races were hot and action-packed yesterday, and as you see the front row on the grid, it was the Honda NSX of Podium Bhakti and Kantasak Kasiri who got the job done over number 18 car of Vudakorn and Bocciolacci. So, ladies and gentlemen, how is today's racing action going to play out? Don't forget, compensation times are going to be coming at us as well for this one after the results from yesterday. That changes things up. And those two cars in the front row here, David Haynes, the difference in their pit lane transit times is 1 second, where it was 10 seconds or more yesterday. That's a big change.
Hello, Scott Rankin. I'm so looking forward. We had a great battle for GT3 Pro-Am. GT3 Am was pretty interesting, and I love those 4 GTM cars we've got that also just add a little bit of spice with the Ferrari Challenge car. Simon Chan, the Fire Monkey Motorsport Porsche Cup car, had a great race yesterday as well. And I saw a lot of support for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supras as well. So a great mix of cars, great mix of drivers. And I think it's anyone's to play for in both categories.
I would wholeheartedly agree with that one. On the starting grid now, and we'll get away with our formation lap here in just a few moments. For those of you joining us right the world over, we had a lot of French fans tune in yesterday to witness their man Dorian Bocciolacci in the AES Motorsports Porsche. And a lot
They'll
of
need to have
support.
set their alarms early today to be supporting him.
Yeah, a lot earlier than yesterday. Pace cars, they're going to pull away at the front end of the field, and the field will fire off. 1 hour worth of racing action for the GT3s and GTMs. And then we'll head off into the luncheon break. A little bit of a break in the middle of the day as well. That is Douglas Khoo's Vipanitsa Racing AMG in pit lane.
Headlights are on. It looks like they'll be aiming for a pit lane start. There's no sense of hurry or urgency there, but also no dilation.
Yeah, Kantasak Kasiri, Pitiburra and Bhakti will start on pole position. Bocciolacci will line up on row alongside of him. Carlo Van Dam will start the Singer Motorsports Thailand car on row number 2 alongside of Sandy Stuvik. Throw it back to Aaron Lim Se-Jun, and Douglas Khoo was supposed to fill out grid spot number 6, will not do so. Vic Ikwan will start that car ahead of Simon Chen. Natapong will be alongside of teammate Natavude to come from the rear of the field. The GTM class as well was exciting yesterday. So that is the field of 10 cars to make up the GT3s and GTMs. So we'll be into this one in just a few moments. This should be a good one. Porsche, by the way, for Simon Chen did a great job yesterday. He was supreme. Looked after that car very, very well. Had great pace all day long.
And the consistency is always admirable from drivers who are not full-time professional racers. When you see, okay, where exactly is the performance ceiling of that car? Well, you got pretty close to your best and managed to stay there rather than yo-yoing around, letting some time slip away or having too many mistakes. So I think the Ferrari Challenge car might be a little bit quicker generally in GTM, but Simon Chan's consistency just keeps him in the hunt for GTM, but also for GTM Am.
So they file down into turn number 9. Formation lap halfway through this point in time. Tyre warming, brake warming, getting everything up to operating temperature is such an important part of preparing a GT3, just a race car in this day and age. Everything has a preferred operating window, whether that be too cold or too hot, depending upon the conditions that you're racing right around the world. Getting that tyre to stabilise in a reasonable format as well. The difference compared to yesterday afternoon is this was the last race of yesterday afternoon as well. Track will be significantly cleaner, so they won't be punished as hard for being a wheel track offline and into the marbles. And that will change the approach for these guys as well. Bocciolacci was working on those times and trying to pick up and get some consistency yesterday. We'll see if he's a touch faster here today. And there was also worthwhile pointing out an offset in terms of their pit lane strategies as well. Candice Akasiri was placed in that car 1 lap earlier yesterday. Got the tyres on, got them up to temperature a fair bit quicker. And they did do a change at the front end of that car. What are the lap times going to look like today? What is the race pace going to look like in the middle of the day as well? 2 fields of cars separated by a small gap as it stands.
And look for Douglas Koo to see if he joins this race post the start as well, because you've got 5 GT3s present there and 1 that was at pit exit.
Here we go, Dave. For everyone that's watching along at home, thank you for joining us on the journey of the Thailand Super Series once again in 2025. For the GT3 supercars, here we go as they round the final corner. They'll line themselves up for a race start. And have a look at the heat haze as the Sepang International Circuit bakes in the midday heat from Thailand just before midday. We go racing on the run down to turn number 1. And immediately, Kasiri's got a reasonable getaway, but have a look at them squabbling over the positions a little bit further back. The Ferrari trying to get his nose down the inside will be Carlo Van Dam as he tries to make a little bit of time. Does manage to steal the spot away from Dorian Bocciolacci. So for Carlo Van Dam, great start from him. 1 spot picked off. And now he'll play rear gunner for Candice Akasiri as the 2 Team Singer Motorsports cars will lead us out of turn 3 for the first time.
Clearly still in search of a bit of tyre temperature, tyre pressure, moving around in some places, just trying to build that up. Porsche in low grip conditions can be very good. A lot of weight over the rear axle, getting good drive out of slower corners like turn 4 there. Ferrari holds its own. Pro drivers in are going to be up to pace quickly and are really going to press on in this opening stint. Pressure is on Carlo Van Dam after his lightning start.
Yep. And now trying to get down the inside at turn 7. That is bravery between the 2 of those cars. They are just about trading a little bit of pain as they come off in turn 8 as well. Run down into turn number 9. How's the Ferrari under brakes? The Porsche squirmed all over the road. They're still going to go toe-to-toe. If Bocciolacci can hang on around the outside of 9, he'll have the inside at 10 and 11. Job done. So opening send of the race has now been recovered. And Bocciolacci has been forced to try and find a little bit of pace. How about Stuvik, though? Keep an eye on him in the background because he's starting to get aggressive as well with Van Dam.
Got Douglas Koo in the Viper Nizza racing car passing sectors, so I'm pretty sure he has started from the pit lane and is at the very tail of the field for the moment. Electric stuff in GT3. That Ferrari, my goodness, suddenly it's on the back foot. A couple of awesome corners and then immediately facing pressure from Porsches.
Time to restart really nicely for Van Dam. Got a great jump on the run down through turn 1, and that's the advantage that can certainly provide. Stuvik will crawl over the back end of the curb out of turn 15 as they run down the start-finish straight, and it's the blue lights. They were iconic in the gloom yesterday from the AAS Motorsports car. A moment down through turn 1, so Van Dam's confident at the moment. Found a little bit of something, but Stuvik is certainly starting to apply a little bit of pressure. That's the second time now we've seen him get over the backside of a curb and a puff of dust from the right rear corner. That is Simon Chen's lost track position at the moment. It's another point.
Had a slow sector 3 last lap, so might have been wide or had an issue or being passed there for Simon Chen.
And Avuto happened to second in that class as well. Feek will lead the way for the PSC Motorsports Ferrari in the lead of the GTM class. See to see how close Andy Stuvik can follow here through 7 and 8. Look at the difference in line. Van Dam leaves a lot of room to the apexes at 7. Now, I reckon that was a flash of the headlights from the Porsche. I don't reckon that was the glare coming off the front end of that car.
He did it on the opening lap as well, heading down towards turn 4 just before trying to pass Carlo Van Dam. So Dorian Boccolacci's on the attack to start off today.
And ensuring that they make their efforts known. And now he's really, really close as they get down through turn 14. So that Porsche is starting to make some real gains. Whatever it was yesterday, just didn't have the outright pace. Sector 1 time goes the way of the Honda NSX, but Sector 2 and Sector 3, fastest sectors of the race and by a significant margin. Now he's trying to show the nose as they get down into turn 15. Nearly a hole that opened up there at the final corner. And Boccolacci wants to make sure that his presence is felt.
Turbo V6 versus screaming, naturally aspirated flat 6 in the Porsche. Only car in GT3 that isn't a 6-cylinder is that V10 Audi R8 back there from B-Quik Absolute Motorsport. The pro drivers in, things are always so much closer, pro versus pro. They're all operating to the absolute limits of the machinery, and that means that the differences are tenths of a second, hundredths of a second. The longer this goes on, I see things getting better for Kantasak. I see things getting better for Carlo Van Dam. Maybe starting with sort of lower pressures, a little weak on the first and second lap, but eventually stabilizing, and then into the long run might be able to match the pace that Dorian Boccolacci's got in that second place Porsche GT3.
Yep, down here into 7 and 8. Up and over the curbs.
Where they were so strong on that opening lap.
Yep. And again, a flash of the headlights. So he is making sure that Kassiri knows he's there. Really strong on the brakes at the moment is Boccolacci. Is he trying to get to the inside? Well, he's just about there. He nearly punched a Porsche splitter into the rear end. And there was an overlay. He's thinking about the dive down at turn 11. That would have taken bravery. At 12, is this starting to worry Kantasak Kassiri? What does he do from the situation that he currently sits in? And how defensive is he going to get? He's been covering the line just a little bit, but not covering it all the time. There's windows of opportunity that continue to present themselves. Pace out of turn 14. I tell you what, Boccolacci backed that one up. He's built a run off of turn 14, and I reckon he's going to get a little bit of overlap and potentially try to pin him to the inside. Kassiri has now got the Frenchman running alongside as they enter the braking zone. And I tell you what, the Frenchman's just gone right around the outside, but a little bit too deep. And it'll be back under the inside for Kassiri. Puff of dust into the grass, into the weeds off the final corner. And
at the same time, Stuvik has a run at Carlo Van Dam, so they're side by side for third. This is awesome GT3 racing at Sepang. Every spot up for grabs. The fastest drivers in the car to kick things off in the first stint, and they're driving so close, but no one's really over the limit as far as racing respects.
Oh, that's a move. Round the outside at turn 1. That doesn't happen all that often. And for the third time in this race and the opening 7 minutes, there's a wheel in the dust and in the gravel from Sandy Stuvik. For Boccolacci, fires it to the inside of turn 4. Deep up the inside, parks it on the apex. He'll look for the crisscross out the other side. There is overlap, but it's going to be around the outside at turn 5. There is contact before they tip in. But Boccolacci's got the race lead. Now what can he show us with a little bit of clean air to the front end of the Porsche? A wriggle gives some sort of notification to what's been done to the tyres of the last couple laps. The entire GT3 field, barring Douglas Koo, all in one shot at the moment.
Yeah, Stanley Suvic was lightning in a bottle yesterday, the fastest Porsche driver. And so now having worked up to third place, let's see if that car continues to come on strong. Not like this Audi's far out of the picture either. Hasn't been battling wheel to wheel like the 4 cars in front, but sits very, very well placed. And if you can be close heading towards the pit stop window, then you can still put yourself in a good position for the back half of the race after the driver change.
Update for the 65 machine and the Viper Racing Mercedes into the pit lane for Douglas Koo. So whatever was going on earlier has continued to be an issue. At the moment, not getting sector times either for car number 89 and Carlo Van Dam. So they're having issues with the transponder on board that car. Race control have let them know that they need to start turning that one on. And now Kanisat Kasiri's run a little bit wide out of the final corner. The Porsches are doing a little bit better in the heat of the day at the moment. And 2082 for Bocciolacci plays a 2096 for Kasiri. So Kasiri ailing just a little bit at the moment. Second taken out of what was our race leader when we last passed the control line. So Kasiri's certainly having a few issues at the moment.
I mean, the Porsche wasn't a bad car in the closing stages of the race yesterday. The issue was the 15-second lead that the Honda NSX had just wasn't going to be closed down quick enough. Whereas now there's an opportunity here in race number 2 of the weekend, starting with the pro drivers before switching to the AM drivers. So sort of flip it on its head.
Enjoying the B-Quik Absolute Racing Team colours firing out across the curbs on that Porsche.
Makes me want to buy power tools.
There might be a sponsorship opportunity in that, you know. The right colours lined up. But Kasiri has gone from control of the race quick in qualifying. But this is the change, isn't it? You know, when you're up against someone of Bocciolacci's ability level, he's going to go to work. He's going to look at data overnight. They're going to talk about what the car was performing like and tweak at that car. And that's what they've done. And they come out with a slightly better package. They weren't far off yesterday, but it was enough that it just sort of meant that definitely some adjustments needed to be made. Guarantee you there would have been some looking at some data and what he could be doing better. At the same time, the team have clearly found a better package for him at the moment. But I agree. I wonder whether or not there may be some tyre involved in that as well.
A bunch of PB sectors starting to appear in the GTM field. So for the AM drivers in that category, they're beginning to find their comfort level with the conditions and the level of grip today and where they find their tyres in their car. So Nadavude, a couple of PBs coming through. Simon Chan, after that slow start, is getting back up to pace again and finding that consistency and that speed.
So it's been a good build-up and pace for that category as well. And you're right, Nadaponga is starting to close in on Nadavude, so there will be a battle back there as well. It's important to note, half a second in that most recent lap for Nadaponga. So whatever went on for the two Lexuses,
right on cue.
For talking about them, they get crossed over and talked about.
I like that we sort of see something on the timing or get to a stage in the race where we become curious about how a particular aspect of the race is playing out. And obviously over in the Thai commentary booth, similar thoughts are happening. And it's, I love when that happens.
I've got some really good news for you as well after yesterday's race. There is a dead heat on points as well after race number 7 between Piti Bhirombhakdi, Kanisat Kasiri and Vudakul at the moment in the number 18 car. So we were actually having a little bit of a discussion off air just before we went into this race about how the point systems work. Well, it's the individual drivers who score the points in the Drivers' Championship. So even though they're in the partnership, and that also, the other benefit of that is it also caters to solo driver entries as well, because you've got yourself Douglas Koo, who's out there and turning laps, but he's on his own. So they score points individually. But at the moment, there is a dead heat on points between car 12 and car 18's main driver, which is Vudakul. Of course, Bocciolacci's here this weekend, offering support capabilities, ensuring that Laurent Henriques is
come on,
to continue go racing elsewhere around the world, perhaps even just a weekend off and enjoying himself. But yeah, it is a three-way tie at the moment between Piti Bhirombhakdi, Kanisat Kasiri and Vudakul for the Drivers' Championship in 2025, with 3 races remaining in the year.
We'll have to get you a tattoo. Lauren Heinrich, German. Dorian Bocciolacci, French.
I'm in trouble with that one. I'm never living that down, I don't think. So.
Leader of GTM, we've seen that this car, in the right hands, in the right circumstances, can be incredibly, incredibly quick. It might be less approachable to drive from an AM perspective than the GT3 cars even, although that is the main customer base for the Ferrari Challenge car. It's got a little bit of mongrel about it, tiny bit more horsepower, less aerodynamics, and what it is built from road car Ferrari 296s, while the GT3 car is basically grown in a lab by Orica in France. I was told by someone who works on one, there is one part from the Ferrari catalogue for the Ferrari 296 road car that you can fit to the GT3 car. The rear tail lights.
There you go. There is some DNA in that from the road car. After
And if
all.
you go look at the headlights between the Challenge car and the GT3 car, in the GT3 car, it's the racing LEDs behind a Perspex cover, whereas it's the actual road car's headlights in the Challenge car. It's all of the little things about the 296 GT3 that make it a GT3, but make it such a purposeful racing car. Every single aspect, mechanically, interior, body panels, everything designed to go out and win GT3 races. And it's why the previous generation Ferrari, the 488, had kind of fallen out of favor. It was a little bit tough to work on, a little bit expensive to run, and amateurs and teams weren't as excited about it. Ferrari moved from Michelotto to Orica to create their GT3 cars because they wanted to make it really easy to work on, really accessible, and a good value car that teams would want to pick up and run all around the world to success, and they have.
Yeah, I think the proof is in the pudding here with this one. And previously, Team Steamer Thailand did actually own a Ferrari 488 GT3. However, it was put very hard into the barriers at Bangseng Grand Prix in 2023, and that was the last time we actually ever saw that car. Last year, they rolled out with two of the Honda NSXs, and we were expecting them to return this year with again two. There was a little bit of conversation actually out in the YouTube chat as well, and as usual, hello to everyone enjoying the conversation right around the world. But yes, the Porsche that we're actually seeing here with Sandy Stuvik behind the wheel is currently in P3. Well, last year there was a stable of Audi R8s that were in operation by the B-Quik Absolute Racing team. There was Sandy Stuvik and Yi Deng were behind the wheel of a shared Audi R8 that they were running, I believe, in Asia Le Mans as well. They were doing all sorts of GT3 activities. Well, with the future of Audi being under a little bit of a question mark and what the plans are for that car long term, this is sort of a year of growth and finding themselves in a Porsche, because, you know, this way they've got options, they've got the ability to go in multiple different directions now, and they're not just stuck. If that Audi program finishes tomorrow, they've already got a Porsche that they've got some, you know, experience in, and that's the critical factor for the guys here at B-Quik Absolute Racing, is they didn't just want to, you know, if something changed overnight, if all of a sudden the program was shut down, well, they weren't just locked in and scrambling to find multiple race cars all at once, so to speak. So that's changed the outlook for that team and the way they go about their racing.
Race pace has plateaued, so everyone's now about 2 or 3 tenths off their fastest laps of the race. The cars will be getting lighter as the fuel burns down, but the tyres will have heated up and just gone past their absolute very, very best. And as that happens, Dorian Boccolacci, a second faster last lap than second place, third place, and fourth place, who were all in the 209s. It was basically a 208 flat from the race leader. So once that car got forward to the race lead, it has continued to pull out and away, and Sandy Stuvik hasn't been able to make quite the same progress there in third.
Oh, tyres perhaps being a little bit more hurt at the moment, particularly running in that dirty air. The big thing is, last time by, very good point, Dave, 209.105 for second place, Candice Akasiri. By the way, here's our amateur solo driver, Doug Koo, out there, into his mid-60s and continuing to race. I do hope that when I get to his age, I'm out here wheeling a Mercedes AMG. That would be phenomenal. I am completely and utterly sure that that is very unlikely to happen.
Do you know about Ted Giovannis?
I do not.
Okay, he started the Daytona 24 last year, or the one before, in an Aston Martin GT3, age 76.
Yep, crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I mean, I think he did about an hour in the race, but he still wants to be a part of it, and he still puts his money where his mouth is, funding and running TGM Motorsport.
That's the big thing. It's about making sure that you're continuing to be out there and have fun. Koo, our gentleman driver of the field, has driven in Asian Le Mans LMP3 categories in the past as well. So not just in the GT3 category. You're familiar with Sepang, would have been here multiple times in the past as well. And the critical thing for me was just watching that car circulate. It looked like it's missing a little bit of punch out of the corners for Doug at the moment. So certainly something going on board the Mercedes. So his responsibility for the rest of the race will just be to continue to manage that car and how it's moving. At the moment, 5 laps down on the GT3 class, so has spent an extended period of time in pit lane. Could be something to do with the heat at the moment, middle of the day. And I think the heat haze that we saw before the race really encompassed that. That will be an issue for the drivers to sort of manage. Lap time, Sandy Stuvik recovered nicely. By the way, did actually receive, we've actually got 2 track limits warnings now popping up as well. Car 26 received one, and that was about 8 minutes ago. And one's just come through now for Candice Akasiri and P2. So both of these cars in their fight have now picked up a warning for track limits infringements. But Stuvik is right there and getting a fraction closer. Took a couple hundredths of a second out of the car ahead of him at the most recent lap. Looks a fraction closer at the apex of the final corner on this lap though. What's the lap time is going to be when they get to the start-finish line? As we see Bocciolacci now out to a 6.2 second lead. And the margin between P2 and P3 under a second. 0.003 of a second between their lap time and the most recent lap 2. That is close competitive racing between those two as well.
Look at our GTM leader. Now you've got the pit window countdown, but going from pro to the AM drivers, normally you want to push your pit stop a little bit deeper into that pit window, whereas yesterday's race, where it was the other way around, the AM drivers handing over to the pros, of course you want to hand that baton to your fastest runner as early as possible. So definitely from our cars in GT3 Pro-Am, there might not be a rush into the pit lane for the pit window, but there's not as much of a disincentive to an early stop for GT3 AM and the GTM competitors.
Yeah. It'll be interesting as well because one of the bigger issues is the extended pit stop time as well. Some of the drivers in the field. I'm just having a quick look through compensation time after yesterday. So at times in this series, we've had silver and silver driver pairings, which was actually Sandy Stuvik and Yu Deng last year. They were a combined silver pairings. They always had a longer stop to sort of compensate for that. But this year, There is a bronze driver in each of our GT3 cars. The only difference are the two gold combinations, bronze and gold combinations. Car 18, Dorian Bocciolacci, and Carlo Van Dam is also a gold driver. Everybody else at the moment that is out there, silver rated or bronze rated in the case of Douglas Coupe, and in the case of the 786 Audi, which continues to hang on to the rear wing of Van Dam, bronze and bronze pairings. They are punching severely above their weight.
Yeah, ordinarily in class, their battle is against Douglas Koo, but obviously he is now 4 to 5 laps down, and that car is not at pace. Last lap at 2 minute 33 is missing about 20 to 25 seconds a lap. It would be competitive in the GR86 Malaysia series, though.
But for Douglas Koo, he's missing 10 seconds off his personal best from this race. But again, we're not confident that there's not issues. I think we went a fair bit faster than that actually in qualifying. So regardless, Koo is out there just circulating, looking to pick up some points at this point. It's about all he can possibly do. Make sure he ticks off enough laps to be classified at the end of this one. 10 seconds from now, pit lane window will open. 10 minutes in length for your compulsory pit stop. And compensation times. You won the race yesterday, you get 15 seconds added to your driver pairing compensation time. P2 gets 10 seconds, P3 5 seconds. The rest of the field gets a compensation time based upon the Pro-Am driver ratings. So 2 bronze rated drivers, you'll pick yourself up a 85-second pit stop. Single bronze driver is 85 plus 8 seconds, so the compulsory pit stop time is always a minimum of 85 seconds plus your compensation times. Bronze and silver rated pairings will get 27 seconds, and bronze and gold will get 31 seconds. So we're looking for the number 12 car. We'll have a pit stop time after yesterday's win of 127 seconds end to end. 2 minutes and 7 seconds. And that was a flash now of the headlights for Sandy Stuvik towards Carlo Van Dam. And of course, car 18 currently leading the race. They will have 126 seconds after finishing second yesterday. So they're in a really, really strong position at this point in time. Vodacom will still have some work to do.
Well, while Dorian Bocciolacci is running hot, there'd be no need to dispose of him in the race lead. Simon Chan, though, with the stop early in the window. A little bit of tyre work there. No disincentive to stop early when you're one driver, because then you make your compulsory stop. You get just a little bit of service, you get that out of the way, and should there be a safety car at any point after your stop, it really bunches you back in as well.
Yeah, Simon Chen's the only one who's dived in the pit lane at the moment. So he's the only take on this lap. It's going to be about a 4 to 5 lap window, depending upon when you cross that start-finish line as well, because the cars are spread out a little bit across the track now. But have a look at the pace from Aaron at the moment behind the wheel of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi. Just ran a 2:10.2, so he's actually taken about 7/10 of a second out of Carlo Van Dam just ahead of him. So Van Dam starting to overheat those tyres slightly. Race leader, Frenchman, Bocciolacci, on the run down the back straight away. Curious to see who else is going to jump into pit lane at the end of this lap. 2 minutes to the halfway mark of our race as well.
You'd be tempted in Viper Nizza Racing camp, because then you get to have another look at the car and maybe try to help sort out any of the issues you've got, because you've still got to make the compulsory stop within the window.
Van Dam's recovered just a little bit too. That margin opened up a little bit more on the current lap. So it might have been a mistake on the previous lap, or potentially one for Aaron as well. So about 7/10 back in the favour of Carlo Van Dam. It looks like his time actually recovered as well. So it might have just been an odd lap from the Ferrari.
They did also lap Douglas Koo on one of the previous laps, I think I saw. So that could have also just caused a moment's hesitation and a small time loss. We've got 2 pit stops from GTM now. So the Porsche Cup car from Saiwei, Simon Chan already made its stop, and then the GTM Pro-Am Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Supra has been in. So Nadavude is staying out in the other car, and the way the driver combination is in this Ferrari Challenge car, they've got the same incentive that the GT3 Pro-Ams have got to run deep into the window. Nadavude right on cue. I like the look of that Supra GTM because it's so obviously race car. It's got the headlights, the tail lights, some of the shape of the road car, but in a much more aggressive, purebred form that I enjoy.
I think the aesthetics are really, really important, and it's a lot of what we do. You know, not. Well, you were talking about Douglas Koo wanting to get in and try and pull that car off perhaps a little bit. They've done so.
Pulled out of the box really strongly. Didn't seem to hesitate getting going and getting up to the pit lane speed limit. A little bit of traffic for him here, though. He's going to be warned about it by the marshals, and he's actually in no hurry now to impede our top 5.
Those lights from Carlo Van Dam, I don't think they were on a couple laps ago either, so he switched them on. Again, for Aaron, takes about half a second out of Van Dam. So he's really having these off and on laps, isn't he, at the moment? Just every second lap or so just loses half a second worth of pace. So that'll be the tricky part. They are looking to try and extend just a little bit in terms of pace at the moment. Still none of the GT3 drivers have come to pit lane. Windows under 4 minutes in length now. So really for me, we're going to have 2 more opportunities to get to pit lane, because it'll be this time by and 2 minutes later the last time to get in as Bocciolacci comes down through turn 9. So when he gets to pit lane entry, if that number is less than sort of 2.5 minutes, I'd probably be pitting just from a risk management perspective. You don't want to get trapped, unable to get into the pit lane. Yeah, you know, it's going to be tight. I think we'll probably see the whole GT3 field in this lap for me.
Yeah, they'll be timing it. And so when you are going to pit entry, you run in faster and wider through the final corner. That is not where Dorian Bocciolacci is going.
Well, this will be his final lap of the race. For everyone else that's in behind, they kind of can't take that risk.
So again, a split on what lap they come into the pit lane between AAS Motorsport, Vudakorn and Dorian Bocciolacci, and Piti Bharan-Bhakdi, Kantasak Kusira, Singer Motorsport Team Thailand, Honda NSX. They're not in the pit lane the same lap. There will be an offset.
And the Ferrari continued on, by the way. So it is the only GT3 to pit this time through at the moment. It's the Honda NSX. And I reckon the Audi's gone through as well. So everyone's running long on the strategy. Do you see the amount of brake dust that come out of that front left tyre too?
Yeah, for real. You're talking about, you know, the window and the temperatures, and it got me thinking about street versus race brake pad materials, and there are a couple of big stops around here always talking about that hairpin final corner, the hairpin at turn 9, but significant braking action required. at turn 1, turn 4, and even into 14, you're really trailing the brakes as well.
There they are. Kaisak Kasira now out of the Honda NSX, and that means that Podium will climb on board. They grabbed pole position from both of the races across the weekend as well. So they've both had speed. There's the Ferrari, so the leader in GTM in as well. And there's a minute left on the clock. You cannot, if you're in the GTM field, you've got to come to pit lane this lap. There will not be another opportunity. There's Bocciolacci.
Surely.
Yeah, there's no way he can go another lap. It'll be a penalty if they do. So into pit lane. Touch of the grass on the inside, using all of the track width on the pit lane entry and deep in and onto the sign. There's the GTM field as well on their way through pit lane. Reminder, we were looking for only 2 cars out of the GTM field to make their pit stop. The only car we're still looking for to make their way into pit lane at the moment was Carlo Van Dam, and he has now made it into pit lane. There goes Piti Bhirombhakdi. Out, pit stop the lap earlier. Everybody else is in the pit lane right now, and 10 seconds from now the pit lane window will close, which means nobody getting a penalty for missing the stop inside the window. The teams will go to work. In the lane, there's the Porsche. And all you have to do is be in the lane. And the marshal at the front end of pit lane changes that now to pit lane window closed. You just got to be in the lane. Provided you're in the lane, that's good enough. You don't have to be out before the end of the window. Just got to be in the lane.
Finishing touches done. Now you're just waiting out the clock. And as we've seen before, what you don't want to do is be on the wrong side of your mandatory minimum pit stop time, because they'll make you come back in to serve it, and that will give you the effects of a drive-through penalty, even if you miss by just 1 second.
There's the Ferrari GTM out of the lane, and just in behind him will be Nadavude as well. So that's the margin on track between those 2 cars. Nice and easy to spot.
Yeah, this could be really spicy for GTM, couldn't it? Now there's been the driver change in the Ferrari Challenge car, and they're a bit closer together as well. We'll watch that with great anticipation as we also keep an eye on who's going to take the points lead in GT3 Pro-Am, with the number 18 and the number 12 being tied on points coming into this race.
That car fitting back out of pit lane. That is the AAS Porsche. And it is going to come out with a clear lead to the number 12 car. Have a look at how close it is, though, between the rest of them. Hank Kicks climbs behind the wheel of the B-Quik Absolute Racing Porsche in the 26 car. But it looks like our race leader is going to be Vudikorn at the moment by slim margin over Hank Kicks and Voravud Bhirombhakdi. And Piti Bhirombhakdi with some work to do.
Everyone's pit stop's done, but we need the field to come around past the timing line once more at the end of this lap to properly update all of the timing and the graphics. But for that number 18 car that got out to a lightning start, Dorian Bocciolacci making the passes, getting to the race lead, building a margin, now to hand over to Vudikorn to try to bring it home for another win for them this year and to take the championship points lead. I don't think they lead greatly over the number 26 Porsche on track right now, and they also looked pretty good at times. But you'd be very, very pleased with your replacement driver in Vudikorn's shoes. I know Lauren Heinrich elsewhere. Dorian Bocciolacci has done a very good job for him today.
Standout effort. Handed over the car. He's done everything he needed to do. I tell you what, it's actually the bronze and bronze rated pairing who's gone through on the timing first at the moment. And it's going to be the B-Quik Absolute Racing Audi, which currently leads the way. So we thought this might actually be the leader. Well, no. And yeah, they've got some work to do, I think. Margin will have to wait until they cross the timing beam, but it'll be that really, really short pit stop from the 786, which was critical. So Aaron's done a brilliant job to keep that car exceptionally close to the silver and gold rated pairings that were ahead of him. Remember, right there with Carlo Van Dam in that first stint. He is way overperformed for this car. And there is confirmation. Race leader in the margin, 18 seconds as well. So we now need to wait for what some of these lap times are going to look like in the next few moments, because they're going to have to go in pursuit of this Audi.
Vudakorn is no slouch, though. I know it's now a bronze versus bronze battle, but he, I remember, was very competitive as far as bronzes and AMs go at the Bungsend street circuit, and the characteristics of a street track really, really test drivers, and you see a far more disparity pro to AM drivers in that kind of circumstance than you do at a Grand Prix open circuit like this. So that really impressed me with Vudakorn's precision and driving quality. So I suspect there is every chance that this could close, but 18 seconds is a big margin with 20 minutes to go, and this Audi is not hanging about.
Hefty margin. And I'm just taking a look at the sector times. There is some gain from Vudakorn.
Sort of 2/10 every sector, so it probably stacks up to about 8/10 a lap, potentially. But it'd need to be more like 1.5 seconds a lap to get this done, surely.
We're just going to have to wait. Although that is very deep at the final corner for the Audi. There's some work to do with that line, you would assume. With the margin from second to third, currently 6.5 seconds it was when they last crossed the start-finish line. What's the lap time going to be like for Henk Kicks? And Vorovud Birambakti as well was about 6.5 seconds behind. Pity Birambakti as well, only about 1.6 seconds. So there's going to be battles in class. In fact, here comes the two teams in the Motorsports Thailand entries. And the Honda NSX begins its charge back to the point. Down the inside for Pity. Gets through on Vorovud. And job done. He will move up to fourth in class. And that is Henk Kicks just in front of them as well. So a target to work towards.
Great day to be a lover of mid-engine turbocharged V6 GT3s right here. Every position means points, so every position is pretty critical, in fact, for that number 12 car, Pity Birambakti. So getting that position there makes the championship fight just a little bit closer. You can see Henk Kicks not far up the road either, could certainly be a target in a couple of laps.
So not over and done with, I think, for everyone. This GT3 is going to be a run to the line.
That was wide into the grey for Pity Birambakti through turn 6 for a second.
Taking a quick look as well. 1.6 seconds was the margin taken out the most recent lap by Vudakorn. Margin came down to 16.5 seconds. I'm just taking a quick look through lap times, and Pity Birambakti went to 2:10.6, so he took a fair chunk out of Henk Kicks on that most recent lap. So there's going to be a battle for third on the track as well, but I reckon it's
Vudakorn's personal best first sector isn't his personal best first sector. It's the car's personal best first sector. I believe Vudakorn has laid down a first sector quicker than Dorian Boccolacci's. He's flying.
That's got something to do with the weight of the fuel that's now been burned out of that car? Fresh tyres on board?
Certainly, as far as, you know, the best of the tyres might have been saved for Vudakorn here as well, and we know that the car burns down, and the weight of the fuel, which has a specific gravity of 0.748. But that is still very, very impressive in a gold and bronze driver combination. the level that Vudakorn is operating at. He is taking the necessary time out of the race leader to give us a grandstand finish in the closing laps for the outright race win.
So it's going to be close. Margin this time was 2.3 seconds. So that is more than enough as well. And you're right. And that first sector, this time by, green on board that car. So there is speed behind the number 18, which means PDB on back to, he's got to do some work. He needs to finish as close to him as possible. Because when we head to the championship finale at Buriram to finish the year off, and the dates of that event will be Saturday the 1st and Sunday the 2nd of November. That means we've got ourselves a championship fight on the cards.
There are a couple of others setting some personal bests out there as well. Nadavude in the Toyota Guzzi Racing Thailand Supra has a personal best lap that he's just completed. Douglas Koo has picked up the pace, so he's just on a 2:16. Betters his previous best that at one point stood at 2:22. And now he's got more personal bests as well. So that Viper Racing Mercedes AMG that was significantly off its pace from yesterday is just picking it up again. And I wonder if maybe they did find a little magic fix in their second pit stop during the compulsory window. And hopefully Douglas Koo's feeling better about that car. First and second in GTM, so you look from the Ferrari back to Nadavude, who I just said found a personal best a lap ago.
Pace from that Ferrari's just been good. Sarah Foot back behind the wheel, I believe, at the moment. The other two 14.7, so lap time between actually the two second and third place cars in the category just about identical. So Simon Chen showing a turn of speed as well.
I believe Vudakorn has just set the fastest lap of the race. The graphic on screen doesn't seem to agree, but I see a 2:07.5 there as the best lap for Vudakorn, who now sits just 10.7 seconds behind the race lead. There was a time that was 18 seconds, and we said, gee, can he close that quick enough? Well, the answer is, right now, the man is flying.
On the move.
Can we check that it's actually Vudakorn and not Lauren Heinrich wearing Vudakorn's race suit? I'm starting a conspiracy theory there, but and it's baseless, and it takes credit away from the fantastic job that Vudakorn is doing right here. It's impressive.
I do want to confirm that you're right, because the pace has been supreme. The pace has come up massively. Did they perhaps start the opposite drivers? In which case, the drive for Vudakorn, if he did actually start this race, has been phenomenal. If that was around the other way, he's done a great job. But if this is around this way, it's even better. If this is Vudakorn behind the wheel at the moment, whatever work he's gone away and done with overnight has been phenomenal. And at the moment, we just sort of have a little bit of a look at PDB on back to, because remember that car was quickest in the AMS yesterday in qualifying trim. Currently only doing 2:12, so he's 4 seconds off the pace at the moment. So, some research to do.
On screen last lap graphic there is actually a lap behind. The last lap was a 2:08.2. The previous lap was the fastest of a 2:07.5. The race leader had a 2:10. Pitibar and Bhakti had a 2:09. Hank Kicks 2:12. Voravudbir and Bhakti 2:12. Douglas Koo a new personal best, so he gets down to a 2:15. And that's starting to get real competitive for a GT3 car. So that's good news. You wouldn't enjoy puttering around 20 seconds off the pace with a wounded car for an hour.
Yeah, so we don't have to pull in the pit lane and found something, just a setting that went the wrong way. And they found whatever it was and fixed it. But for now, That is the margin. At the start of the lap was 8.6 seconds.
That lap 20 is ridiculous. 3 and some seconds taken out of the race lead. And I said that's what it was going to take. You know, half a second a lap, a second a lap wasn't going to do it, wasn't going to get the job done. It was going to take big swings like this.
And for Vodacom at the moment, on track to start chasing down our racer. You know what? That previous lap, that would have been traffic affected for the 786. I reckon he caught Nadavude at the wrong time. And that would explain why he took so much time out of it. But that is what you're looking at trying to manage in terms of the race in a multi-class format.
It's the race lead for GT3 and the race lead for GTM all in one shot, heading between turns 14 and turn 15 there, and you'll just about see it again on the pit straight again. So yellow and black Audi leading GT3, red and yellow Ferrari leading GTM, and then second in GT3, second in GTM. It is going to be a very exciting final stint. That's what this kind of racing is meant to give us. It's what the compensation time is for. And when it works, it's simply genius format.
The fact that we were about to see a race for the victory inside the final 10 minutes of the race is impressive. Big benefit that Azika's got at the moment is that he's cleared that Ferrari in the GTMs at the moment. So he can go back on to setting his own laps, whereas Vodacom is about to approach him in the high-speed section of the circuit. Again, the lights are being flashed. But the Ferrari's got to race, so he's going to try and do the best he possibly can. That's the difference in terms of the speed and the downforce through those corners in a straight line. They're actually not all that different. Vodacom's had to slice aggressively down the inside here. That will cost him a little bit of time. This is the battle for third on the track at the moment. Sorry, my apologies. The battle for fourth on track at the moment. Vorovud Birombakti has caught Henk Kicks. And they are fighting at the moment down through turn 6 and into 7.
No one in this race has yet received a black and white warning flag for track limits. Something I looked up just as we saw the track limits a tiny bit in play there for Vorovud in the Ferrari. They're about to come up behind Sideway Simon Chan here. Turn 11. Turn 12 is somewhere that the GT3 cars will be faster. They're so planted through here.
Oh, that's bravery. Henk Kicks gets down the inside. I think Simon Chan saw that one coming, and now he's got to cover off from the Ferrari at the apex of 14. Good drive out. And Simon Chan probably handled that about as well as you could expect. Because I don't think either of those guys were expecting to catch him right there at 12, 13, and 14. That was tricky and handled well by all parties.
Meanwhile, that gap for the race leads underneath 5 seconds as well, and closed by about 2.2 seconds on the last lap. So it's awesome with these cars that are across effectively 4 categories: GT3 Pro Am, GT3 Am, GTM Pro Am, GTM Am, that we just find action everywhere.
It's going to be a stunning final 7 minutes to the race. And for Henk Kicks, important that he tries to hang on to this one as well. Battle in the championship, important, I think, for these guys at the moment. Still looking to the inside again at 7. That's going to require a little bit of tricky manoeuvring to try and get that one done, though. Not the opportunity presenting itself. And back to a defensive line for kicks. This will be where he'll try and cross him over and get better drive out, and he does.
As this plays out, I've got to give credit again to Douglas Coos. Had a new personal best of a 2:13. So going quicker than even some of the GT3 Pro-Ams are at the moment. Really persistent, and it's got back into it.
I held my breath for 2 seconds there as we headed down to turn 12. That was going to be bravery. This might be the opportunity, though, for Vorovud if he could get to the inside. I think Hank Kicks might have just missed the apex at 14, and now the Ferrari has pulled alongside. So the back straight away, and we'll get the opportunity to see these two go side by side. Dust, dirt, rubber being flicked up by the Porsche on the dirty side of the road at the moment. Run down to turn 15. And there's still going to be side by side when they get to the apex down here. 5 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. Room given. And for Vorovud, that means he'll have the inside line at turn 1, but he's got the power down nicely. And Hank Kicks going to drop into the slipstream, see if he can't close back down and just offer a little bit of a reply move. Yep. Shuffles out again, just fills that mirror, just make sure this is his best opportunity to send a reply, so may as well keep him under pressure. Never know what that might cause. And that is your GT3 race lead.
It's evaporated to nothing. Timing tower says 2.9 seconds, but you can imagine that yet more of that has been trimmed away on this lap. And that could almost be neck and neck by the end of this lap, beginning the next. And I think with the time and +1 lap still on the clock, the number 18 Porsche stands a very solid chance of not only catching, but arriving with such a head of steam as to almost immediately be able to move by. But it was close. It has been close. It will remain close.
I don't think anyone's laying down the gauntlet just yet either. We're going to continue challenging. Car 18, by the way, black and white flag now for track limits infringement. So you said there has been no messages pop up on the timing screens. Well, that's relevant as we get to the back end of this one. There is enough time on the clock to maybe get the extra lap. We might be looking here at 3 or 4 laps, but at the moment I would say we're probably only going to get 3.
Going to be close. It's tough to gauge exactly. About 1.8 seconds that lap just completed, and the margin between them 1.2 as they begin the next. So at the current projected rate, oh, they both know where to find the headlight flasher button in that car. Both drivers not afraid of it. You could even be looking at a move into the final corner on this lap with the pace advantage that we've seen.
Vodakorn has been hunting ever since he got behind the wheel of the Porsche. About 20 minutes ago, 22 minutes ago, has been hunting. Now his prey is in sight. It's in tusting distance. He can feel it. He can feel the dirty air that's coming off the rear end of the Audi. And again, the lights are being used as a warning system. I'm here. I'm ready to be aggressive. Fight me to your benefit. In fact, fight me to your loss as well. Down the inside. That's a great move through turn 11. And he set it up. You saw the way he positioned the car off the exit of 9 to flick back, get across the curbs at 10, and just opened it up really, really nicely. New race leader, car number 18, Vodakorn at the wheel.
Well, I said it could happen at turn 15, but what a pessimist I am. Lap 11, if you don't mind, a couple of corners earlier and ahead of schedule into the race lead. Now the thing to watch is the clock. They've been doing 2 minutes 8 seconds, and that's about how much time is going to be on that clock as we pass the start-finish line. Is it 2 more laps? Is it 3 more laps? It's so close, but I think they get the last lap board next time.
Yeah, it's going to be 2. That marker was down about 2:05 then. So it's only going to be the 2. 26 completed means our race distance today is going to be 28 laps. So for now, Vodacom has driven to and driven away from the Audi. But to be fair, the AM combination behind the wheel of the 786 have done a phenomenal job. Should be really, really proud of this one. To take it this deep into the race, run their pace, be consistent. And the benefit for them is they're going to finish incredibly close to the outright race lead. Should be very, very proud of that one. Has there been a mistake or something for Vorovud Birombakti? Because Henk Kicks might have just lifted his pace a fraction. Indeed, he has. He ran one of his best laps of the session last time by a 2:11.7. Half a second pulled back out of Vorovud.
Yeah, I think it's Kicks has lifted the pace. Remember in the last laps of yesterday's race, that same car with Stuvik was one of the quickest cars out on track. So I think late on in the race, they seem to come pretty good, is what I'm seeing across two races.
Moment. I wonder whether or not also having a guide, just somebody for Henk Kicks to keep an eye on.
So squirrely from the Ferrari. The rear tyres are hurting, the left rear potentially a little hot. And then you get under pressure in a circumstance like this, and you're driving defensively and you're worried, and it can potentially compound.
The Sector 2 time. Look, here's our race leader. 5 seconds on the clock. 2-1 time has expired. Last lap board displayed at the flag stand. There will be one more lap for GT3 here today. And for Vodacom, that's all he's got to survive, is one more lap. He's got the margin in hand at the moment. It's been a strong weekend for this car. Finished second yesterday, but a race win today. Think about the pace that he showed as well in the second half of race 8. In fact, he should be extremely proud of their performances. 2:07.556 is a very, very stout lap time and the fastest in the field.
Well, they're about to see the last lap board in this battle in GT3 Pro-Am. It is third in this class, and for the fourth outright, Vorovud versus Kicks, last lap. Kicks 2/10 faster. The Porsches know how to flash their headlights apparently around here.
They've been in action. You noticed the Audi a couple laps ago also gave us a flash of the headlights. Kicks very deep at turn 1. Struggles to get it back. That might be enough to just give a margin back to Vorovud Birombakti. And you can see the acceleration away from turn 2. The margin's been made. Down into turn number 4. In control.
It was 5, 6, 7, and 8 where the Ferrari looked just a little bit weak on its tyre wear, though. So if we keep an eye on it here, just see, does it look nervous, does it look skittish, or have they got it under control in this final lap?
Well, not going to get an opportunity to have a look at that because our race leader is on their way to the final corner. And again, the Audi using its flashes, because why not at this point in time? It's about
I think
all
it's a
you
trick
can
of the
do.
camera,
Could potentially be as well.
because those are the DRLs, not the headlights.
From the final corner, though, Team AAS Motorsport are going to have a phenomenal weekend in Sepang. Second yesterday, they improved that today with a race win. And the GT3 AM car, phenomenal effort for the 786 of Haziq and Aaron for B-Quik Absolute Racing in that Audi. They will be supremely happy with themselves. We'll go to Buriram, and there will be a points lead of 13 points to this car from our race winner. Pidi Birombakti will come out of the final corner. They tasted success yesterday. They'll get 2 podiums from their weekend as well. We went in today's racing dead even on points for the championship. So that battle you'll see play itself out on the 1st and 2nd of Novembers from Buriram. 2 race wins from 2 races this weekend for the 77 Ferrari and GTM. And there is Nanavude home in 2nd place. The battle for 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am. Vorovud Birombakti gets it done from Henk Kicks. Now just waiting on 3 more cars to cross the finish line. It'll be a tough race for the Mercedes AMG of Douglas Koo. Did get home for 22 laps completed of the 28, so I believe he's done enough to earn himself points at the end of this one. Should be important heading to that final round. About the performance of the AMs today. Aaron Lim Sejun and Haziq Zaria. Phenomenal job by these guys to be within 3.5 seconds of the race lead at the end. All things considered, compensation time worked a treat in that one.
Sure did. I think the calculation for it can get thrown for a loop a little bit if there's a safety car or if there's rain that affects the race pace and the difference between pros and AMs. But in a straight 60-minute plus 1 lap fight, the calculations are very, very close. Everyone had a fair chance, but you got to say, it's the 2-driver combination in that number 18, Dorian Boccolacci and Vudakon Intrukuvazak, that both of them absolutely delivered in both stints of the race, the first half and the second half. It looked like they had the fastest driver. So they had the fastest pro, they had the fastest AM, and they delivered a great race.
Don't they have confirmation of your final results in Pro-Am? Boccolacci and Vudakon get it done from Aaron Lim Sejun and Haziq Zaria. Sorry, my apologies. This is the complete listing of the GT3s. Kenizak Kaziri and Pitty Bakhti home in 3rd outright. Carlo Van Dam, Avura Vood, Biran Bakhti. Seti Stuvik, Henk Kicks home in 5th. Great battle to the end of the race. That one was Douglas Koo out there and just making sure he got laps in. By the way, I got that one wrong. 23 of the 28 laps. He'll definitely score points with that. Vicky Kwan and Sarah Voot have got the PSC Motorsports Ferrari in first position. 2 race wins from their trip to Malaysia this weekend. Natavude from Saiwai Simon Chen, the individual drivers, and Manat and Natapong home in 4th position in GTM. They'll be celebrating over here in a great job done for the AAS Motorsports Porsche. I'm very happy with the job that they've done. 2nd yesterday, race win today. They will be celebrating a very, very strong Malaysian away weekend.
So you definitely get a good look at who was driving as they get out the car. Yeah, Vudakon puts his glasses on, has a drink. Deservedly, be hot work out there.
Have a look at the heat haze. So conditions always a struggle in Malaysia and Thailand.
You can set your watch to it as well. It'll be somewhere between 30 and 32 degrees Celsius from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m.
And with high humidity will not help. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all of the racing for the first half of the day's racing action. Time for a little bit of a lunch break, and actually we'll have some interviews from the track at the moment. And we'll be back on the other side of the lunch break with Supercar GT4 and GTC.
ก็ต้องขอบคุณทีมงานขอบคุณดอเรียนขอบคุณทุกคนฮะ
Much better than yesterday. It was already good yesterday, but for sure we are aiming for the P1 for the victory. The team made a crazy job, and yeah, of course we had a difficult start, but at the end I could overtake, find the way to go P1 and increase the gap. And yeah, Vuti just finished the job perfectly. So I'm very happy for all the team. And yeah, I think we deserve well the P1 today. Yeah. Thanks a lot.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How are you feeling?
very overwhelmed. Racing again in Sepang International Circuit today, this round in TSS was very exciting. I think we are very happy with today's result. The team did a good job, Absolute Racing, B-Quik, and Aaron did a good job. I think I did a good job too.
Yeah, thank you. It was a very difficult condition, so hot. But yeah, I think we both enjoyed ourselves. We pushed as hard as we can, and we learned a lot as well.
Yeah.
So definitely we will try to, yes, one day come back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. สวัสดีค่ะสวัสดีครับวันนี้
ก็เต็มที่แล้วครับด้วยยางเก่าทั้งคู่ก็ถือว่าเราก็ตั้งเป้าไว้ที่ 2แต่ก็แกลบมันห่างเยอะเหลือเกินถ้าได้ที่ 3ก็ถือว่าเป็นไปตามแผนที่เราวางไว้
ครับก็สำหรับแบงก์ก็ทั้งทีมแหละครับก็ทำเต็มที่กันทุกคนอยู่แล้วก็ด้วยยางเก่าอย่างที่พี่ต๊อดว่าครับก็ทำให้วันนี้ยิ่งอากาศมันร้อนด้วยก็เลยทำให้รถมันยิ่งขับยากมากขึ้นด้วยอะไรเงี้ยครับ
ขอบคุณนะคะยินดีด้วยค่ะ
เดี๋ยวถ่ายรูปเสร็จแล้วรบกวนคนเดียวกันเราย่อไหวไหมครับต้องย่อไหวไหมย่อได้ไม่ไหวครับ
ด้วยค่ะพี่กี้พี่วันทั้ง2 วันเลยรู้สึกยังไงบ้าง
ครับวันนี้ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับแล้วก็เหนื่อยมากครับเพราะว่าวันนี้อากาศค่อนข้างร้อนมากดูจากเวลาวิ่งก็ทุกคนก็ช้าลงหมดเพราะว่าแท็กอุณหภูมิค่อนข้างสูงมากครับวันนี้ก็ดีขึ้นครับกับเมื่อวานก็ขับได้ค่อนข้างโอเคแต่รอบสุดท้ายใกล้หมดแรงแล้วเอาฟิกวอลมา push have 4 minutes left push so ก็ขอบคุณมากครับเดี๋ยวยังไงฝากเชียร์ที่บุรีรัมย์สนามหน้าด้วยนะครับครับขอบคุณครับ
Yeah we are so happy double wins for this weekend I would like to thank to the mechanic the team manager they did a very good job for this weekend the engineer the car is so good and to my partner he did a very good job this weekend even though he don't feel well but he managed to outcome everything so we are happy we are focused on the championship so I think we are looking forward for the last race in Buriram so yeah thank you to everyone
thank you
ขอบคุณค่ะพี่วัวสวัสดีค่ะยินดีด้วยนะคะวันนี้ทำได้ดีมากๆเลยรู้สึกไงบ้าง
ครับก็อย่างที่บอกไปว่าเมื่อวานในปัญหาเรื่องของพวงมาลัยพาวเวอร์นะครับเมื่อคืนนี้ก็ช่างกับเอนจิเนียร์ทำงานถึงตี 1 ตี 2เลยนะครับเพื่อจะแก้ไขปัญหาแต่ว่าวันนี้ก็ยังเกิดปัญหาอยู่เหมือนเดิมก็พยายามประคับประคองก็ถือว่าเอาตัวรอดได้นะครับวันนี้จบที่2วอลแล้วก็ที่1ในรุ่นก็ถือว่าดีมากจริงๆต้องขอบคุณทีมช่างทีมเอนจิเนียร์จริงๆนะครับทุกคนทำงานกันเหนื่อยจริงๆผมเองก็วันนี้ยอมรับเลยที่นี้เหนื่อยมากๆอีกเรื่องขอบคุณแฟนๆด้วยนะครับที่ตามเชียร์โตโยต้ากับซูเรซิ่งไทยแลนด์ขอบคุณมากครับ
ขอบคุณค่ะยินดีด้วยค่ะ Can I? Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Not a very good race. The car has a little bit problem on the steering wheels the moment I go out, so it was tilting to the right. So I basically lost all the left turns. So for the rest of the race, just trying to minimize the loss and then keep the pace. So I think at the end, I'm still happy with the P3. It could be worse. So yeah, let's see how it goes next round.
Okay. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you
Different. from Sing Motorsport Team Thailand. Fourth place, car number 89, Waterwood Pirompatri and Carol Van Dam from Sing Motorsport Team Thailand. Number 5th place, car number 26, Ken Kicks and Sandy Stewart from B-Quik Thailand Racing. And the team trophy, TSS Motorsport by ENG. TSS Supercar GT3 and the second place is Thailand Local. Thank you very much. The next Rotary Porsche from Thailand GT3. Second place, car number 26, Ken Kicks and Sandy Stewart from B-Quik Thailand Racing. The first place, car number 18, Wuttikorn Intrapurasa from AAS Motorsport by ENG. And this one from Sontaya. The winners, number 18, Wuttikorn Intrapurasa from AAS Motorsport by ENG. And the second place, Ken Kicks and Sandy Stewart from B-Quik Thailand Racing. Thank you very much, and that's for the GT3 class. Next, TSS Supercar GTM overall. The fourth place, car number 9, Manat Wilpalanon and Natapong Ortokam from Toyota Gas Racing Thailand. The third place, car number 10, Simon Chan from Fire Monkey Motorsport. Second place, car number 24, Natawut Jalan Sukawatana from Toyota Gas Racing Thailand. And the first place, car number 27, Prabhu Seri Paranakut and Afif Yasin from PSC Motorsport. And please welcome to Sontaya. 27, Sarawut Devi Paranakul and Afik Yassi from PSC Motorsport. Second place, car number 24, Asawut Sukawatana from Thailand Local Racing Thailand. Third place, car number 10, Thailand Chang, Thailand Motorsport. And the fourth place, car number 9, Panak Tulala and Akabong Motorsport from Thailand Local Racing Thailand. And the team trophy, PSC Motorsport. Thank you very much. Next, TSS Supercar GTM Ambient. Second place, car number 10, China Chang from Fireman Motorsport. And the first place, car number 24, Asawut Sukawatana from Thailand Local Racing Thailand. Congratulations, car number 24, Asawut Sukawatana from Thailand Local Racing Thailand. Simon Chan from Fireman Motorsport. Thank you very much. Next, and the last trophy from GTM, the Porsche Spring Trophy Thailand GTM. Car number 10, Simon Chan from Fireman Motorsport. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the winner. Thank you so much. See you again soon for the next session.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And with the 3-minute board in the air, that means it is time to go to the grid for all the action from race number 8 on your GT4 and GTC race calendar. Yesterday, we had a phenomenal race on board. And again, if you weren't here yesterday, the GTC cars are actually slightly slower around the Sepang circuit, even though they've been the quicker cars or there and thereabouts all year long. The big question mark, though, heading into today is how does Kazuhisa Urabe go getting it away from pole position after he qualified there yesterday? And the big bonus as well, Hayden Heikal and Daniel Bilski, after having to swap from their Mercedes AMG earlier on in the week and hire a rental car, landed it on the front row. That's about as good as adjusting to a new car can go, David Hayes.
Yeah, fantastic effort, and it makes them one of multiple Porsche Cayman GT4s on the grid in GT4, a category here, GT4 plus GTC, that kind of dominated by the Porsche and Toyota badge, but there is an Aston Martin Vantage GT4 in there, Mercedes AMG. We've got Damian Hamilton in the Ford Trans Am. Didn't go spectacularly for him last race yesterday. There may have been some technical dramas going on for them, but we wish everyone the best for this race coming up now.
That we do, still on the grid, and we'll be off and rolling in just a few moments. A lot of GT4s. The thing about GT4s the world over is they're actually becoming more and more popular. In Australia, we've seen a huge commitment to the GT4 package, and worldwide it's becoming a bigger series. Cheaper entry-level racing costs is pushing more people in this direction, not only as a platform series and a way to get yourself into racing, but that pathway and progression. You know, you can go racing for a lot cheaper. So we've seen the growth of this category, and I think the numbers that we've got on the grid here, 11 GT4s as opposed to the 6 in the GT3 sort of speaks a little bit to that. Nearly double the capacity numbers, which is awesome. It is continuing to get bigger and better. And hello, whoever has not heard us before, I am Scott Rankin alongside of David Haynes and Dan Yeamans behind the scenes, making graphics like that in record time. He whipped that up in a very short amount of time. So a big thank you to him for being here on this Sunday. And here we go to roll away from the grid. And the Toyota Supra GT4 will lead us off on our formation lap.
60 minutes plus a lap is how most of the races are working in GT3, in GT4, and in Super Touring. This is our grid, Scott.
And it is. Here we go. Kazuhisa Arabe from Packer and from Frappa, Hayden Heikal and Daniel Bilski make up the front row. Mitchell Chirmiji and Naki Baslan on row number 2 alongside Romain Leroux and Graham Dowsett. Cleopatra, Suswang and Decathorn alongside of Sathapon and Yarrow on row number 3. Todd James Kingsford, yesterday's race winner from Furapon, on row number 4. We go back to row number 5, where we see all but the last of our GT4 competitors. Pruderat from Kantadi Kasiri and Sudapong, the end of the GT4 field. Here comes the first of the GTCs. Shuan Shane Ang and Chong Yi Kenneth Hove in Team Supersonic by Ron Poe Power Units GTC entry. Damien Hamilton qualified in second place in that class yesterday morning. Chris Varasaratna, Chudagazu Racing Thailand entry, and Geeky Ian Ross to come from the rear of the field in the older spec GT4. You can see just cut through the shot right there. Ladies and gentlemen, that are the 15 cars on their way around the circuit here for GT4 and GTC racing action. How about the noise as they roll around in formation? And 4 manufacturers in our GT4, 4 manufacturers in our GTC. Means that quite a wide array of machines in front of us here, Dave.
Yeah, they're gorgeous. They're accessible to anyone who wants to get something off the shelf to go racing. You want to spend your time racing and less time in the garage. There's great support for these cars, great parts availability, everything sort of plug and play-ish when you need to replace things, when you go customer GT4 racing versus building your own in the shed and having to solve your own problems and really get your hands dirty. Tyre preparation, obviously so key on this formation lap.
Round through 13 and 14 and onto the back straightaway. Means that we're about to form up in the 2x2 formation as we get ready for a race start, including the sound of everyone warming their brakes as cold brake pads meet cold brake discs. In a few moments, we're going to see that safety car pull off, and we'll be green flag racing for this afternoon's racing action. In terms of our calendar for what's coming up this afternoon, GT4, GTC before we're into the Super Touring, and then the GR86 and Formula 4s to round us off from this evening's racing festivities. Out of the final corner. And Kazuhisa's Arabe's Supra will lead us to the green flag. Hayden Heikal will be looking for a strong finish. Did well in GR86 Cup to lead all 10 laps of that race earlier on today. What can he show us now on board a much faster race car, a GT4? Lights are on from the front of the field and they're off, and we are green flag racing. Have a look at how close Romain Leroux walks to the rear bumper of the Porsche, but it's going to be the second of the Supra as he tries to jump down the inside and did get a good getaway. Now our race leader's forced to come back towards the inside. Does not want to give that one up from Urabe. Late on the brakes, back to the middle of the road. Heikal around the outside. Did manage to take that one back away from Mitchell in P3. And LaRue slots back into P4 as well. So a good getaway from the front few spots on the grid.
Serious getaway from the GTC leader as well, who's nabbed a couple of overall positions. Great straight line performance, it seems, from that Honda that's put at least 3 GT4s behind itself.
He's got to be careful at the back end of the field here. Doesn't want to get caught up in their squabbles with some high-risk manoeuvres. So he's just got to be smart about the way that he goes about this on board the Honda. Civic FK8. Showing angle we aboard. This is the battle for the race lead at the moment, diving deep on the brakes. And there is a little bit of contact, and Haikale's going to give Arabe the hurry up through 7 and 8. Now that is a highly loaded place to be giving a little bit of a whack. The rented race car is getting its work cut out for us at the moment for Haikale, and now there is very little space between the front 5 in our GT4 category. It's Arabe from Haikale, Mitchell, Romain Leroux, and Thanapatra. All the GT Pro-Ams, bar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right next to each other on the road. That is a Super running a touch wide out of 11 as well. What's it going to look like when we get through 12? Who's going to challenge with course limits this early? But I tell you what, Haikale through 7 and 8. That car is flowing really nicely through the fast corners.
Yeah, and that was a really well set up run just now out of turn 14 from Romain Leroux. So from 4th place, he's got a massive slipstream. You can't hardly see the tiny Aston Martin behind the big Supra as we all condense to the braking zone at turn 15. And Haikale's looking for the inside of the off-camber final corner.
As is Leroux, so we're going to go 2 by 2 for the front 2 rows. And in the meantime, Thanapatra just watches them go at each other through the final corner, all back to single file racing. The Aston Martin pokes its nose out to the inside of the racetrack. What is Mitchell going to do about this one? Is he going to leave the door open? Yes, he is. Leroux has an opportunity if he's late on the brakes. Not quite close enough on the run through turn number 1. And GT4 action to start this race. Somebody might want to send a message to these guys and let them know, hey, there is an hour here, because they are wasting no time.
Fantastic, and everyone's up to speed very quickly. They're not wobbling around on cold tires on that first lap. Everyone seems immediately willing to attack with the stable footing behind them. And it's just a tiny bit wide from 5th place AAS Motorsport Porsche there. So yeah, track limits always a concern from race control this whole weekend in a couple of places. Like there at turn 4, like turn 12, go through 7, 8, double apex right-handed. This is where we thought there was a little bit of contact, and it's where that Porsche is so massively strong. We saw it yesterday. I remember saying it so many times yesterday. 7 and 8, really, really strong for Haikale.
And now he's going to be on the outside as we head down here at 9 as well. I'll look at a message on the screen here in a few moments, but I want to keep an eye on this battle right now because he's quick through 7 and 8. Not quite able to get close enough through 10, but flows it really nicely through 11. So again, he's looking for that middle to exit speed from the Porsche. Shows the nose at 12. That will be bravery if he decides to get the nose down the inside at 12. But now he's going to set up. Arabe's covered him to the inside, and Haikale says, no worries. I'm going to focus on my drive out the other side. Nearly gets alongside halfway through 14. There's just about overlap as they start to fire down the back straight away. Supra versus Kaiman in GT4s, and Haikale's got to the lead. Great straight line speed. Now he covers to the inside. Arabe's forced to wiggle all over the road. Leroux's in there as well. How good is this? On a flyaway race, and Leroux is going to have him off. Mitchell gets the elbows from the Frenchman. And the Aston Martin takes P3. Haikale's going to have to cover all the way to driver's right down the front straightaway. Arabe in hot pursuit. But Hayden Haikale has the race lead. Update on that incident that we're talking about. It was a starting procedure violation for the 99 car, which sits 5th and is the back car in this pack.
Yeah, so Thanapatra potentially with a false start, but only a small penalty of 5 seconds added to the pit stop. We've seen 30 seconds and 60-second penalties get thrown out earlier today. So 5 seconds you can recover from, particularly when you're still part of this leading group. And man, the move from the Team NZ Aston Martin here, it was contact exiting that final corner. There was no psychology about it. It was physicality.
Leroux is making sure that he keeps this Aston Martin working. So I think it's going to be Arabe in that Supra that's just weak through 7 and 8. Because Leroux made some time on him there as well. But now that Haikale's clear at the front end of the field, he's already added about 2-3 car lengths to that race lead. So he's pressing on with that one. The good news for Damien Hamilton as well is he's putting more laps in than he did at a reasonable pace compared to yesterday.
Todd James Kingsford's got to the lead of GT4 AM, and look at how high that Honda from GTC is, up in 7th place outright. So while this top 5 has been electric and electrifying, there's some moves happening behind them, 6th, 7th, 8th, that will be interesting to see how they go for the rest of the race. Remembering, Todd James Kingsford has won races outright from that GT4 AM category as well.
Yep. And we'll have the opportunity to put his case forward for the same again today. Carl's doing an impressive job. Has managed to set the fastest lap of the race this time by 2:16.7 goes his way, and he will start to try and disappear into the sunset if he can. Half a second the margin between LaRue and Urabe for second. Less than that, back to 4th spot.
But by winning yesterday's race, Todd James Kingsford has plus 15 seconds on his compensation time to bring him up to 108 seconds. So it will be more difficult to go back to back. But nonetheless, if he's still within sight of these outright leaders, his compensation time is still quicker than Urabe in the 95, quicker than Haikal and Bilski in the 36. We take a look at him, and he's got 8 seconds to the race lead at the moment.
He needs to keep himself relevant in the first half of this race, and hope in the back half that will come back his way. At the moment, he's looking for a 108-second pit stop as well. Not the longest, not the shortest. But for right now, Hayden Haikal in the 36th entry has the race lead, starting to do something with it as well. Was the Winghin Motorsports machine that sits 4th got for Team NZ and England Auto Works just ahead of him. I think that's going to be an interesting battle to keep an eye on. How's the Honda Civic though? Holding up at the moment, the B-Quik Absolute Racing GT4. And this is the difficulty this car's got, is that is not actually a battle for position in behind.
Got the wall racing TCR tune going on. A lot of smoke off throttle from that Honda Civic. But it's quick in a straight line when it's on throttle.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not that might have been a brake pinch.
No, it's the Hondas can do this when they're in a tune like that, is off throttle. They make a lot of smoke. Even Honda Civic TCR cars do it, and it's the same engine, the 2-litre turbo.
It's important to note, now the 99 cars start to fall off the back end of this battle pack, and a couple tyres in the dirt as well. Urabe's times are starting to recover. But again, new fastest lap of the race. So Hayden Haikal with something to prove here today. 2:16.6. And I tell you what, he's about a second faster than our next best lap time. A bit under that, 0.8 of a second. Second fastest lap time of the day, 2:17.4. Coming our way of the Toyota Supra in 4th spot at the moment.
It's the two GT4s that have gotten back past your GTC leader as we've settled into the race. The GT4s are got a little bit more assists, less body roll, more sophisticated suspension. They'll hold onto their tyres nicer than almost any of the GTC cars will. And so through the initial congestion and straight line performance, that Civic really pulled it away. But then the GT4s in the longer runs are coming back towards their own. But just in a GTC perspective, it is a very handy race lead for Team Supersonic Civic.
Out to about 8.5 seconds. They're doing a great job. Lost a little bit of time in the most recent lap when the other comes through. How good was the battle we saw in our GT4 AM category yesterday between Todd Kingsford and Sathapon to the end of the race? It was brilliant. Where those two went at it. We're going at it again. Margin at the moment though, 8.6 seconds. So a little bit of time there.
And the way this race is set up with the pro drivers on board first, then going towards their AMs, you really feel like the pit stop time and the back half of the race will come back as a strength for Todd James Kingsford in this one.
Over the final corner, down the start finish straight. After an exciting opening couple laps, LaRue's been able to make the move on Mitchell at the moment, but not being able to impress much further than that. And that will be the problem in front of him at the moment, is Rabe's doing a phenomenal job to pull away. He's just managing to stay with him, isn't it? It's not, the margin's not growing, not really shrinking. Just sort of stable at the moment.
PB's coming in a couple of places, like second place in GT4 AM, the 32 Porsche with Ayaro and Satha Pond. GTC, Geeky Ian Ross had a personal best. It's moved up an outright position on one of the Supras as well. That ought to be Sutapong driving it at the moment, the number 19. Only happens in GT4.
What about the same speed at the back end as well? So it's pretty close actually between back end of the GT4 and GTC categories, and that's sort of creating a little bit of issues for some of the GT4s, well, and the GTCs at the moment. So if you're out there and running similar times, well, you've got to race them. You've still got to try and find your way past, not just going to pull over, but you also don't want to be aggressive and give yourself issues. So LaRue's starting to struggle just a little bit. And Mitchell's actually just going to try and fire it down the inside at turn 14. Did get him. Got clear. LaRue, though, he's going to fire back. Got a better exit off of 14, but now he's going to have to go the long way around in the straight. The Aston Martin's actually really quick in the straight at the moment. We saw that a little bit from Urabe as well, was that when the Porsche got alongside, the straight line performance of the Toyota Supra was a little bit ailing, but it's been rather quick through.
Corner exits look good. I think like second, third gear corner exits are okay. It's once you get sort of up here, fifth gear stuff towards the end of the long straights, some of the smaller cars just seem to keep pulling a little better, but you wouldn't say the Supra looks lacking power out of the corners.
Something reasonable that getaway. But LaRue's certainly, I think, put a mark on those tyres as well. Be interesting to see how these two go about it now, with Mitchell getting through, what the lap times look like. On the last lap, even with the overtake, he was a tenth of a second faster, or a tenth and a half faster than the ENG AutoWorks racing machine ahead of him. So there's some speed there for number 39 at the moment.
Whoa.
There's no way we get away with that without a safety car, I would say.
The number 9 Toyota from GTC is stopped beside the racetrack, and I think that's between turns 14 and 15.
Also just seeing a black flag posted to car number 1, who did come through the pit lane for whatever drama they had. And they're on an outlap now.
I think they might be too late to join the race. The number 1. Well, they appear on the live timing screen. They do not appear on the broadcast graphics. So that's interesting. They weren't part of the start. And then how long after the start of the race and the green flag can you actually join with a pit lane start is the question.
They completed one flying lap at the moment. This is their second lap that we're seeing them on. And safety car has been deployed because we now have to rescue the number 9 Toyota Gazoo racing machine. The Altus GTC entry. Chris Vasaratna was behind the wheel. That car had troubles back at Bong Sen. And it's going to add to the dramas again today.
Remember, it was actually pretty damn quick yesterday, even after it lost part of its rear bumper. So bodywork came off, car was still quick, but in this case, the car is not quick. It is stopped, it is stationary with a mechanical issue, and it's not clear at this point what it is.
A safety car has been deployed. Still waiting for an update on what's happened to number 1 car as well.
It's appeared on the graphics now, though, as 15th position, but is that a black flag means they've got a penalty of some kind to serve, or a black flag like you're not in this race?
If it's simply the time penalty, we'd have some sort of further explanation. So I reckon it is a black flag, you're disqualified from the race, come back to pit lane, would be my understanding of that.
You missed the bus, the doors were closing, please stand clear.
Yeah.
Mind the gap. So who does this benefit? By eating a chunk of the clock in the first half of the race, compressing the field before the pit stops, anyone with lower ranked drivers but a shorter compensation time are going to be licking their lips about this early safety car, first half of the race.
Immediate thoughts go to Todd Kingsford in that solo entry, and the second of the GT4 AM entries as well. Sathapon behind the wheel with Yarrow at the moment in the black and yellow Porsche for B-Quik Absolute Racing.
So the shortest compensation times, 85 seconds for the number 19 Toyota Gazoo Racing GT4. It's the last running GT4. So 85 seconds pit stop time for them. 108 seconds for Todd James Kingsford in the Fane Lab Racing. And then 93 seconds for the number 44 AIM Motorsports Mercedes. That's the blue one just back there. Well, it certainly benefits anyone in GT4 AM versus the drivers in GT4 Pro Am.
Because they needed all of that opportunity to scamper down the road as far as they possibly could.
Yeah, they needed not just track position, but distance and time. They've sent a Toyota, I think, to recover the Toyota. I'm not sure.
Good cadets. We haven't seen a message the safety car will be pulling in this lap, so I would say it's now too late to do that. So we'll have at least one more lap on the safety car. And by the way, the window will open in 5 minutes' time currently, but we have to be back green flag racing, otherwise it gets delayed.
So the timing is saying that the number 1 AAS Motorsport Porsche Cayman has gone back into the lane. And I get the feeling like that means we're not going to see them again. Haven't had a visual shot of that.
This is going to be the best opportunity we really get. 2 locations, by the way, I think, for that Altus to have been pulled up. And the start-finish straight was one of them, and the back straight was the other.
We saw it on the exit of, yeah, here it is. Yeah, that is a Hilux towing the Altus into the support paddock, so that'll be out of the way quickly. That's good. They've done a very good job. Anytime a car that had a mechanical failure but could still be pulled by a tow strap, they've been very quick at clearing the track here at Sepang, which is good. Gives us all of the racing that we came for.
And did you notice in the background of that shot as well, with pit lane, that the number 1 Porsche was being wheeled back into the garage?
Interesting. Yeah, they missed the start by about 5 laps, didn't they? And I think that sounds like what's at issue. Safety car in this lap is what we had our fingers crossed for, and it looked like the track was going to be very, very quickly and easily cleared. All of the GTC cars except for the number 9 have quite quick compensation times as well. So actually, for that 23 Honda and for geeky Ian Ross and some of those others, you could see the GT4s and the GTCs intermingled again after the pit stop window.
Interesting to note, by the way, I reckon they're going to have to delay the opening of this pit lane time, because a full safety car lap, we just had one, was about 4 minutes and 20 seconds. So
I think the safety car will come in and we'll get racing before there's 35 minutes to go. But unless you're right at the tail of the field, I don't see you could make it in. It would be unique and interesting if there was some kind of split where the leaders couldn't come in but the tail of the field could. I don't think it would affect the running order too much, because we would have restarted at that point. And you normally want to leave your pros in deep into the window as well anyway, or your faster drivers.
That's the preferred strategy, isn't it?
Typically, it's with between 35 to 25 minutes to go in the race that the pit window would open for the compulsory pit stops with the minimum pit stop time, and the safety car's already beginning to accelerate. Plenty of time on that clock to get this one started before the pit window opens.
Yeah, so accelerates away, minute and a half before the pit lane window is scheduled to open. And again, like I said, we'll wait for a message from race control to confirm what's going to happen with that one. It was just an interesting to note where we were in terms of time, and I think Haikal might have gone already on the run to the final corner. Arabe's already pulling alongside. No, he hasn't gone yet. He's still backing them up. And now he will go just to try. And now Fox, the driver of the Toyota Supra, in behind him. Run down to turn 1 and have a look at them all chasing the draft across the racetrack. Here comes the GTC cars at the back end with that horsepower as well. So Haikal will lead us into turn number 1. Chalk up another lap led here today. And what is turning out to be a rather successful weekend for the home boy.
Gee, there's some straight line speed for that Honda. It loses out a fair bit in the braking and through some of the corners, but from a slow start in a straight line on the straight, it was flying.
Todd Kingsford just defending there from Sathapon in the GT4 AM class lead. Down through 5 and 6 tyres will have cooled off a fraction. Pressure's come down a little bit. And track limits warning for the number 7 as we see them go through turn 6 yet again, and potentially right up and on those track limits once more for the Aston Martin.
Now the pit window's open. Who's going to be first? These top 5 cars we think have their fastest drivers in. They probably won't rush for pit lane, but Todd James Kingsford or the other cars in GT4 AM, if they just want to get out of traffic, they could certainly think about it.
Down through 12 yet again, and again LaRue was right up and on those curbs. Really challenging the wrath of race control, but the second of the Toyota Supras. And Mitchell has fired off extremely well, albeit he was starting to come back towards Kazuhisa Urabe just before we went under safety car conditions. How good has the opening lap been, though, from Haikal? I think that's a Porsche indicating it was heading to the pit lane. Do you see that in the background of that shot? Yeah, there it goes. That was one. So the lane opens, and immediately we'll have two of the GT4s dive in to get their pit stops out of the way.
Yeah, and that surprised me. That's GT4 Pro-Am cars that have come in there. Todd James Kingsford and his rival for GT4 and Sathaponda Nyaro have both stayed out. So the track opens up a little bit. There's the Damien Hamilton Trans Am, and we look on pit lane at the driver changes and work that's being done. A couple of new tyres being fitted here and there for some. At least pressures being checked or bled. You can see people running around doing that.
Very common in these sorts of races to try and reduce the pressures once they've gotten up a little bit. At pit stops like this, if you're not going to change the tyre, get that pressure just a little bit lower. Prevent maybe some of the overheating you get sometimes. It was actually third place. Mitchell fired off into pit lane very, very early on. Arabe's going to continue on though, which has promoted now. Romain Leroux. He'll hand over to Graham Dowsett in the Aston Martin. Arabe will hand on over to Prakun.
Now we're going to look at the GT4 AM battle. That's first and second in class, the 98 versus the 32. And the 98's got a little bit more pit stop time coming for it because of yesterday's win. So if it remains close like this in this stint, then it's advantage 32 to leave pit lane ahead for the back half of the race.
So at the moment, into the middle of the window for pit lane. They're going to leave Haikal in by the look of things for a little bit longer. Arabe's starting to come under threat from LaRue, so it looks like the tyres in the Subaru have started to go off. Another car's going to feed off. That was fourth place, and it was Todd Kingsford who fed off into pit lane. So now the strategies are starting to get mixed up. That's one of the Supras feeding back in, right in the battle for the race lead. And you saw Arabe had the lights up flashing on the run to turn one.
So looking down at the lane, yesterday's winner, not just of GT4 AM, but GT4 in the outright. There's no driver change needed because it's a single driver. No fueling required. They put enough in them for the full hour at the start. So it's just a check of the pressures. See that all of your tyres are still up. See if you need to drop a little bit of air out of them just to stabilize them now they're already hot.
And LaRue certainly found something in the last couple laps. 2:18.6 last time by, 2:19.1 from the car ahead. So 0.5 of a second quicker, making some margin. I think it's the 39 Supra that's just ahead of them, which is actually the car they were actually battling with just before all of this. There's the freed up now number 32 car. There's Sathapon. He'll hand over to Yarrow in the near future. But Hayden Haikal is doing everything he can to extend that margin. He took 0.4 in the first sector, 0.4 in the second sector, and another 4.5 in sector 3 on this lap alone. So there's 1.2 seconds. He's looking to pull out. Last time it was 1.8 seconds. And for a rental car that they're learning, that they're trying to do all they possibly can, this is a supreme effort. This really is a show to his skill and his talent to be able to adapt to a fresh car with a couple of practice sessions into qualifying into the race. He's putting on a clinic.
So there's a couple of the cars here that had already stopped. Todd James Kingsford didn't want to blend out behind. He's just come out ahead of and remains on the lead lap until these cars make their stop. Hayden Heikel and Daniel Bilski.
Minutes and 45 seconds on the window. They'll have to come in at the end of this lap. There won't be enough time for another. So he'll enjoy his final lap on board the Racing Aurora Porsche. Comes out of turn 6 again. Not a lot of activity. Just driven really, really straight. And it was right here. He's supremely quick in behind the Toyota Supra. A little bit of adjustment in the steering angle as he comes through turn 8. Stretched to a really significant margin. Margin at the end of last lap out of 5.6 seconds. And again, he's done about exactly the same. 4 tenths in Sector 1, Sector 2. So margin's good. 99 car. Decker Thorne back behind the wheel. Gets through on Pretty Rat.
And with the long pit stop times, these cars that have already made their stop are becoming lapped traffic, and that sort of incentivizes you to maybe pit to avoid this traffic where they were going to either. Hayden Heikel's like, no, if you stay that side, I can go around the outside of you because I'm probably pitting in, or I could think about it. Yep. Please don't block me from the pit entry by going right. Please go left so that I can pit in from the lead of the race.
He'll hand on over to co-driver Daniel Bilski. Been had a world of commitments this year. Mentioned yesterday, drove Mercedes GT4 to victory at Bathurst in the 12-hour in class last year. It didn't work out so well for them this year, but they were still there and in operation at the 12-hour. This will be a change of driver as well. Romain Leroux will hand on over to Graham Dowsett in the Team NZ Aston Martin.
I love the time that they've got in these pit stops with the minimum pit stop time, enough to have a handshake and dap up your co-driver before you jump in, rather than needing to grab them by the shoulders, rip them out of the car, and then slide straight in yourself so that it's all done in 20 seconds. It's a little bit like, oh yeah, good work, mate. How's it going out there? How's the pitch going?
We did see the conversation yesterday by one of the teams in the handover. And it was, yeah, look for the car about here. A little bit of that communication. Yes, that track is rather dusty, making sure that...
Doing a bit out there, mate?
Bit of nip, bit of seam. And for Todd Kingsford, that's the driver we're keeping an eye on, because he will have a very, very quick pit stop relative to the field. But I think what we're going to see is Yaro is going to take over the race lead in outright results. So for Todd Kingsford, he'll come through the final corner.
Yeah, Yaro and B-Quik Absolute Racing were the highest running car to have stopped, but it'll be close here.
Have a look at how close this one's going to be as they all rejoin here. Graham Dowsett just in front of the Toyota Supra as well. So Aston Martin will come out just ahead of Prakun and Kazuhisa Arame's Inging Autoworks Racing. So they were fighting just before the pit stop, and now they're fighting on track, but the other way around just after the pit stop. Pit lane window closed. The entire field have done their pit stops. Now we watch and wait for an update on whether or not somebody's cost themselves time of being too quick in the pit lane. We did see a couple of penalties yesterday.
The longest stop of all was 2 minutes 4 seconds for Decathorn and Thanapatra. And of course, Ayaro's stop in South of Pond pretty quick, minute 35. That's got them out in second place. But I think... No, I don't have the exact margin here, but by eyesight, it looks like it could be 3 or 4 seconds behind Bilski. Yeah. Not right on their tail, but certainly still within eye shot. Oh, track limits.
That'll be a violation, you would assume. That one.
That's no rounding error there. The best lap from the car really is a 2 minute 20.000. It's 2 significant figures.
Somebody get the 10,000th of a second out, please, and tell me it's a 19.9999.
Gee, it's close back there, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Oh, isn't it?
Sandwiched between the Supras.
To the inside, Todd Kingsford. He's going to try and get the overtake done, but there is still a Super on the outside who had to lift, had to yield as he got the elbows out. So one more picked off for Todd Kingsford. Now he's going to be punching the hole in the air. Prakun will want to respond after Urabe did a phenomenal job in the opening stint. He is going to try and get back down the inside. Later on the brakes, though, from the 98 Porsche. Porsche versus Supra, because the 19 machine's now here.
And they're closing an Aston Martin Vantage as well, and quick time. So that's for the outright podium. 3rd place is where the Aston Martin sits. We've had all the pit stop window. Everyone's crossed the start-finish line. The timing on the column, top left of screen, is accurate for where we stand as far as positions go.
I think you can see this one on track. Plus 8.2 to the leaders, plus 9.8, plus 9.9, plus 10. So 4 cars covered by 2 seconds is what we've got in front of us at the moment. A bit of a mistake there, slightly narrow on the entry to turn 6 though. For the leading of the 2 Supras. This is going to be a dive at turn 7. And backs out of it. Manages to hang on to it, starting to lose the back end of the train just ahead. But Grant, in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entry, looking to be aggressive. He's just going to be smart, set this one up. Here comes a send from a mile back. Is there a little bit of touching at the apex of turn 9? Todd Kingsford trying to get down there for position. He'll have to go the long way round, though, at 10. And here comes 11 as well. Better off maybe trying to set up the crossover. He'll get the car turned back nicely. That's bought some time back for the 2 in behind them as well. LaRue's partner, Graham Dowsett, is becoming the cork in the bottle in this little battle pack. And, yeah, Todd Kingsford's got to be circumspect. There's a send at 14. Deep up the inside. Now the Aston Martin will try and show a little bit of speed in a straight line. Todd Kingsford got a good exit. He's going to cross him over. Here comes the Supra as well.
There's 4 in the ring, and they're all taking a swing for the podium, but Todd James Kingsford's been picking up these spots. The Supras are going to sandwich either side of Dowsett heading into the final corner.
So the Porsche got through. What has Dowsett got defensively for the next 2 cars that are trying to fight? There is still a Supra on the outside, though, as they come out of the final corner. And don't forget, there's another one that's trying to track this pack down as well. Lap times, they're going to be holding each other up this time through. Kingsford ran a 21, 22 for Prakun, and a 24 for Dowsett as he loses that spot. And Falfong in behind ran a 20, so he took 2 seconds out of them as they squabbled, nearly contact at 1 between the 19 entry. And that of Graham Dowsett in the 7 Aston Martin.
Your top 3 are going to close in here as well now that Todd James Kingsford's in a little bit of clean air. 221.8 last lap from Ayaros in South of Pond in the 32 car.
Yeah, so it will be Grant behind the wheel of that number 19. We saw this attempted move last lap, but it was on the other of the Supras. He does get down the inside, but he figured he needed to back out of that one again. I've got to be honest, though, with you, Dave. I reckon it's actually costing him being aggressive at 7. Maybe set it up.
it's just rare that you see someone successfully get down the inside at turn 7. It's the other places like at turn 9, turn 1, turn 15 that you seem to actually make the moves. But again, if you think that the Supras are a little bit down on straight line speed compared to some others sometimes, then it becomes difficult to execute a pass even when you are and know you're quicker. This is where they've been getting them. Good run through 12 to get to the inside of 13 and 14. Again, it's what Kingsford did. It's what Grant's going to try.
Does get up and alongside, but what's the Aston Martin going to be like against the Toyota Supra in a straight line? Does get a much better exit off the corner. So now Grant's going to go back to the drawing board to try and manufacture this move. Keep your eye in the background, though. That is the Alpha Factory Racing team by Pulsar, number 33 of Falfong. He is starting to track this pair down. And if he waits much longer, Grant is going to have to be on an offensive battle and defense at the same time. Needs to probably get it done this lap.
And then a tiny bit further back, actually the fastest car on track last lap was the 39 Winghin Motorsports Supra. So it's not even visible in the back of these shots, but it's flying 218 while your leaders are doing 221s, 220s. There is a Supra doing 218s just back there.
Here we go. Grant got a much better exit off turn 2. You can see him trying left, trying right through 1 and 2, but the exit off of 2 was good. Run down the hill through 3. He's going to pull alongside the braking zone. No, at 4. Now he needs to rotate it nicely. If he can get alongside through 5 or 6, that's when he'll be able to have a crack at 7. But if he's going to get to 7, he sort of wants to have the nose ahead before they get in there. If he's not that close, it's not going to happen. How does Dowsett look through 6? Runs it wide. This time, significantly more alongside. This time it's going to work. He is significantly alongside. They are still alongside through 7. Gets it done before 8. But have a look at the 33 entry who shows up on the scene as well. That's cost the exit for Graham. Dowsett now Falfong with the lights ablaze. The flashes being used in earnest. Dowsett's forced to defend down into 9. This is forming up into a cracking little defensive race in the back half of this one. Dowsett's doing a great job. He's hung on to spots when he needed to. But now he's starting to tumble. What are the margins like for the race leaders as well? I wonder whether Bilski is able to run clear enough with 16 minutes on the clock. This is the battle for the lead in GTC as well.
Yeah, 222 last lap from Damian Hamilton. The big Trans Am found some very competitive pace. And on the same lap, Nakib got by Decathorn for 8th place outright. That's just behind this. Switch to the inside, you bet.
He's going to now look to see if he can outbrake him. Dowsett, nice on the anchors. Runs it deep, though, when they get to the final corner to the inside. The door has been open for the 33. Can he hang it tough around the outside now for Dowsett on the curbs? I reckon the traction control might have kicked in there for a moment. Neck and neck down the main straight. The Supra's got the job done for Falfong. So the Alpha Factory Racing Team Pulsar entry. Job done. Dowsett back to the inside. No one's going to harass him. Does he run it deep at 1? Is there a hole for the 3300 to sneak back down? There is, but he's on the outside at 2. That comes with risk. Can he cross him over again? Got good drive, and just about leaning on each other through 3. The long way round at 3. It'll be the outside under brakes at 4. Dowsett's made a couple mistakes the last few braking zones. Too deep. Doesn't quite hang it around the outside at 4. Still looking for some overlap. Still looking for an opportunity to get on by. Will he shove the nose in? Yes, he will at 5. This will take some bravery. This will take some confidence in Dowsett as well.
Change of direction in 5 and 6 seems to have favoured a lot of the other cars and less so the Aston Martin, picking up a big chunk of understeer exiting 6. That's where they've been vulnerable.
And this time he covers to the inside. He doesn't want anyone shoving a nose down the inside at 7. It's been so long since he's felt comfortable tipping the car in at 7 and 8 that this time he says, no one shove a nose in. I want to cover that, thank you.
And behind them, the black Supra is the fastest car in this race right now. 219.1 last lap, 218 some of the laps before. It's eating these guys up 4-5 seconds a lap. Still with
1.1
13
seconds.
minutes, 40 seconds and a lap to go.
It took 1.1 seconds out of this battle in Sector 1. It took 1.5 in Sector 2. And it took another 1.3 in Sector 3. So that car is arriving on the scene. In fact, it's already here. Here come Nakib Aslan in the 39 entry. Long pit stop for that car. But now it's here and it's a part of this battle. And now, another flash of the headlights for Graham Dowsett. And is that a Porsche? You better believe it is. We'll end up with another 4-car battle pack to the inside again for Phao Phong. He's not going to outbrake the Aston Martin this time. But again, the Aston's wide at the apex. Doesn't quite get it back there. And Aslan is going to try and get the drive off of the final corner. A little bit of elbows, because Dowsett wants some room to breathe as he comes down the main straightaway. Where does the other Supra go? As they're side by side on the run down the start-finish straight. We are going to be 3 wide as we enter the braking zone for turn 1. How about move from Nakib Aslan? Gets to the inside. He's picked off 1. They'll get their way through turn 1. Is he going to get clear? Yes, he is. Finally gets the elbows out. Is this the opportunity that the 33 machine was looking for when he gets held up by the 39? But he took 2 spots into turn 1.
Well, it took multiple tries for Phao Phong here, but for Nakib, he rocks up, he gets 2 for 1, and now the battle is in his mirrors heading towards 4.
Great job by the 39 car as he showed up on the scene and cleared them both instantaneously. For Nakib, we're going to have to keep an eye on that car on its way through, because it is punching and trying to pick off as many as it possibly can. Dowsett again has to cover.
Understeer through 6 again. Let's keep an eye on it. That change of direction in the front just doesn't grip. He pushes so wide.
That'll be track limits, and that Supra is up the inside this time at 7, and Dowsett's finally forced to relinquish. Nope, he's going to go the long way around at 7. Now he'll yield. And here's the 99 as well. Decathlon showing himself on the scene. These two have cost each other so much time with the racing that's going on. Now a Porsche's shown up and is going to join that battle pack. And Phao Phong worked so hard for this spot that he doesn't want to give the room. There's contact at 9. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Dave? This has gone on for so long between these two. Still not willing to yield. Finally, Dowsett will slot back in. And Phao Phong was forced to cover. I don't think he was expecting the Aston Martin to be there at 9.
Super big dive from a car that's taken a few super big dives, but then you get into these sequence of corners, 12, 13, 14, the really long corners. The Aston Martin is not quite gripping at the nose, but then on the long straights, it fires down the horsepower. If you can stay a couple of corners ahead, I reckon the Supra can do it.
We've been treated to a show today. We've got a clinic from Hayden Haikal in the opening sections of this race. He's handed over to his teammate, and ever since, we've not really paid much attention to the front end of the field. Now the 99's here, and very, very deep under brakes. The front tyres of the Aston Martin are screaming. It has finally given up the ghost as the 99 Porsche shows up and clears without too much effort. I wonder how hot under that helmet Phao Phong is at the moment on board the 33 Toyota Supra. The battle for the class leader GTC as well.
Well, it's a battle of some big horsepower cars here as they line it up out the final corner. It's a 6.2 litre V8 in that Trans Am car, but I bet that Civic is making some serious boost because it has been walking GT4 cars all day.
It's done its job now. Damien Hamilton's gotten to the class lead, so he's done a great job to run the Honda Civic FK8 down and arrive on the scene. Track limits warnings are starting to light up the timing screen like it's going out of fashion. Car 7, black and white flag for track limit warnings. I guarantee that'll be at 6 where they're struggling to get that car pointed in. And now 95 will join the list of warnings, which is the Kazuhisa Arabe Prakun white and red Toyota Supra for ENG Auto Works Racing.
Things have just closed up a little bit for second, while Daniel Bilski driving the Racing Aurora Porsche is now out to a 6-second lead over Sathapon and Ayaro. They only have 2 seconds over Kingsford in third place, so that just keeps coming down 1 second a lap or so. It was 5 seconds between second and third place. Now it's almost underneath 2 seconds. Do not count out Nakib absolutely flying to pick up a couple more spots. Only 4 seconds behind 5th place, only 6 seconds behind 4th place, and that is still by far and away the fastest car on track, lap after lap, consistently.
It's doing a great job at the moment. Let's see if that 39 machine can continue to run down the competitors ahead. There's only a couple of seconds. Is there enough time will be the question.
Geez, this closed up quickly. Has there been a mistake?
Very slow. There was a second in the final sector taken out of the Porsche. So Yarrow back behind the wheel. And Todd Kingsford, if he wants second place on the road, he's going to have to earn it here this afternoon. And that Porsche was not happy with the amount of grass he was using on the inside of turn 1 at the tip-in point. Now he's arrived on the scene. What can he do about it?
So much rotation for the 98. It's following the really tight lines. It looks maybe a little squirrely, but it means through that slow stuff, it's getting heaps of rotation. Should be good through the final corner. Should be good through turn 4 here as well.
It forces the cover as well from the 32 of Yarrow. And 99 will join the list of cars warned for track limits as well. I've just had one pop on the timing screen for 98 on the screen at the moment in the middle of this battle pack, and that'll be another infringement right there for Todd Kingsford.
See, while we saw the Aston Martin end up wide in turn 6 with understeer a couple of times, that looked like the car was squirrely, and he sort of corrected into the slide, and that walked it out wide for the 98 here. That seems very strong on rotation, which can be a negative in the high-speed corners and the quick changes of direction like turn 12, but in some of the slower, tighter stuff, it looks very much like you point, it goes.
See if we can set this up here. This might be the opportunity for him if he can hold a narrower line at 14, and he's certainly going to show the nose to the 32. Don't know that there was contact, but he's got down there, he's got underneath him, and unsettled. Yarrow now, and Yarrow definitely ran wide out of 14. So that'll be a track limits infringement. The stewards will be watching that one with keen interest. In the background, have a look at the
Black
battle.
Supra. He's done 2-for-1 passes before.
I am sitting here thoroughly enjoying myself. You know, all that's missing from this one's a bucket of popcorn, because the racing action from this one has been supreme today. GT4s are putting it on. The GTC category put it on as well, but it's been so hard to grab a look at them when you can't take your eyes off the GT4s. Kingsford can't find a way through down the main straightaway, but here comes that 39 Wing Hin Motorsports machine, and it is on the scene. It's in a battle with Bracoon and Grant on the run down to turn number 1. Kingsford will look for the overlap. He's closer again through turn 2.
Well, this is a very, very spicy Luxor at Sepang, because that's the battle for second and third, fourth, fifth, sixth. It's an all Supra brawl.
Side in the 39 machine. He didn't wait long. Sends it from outer space on the Toyota Gazoo racing machine. So one more picked off now for Nakeeb, and it's Grant behind the wheel of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Is there enough time? 5 minutes on the clock. Kingsford now runs wide out of 6. Remember, black and white flag for the 98 machine at the moment, and the 32 machine received one just a few moments ago as well. So these guys are aware that they're fighting, that they're scrapping, and they're using everything that's available to them at the moment. In the meantime, Bilski's disappeared into the sunset. The margin is now 9.3 seconds. He looks comfortable. He's just going to get that thing to the finish. No one's going to run down 10 seconds in 4.5 minutes plus a lap.
Oprah in race control has given everyone a black and white flag for the track limits at this point by the likes of things, but that recent one was for the number 32 here, and that puts them on high alert in this battle that they've got to defend on track and cleanly.
This time, 32 covers to the inside of 14. He's not going to allow Todd Kingsford to get to the inside. Out and through the other side, though. Kingsford saw the narrow entry, and he'll try and master throttle down. as he looks to pull alongside the 32 machine. Gets covered. Now that Porsche's going to move back to the right. He breaks it at the corner and it's covered in every moment, but it's deep now for 32. Kingsford's down the inside. Battle for second on track. Todd Kingsford takes it. GT4M changes hands for the class lead. That's the margin. And now there's a car in the dust and the dirt in the background. And I tell you what, the 39's got through on that battle as well. He's picked up 2 in a lap.
Not for the first time. That car is flying and suddenly it doesn't look so far behind this group who've got to mind their manners as far as the track limits are concerned. But I was telling you, this 98, it looks like if it's got a flaw, it's oversteer, whereas the driver that they're battling, if it had a flaw, it was understeer. When they got in too deep, Yara just couldn't turn the car in. The front was pushing. Todd James Kingsford had all the rotation that he needed. And this is the alternate angle of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand, number 19.
It's a lot of work being put in by everyone in these battle packs to try and pick something off. And the 19, I feel like Grant is probably a touch quicker than Bracun just ahead of him. So he has the opportunity to run that car down and try and make an overtake. This is class lead in GTC at the moment. And it looks like the Honda Civic might have shut off. Its last lap was 10 seconds slower than class lead. So there's been some sort of issue.
Too much boost.
I was just looking at that. Damien Hamilton was very slow in the first sector though, right there. So he's not clean and clear. And Todd Kingsford isn't done yet, by the way, because Yarrow is starting to fire back. As you can hear the sound of the 2 Caymans fighting each other. There's the 39 machine in the background as well. It'll be 2 more laps for Daniel Bilski. I had a rough ride back at Bung Sen on board the AMG. A huge accident down at turn 15. Destroyed that car. It's from too far back. Didn't get enough overlap at the apex. Put both cars in the fence. It was a massive, massive accident. I have a feeling, a sneaking suspicion, it might have been Kazuhisa Arabe that was trying to put that move on him, by the way. I can't quite recall if I'm right on that one, though. In the meantime, albeit
2 more laps, you'd think.
Yeah.
And I think that's plenty of time for Nakib to get on the podium, but it might not be enough time to catch second place.
He's got to get the move done and give himself every opportunity. What the last lap time was like. He's only about 1.7 seconds faster than Todd Kingsford. So, yeah, you would assume that's probably a touch too far. Particularly when you combine it with having to find a way through the 32. Again, they just cannot get that Porsche to turn in at turn 2.
The front tyres in left-handers, right-handers, it's making them have to brake early, it's putting them in compromised lines, and it makes them super vulnerable in any big braking zone because they got to brake so early, they can't really cover off. If you can't brake deep, you can't defend.
And now, running it deep at turn 4 in the 32 is going to allow the 39 to go the long way around, just about leaning on each other through 5. Down to 6 now, the change of direction. And there is going to be contact to the 32. The 39 was alongside, and there was, I don't think, not necessarily enough room left to the 39 machine. It's in the gravel trap. Will it get out? Will it get itself bogged? It's rolling. So now it's got a little bit of momentum. They might be okay, and it's going to be contact at turn 6.
Well, I can't see where the apex curb is, but I'm going to assume Nakib was probably right up on it, having gone around the outside of turn 5 and then trying to call dibs on some space at the apex of turn 6 that maybe didn't quite get. Really, really lucky that that got out of the gravel, if I'm honest.
It's actually cost. So it would have been 4th place if he gave up the spot. Yarrow now sits in 8th spot on the track. And he's lost in the realm of 19 seconds as a result of that one. Definitely not too bad. This is our race leader. Daniel Bilski on board the Porsche GT4. And it's been a long time between drinks for these guys. They've had podiums in the past, but not race wins. They will be over the moon to get this one done today. 1 more lap. And that is a GTC race leader. Damien Hamilton, what has happened to that car? I just mentioned that they had a super slow Sector 1. By the way, there's 39. Look how close he is to Todd Kingsford. There could be changes in positions. Are they going to have to put the yellow flags out? And we're going to finish under safety car here. Final lap has been displayed. Green flags are everywhere. And for Damien Hamilton, that car's not going to find the finish.
The GTC leader, Trans Am, at a stop. There are yellow flags in the area, and soon, despite having dropped a bit of pace at some point, this car has gone through into the lead of GTC again, the number 23 Honda.
This isn't over, because on the last lap, Ian Ross was 17 seconds quicker than the Honda Civic it's chasing down at the moment. The GTCs and their reliability are still suffering. The one thing we do know is that this car is safe and secure. They're just going to try and finish the lap. They got the thing fired. We won't finish under safety car. But Damien Hamilton is going to crawl this car home. I reckon we're about to see a change to the class lead in GTC.
Yeah, that Honda has been sort of 15 seconds a lap off pace for a little while, and they were 11 seconds apart crossing the start-finish line last time. Unless the Honda really, really picks it up, Ian Ross stands a chance of going from third to first in GTC on the final lap.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Thailand Super Series Supercar, GT4 and GTC.
He's going to do it. He's done it. B-Quik Absolute Racing's GTC goes to the lead of class.
On the final lap, this here is your race leader in GT4. Turn 14, one more braking zone left to go, and here comes car 39. It is going to steal second place with 2 corners left in the motor race as well. If it was an hour, he wouldn't have got there. He needed the extra lap. And race control let us know no further action, car 39. No time penalty to be applied to that car after the race. To the final corner. And Todd Kingsford gave it everything he had to get that one done. The celebrations begin. Heikal wins in GT4, partnered by Bilski. And it's going to be the 39 who gets back for P2. Todd Kingsford's going to win your AM class. Then Home Prakun finishes 4th outright, 4th overall, 3rd in class in Pro-Am, 2nd in the GT4 AMs. Grant gets it done for Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand. Then it's Falfong and Fuapon Decathorn home in the 99 Porsche. And that is the 32 machine that got rotated a lap and a half ago.
GTC leaders in about turn 14. I don't know what's happened to the Honda, if it's just down on power, if it's like a boost issue, if they've dropped some gears out of the transmission or something. But I don't think that driver, Ian Ross, thought 2 laps ago that they were going to be winning class. And still unclear what happened to this big Trans Am, but it ground to a halt, as has happened once or twice before. The reliability in the GTC class, not as strong as the very, very tested, engineered, factory-supported GT4 cars that are not bulletproof, but again, just very well tested, engineered, a lot of data on them, and a lot of support from the manufacturers.
You know, it's normally the racing for the Super Ecos and the Super Tourings that is of that standard. That was absolutely brilliant. Here we go, Geeky and Ross to the final corner. He is going to get it done in GTCs as well. What a race from the GT4s and the GTCs. Gets it done on the last lap. A little bit of reliability issues, but who cares?
Well, he passed the Honda on track. He would have seen the Ford stopped. So even without the team on the radio, you'd know that you were winning the class. Oh, it's got...
Is it going to make the finish?
Yeah, that's before turn 15. It's a race car Mustang, not a race horse Mustang. I would be having lasagna for dinner.
I'm going to throw something weird out there. You reckon that's a fuel pickup issue?
I was thinking about fuel for some of these cars, knowing that 60 minutes plus a lap is a lot of fuel, but then we had the early safety car. So if you'd fueled correctly for the race, thinking it could go green, and then we had the safety car, you really should have plenty of fuel spare.
Final results, Hayden Haikal, Daniel Bilski get the job done. And we'll get to celebrate in style. The 39 machine ran its way back to P2 and Wing Hin Motorsports. The top James Kingsford, the solo AM entry, gets it done in AM and a podium outright as well. Very, very successful trip to Malaysia with the GT4 AM driver. He is having a phenomenal season 2025 in Thailand Super Series. And that is going to be very difficult to top for race of the weekend too. Over into our GTC results. Geeky Ian Ross will get the race win by 10 seconds of the Honda Civic in the dying stages. Hamilton, well, we're not even confident he's made the finish line yet, unfortunately for him, but has completed enough laps to count for P3.
Yeah, 4 cars in class, 3 of them with mechanical issues. Take nothing away from consistency from Ian Ross in that B-Quik Absolute Racing car. But the safety car was caused by the number 9 GTC, and then we almost had a safety car from Damian Hamilton's GTC, and then something performance-wise wasn't right with the Honda later in the race after a flying electric start.
You can hear that. Bilski just said, really well done, mate. Really well done, because he knows what that opening stint by Haikal. Man, and look at the celebrations. And look, AMG on the helmet. They were prepared to come and race this weekend in a Mercedes. It didn't make it to the track. They had a technical issue. They dug this car out. They rented it for the weekend, and a race win is their result.
Honda's just making its way into the pit lane now, I think, in the back of shot, or heading towards the paddock. We'll get to highlights of a race that I think the highlights were 60 minutes and 1 lap long.
We're going to need all 60 minutes to replay it all. How are we going to condense the last 25 minutes of that race into a few seconds? It was the getaway from Urabe. He ran at the front of the field, and it was this side-by-side 2x2 battle pack through the final corner. Romain Leroux was trying to handle it. We got a safety car that reset the field, and then they go for it again after the safety car left. Hayden Haikal had about 10 minutes to pull that car away as far as he possibly could, and he made some significant margin. They needed that margin at the back end of the race, rejoining after the stop with the race, and that was critical, I think, because if they'd have gotten caught up in behind the 32, I reckon the 39 machine would have run them down. This battle pack was interesting. Kingsford cut his way through. They all got involved in a dogfight, and at that point, you couldn't even see the 39 in the rear-view mirror. Dowsett was the cork in the bottle. A defensive drive from him. How about this reply send down at turn 9? A little bit of contact with the 33 machine. This is where the 99 showed itself on screen, and it was a wild ride. The 98 finally found a way past the 32, moved his way into second place, but that wouldn't be where he'd finished. No, the overtaking wasn't quite done yet. There it is. The Supra that showed up for the first time, that bit of contact as well in the second to last lap moved Nakib into P3, but he'd have to go on in the final lap. Class winner, the 36 machine, and Daniel Bilski flashes the headlights in celebration. He enjoyed that one.
That was seriously one of the more frantic highlights packages I've seen. It was snap, 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 hard cut, because we had so much, and we even missed some of the things like the 2-for-1 pass in the 3-way Supra fight, the stationary Ford Mustang, just non-stop. GT4's alive.
Oh, that was brilliant. I think that's got to go down as race of the season for me.
Do I hold it?
60 minutes,
It's
and
me,
the
I think
action
you
was
hold
just intense.
I think, yeah, pretty good. You know, it's been a great weekend for us. I mean, a lot of unexpected stuff happened before. You know, we were supposed to run the Mercedes, and now, due to some, you know, unfixable reasons, we swapped to the Porsche. And yeah, ever since then, it's been quite good for us. It's been really a quick learning weekend for both of us. You know, none of us has driven this car. Even the team hasn't worked on this car. So I think we all did a pretty good job trying to learn the car really quick and try to get up to pace as quick as possible. And yeah, I mean, that last race was mega. I mean, we started P2, I pulled a 6-second gap, and boom, safety car. And then yeah, after the safety car, pulled a 4-second gap, and then boxed, passed it to Daniel. And yeah, I mean, came out, I think, just maintained the pace with the guy behind, and in fact pulled on a bit towards the end. So yeah, I think Daniel did a fantastic job, even the team as well. So yeah, I think I'm really happy this weekend.
First and foremost, to our sponsors and supporters and everyone behind the team, thank you for the encouragement and support this week. It was a real horror show to have to change car last minute, and everybody was completely understanding. They were supportive. They said, look, whatever you need, we'll help. I mean, Friday morning was like first day at school. We'd never driven this car. The crew's never worked on the car. The engineers have never engineered the car. It was a vertical learning curve, and I'm really proud of the whole Racing Aurora team, our supporters, our sponsors, for just helping. And I also have to say to the other competitors up and down pit lane that helped us out, really appreciated, and shows the sportsmanship in TSS. But Hayden drove fantastically all weekend. I mean, P2 in quali was awesome. The beginning of that race to pull a big gap and then heartbreak with a safety car. And we had 3 odd seconds when I came out, and I think we pulled it out to 7 or 8 or something. But it was just, Jasmine just said to me, I want 30 minutes of quali laps, go. So yeah, thanks dude. Really quite proud of what the drivers achieved, the team, and really, really happy that what started as a horror weekend ends up in P1. That's pretty cool.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
How cool was that to be able to get that interview in English as well from the front end of the GT4 field? What an amazing race. You can see what that meant to the team and for everyone that helped out. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the GT4 GTC category for the weekend. Coming up next, the last of the Thailand Super Series Super Touring race. We're going to take a couple minutes break so we can reset for what is sure to be another phenomenal race.
ยาวไหนนี่พี่คือตอนถ่ายครบ100ยัง
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Like we said, needed a few moments to recover after what was a cracking race for the GT4 GTC field. And now it's on with the action for the Super Touring categories. And forming up on the grid, ready to roll out on our formation lap. We'll be off in just a few moments as the pace car is going to pull away at the head of the field. We'll get through our grid here in a few moments. Mixture of Hondas and Toyotas make up the field right here. And it's going to be an all Honda CRZ front 2 rows. As we get back underway with this one, Dave.
Yeah, we do. Yesterday's race was absolutely thrilling, a real lovely surprise. Hello, little bird. And this is that grid.
Yeah, Leon Koo's got the pole position from Anawat in 65 and 66 front row. Passerit from Natned on row number 2. Row number 3 is going to be made up of the Nikto Winghin Motorsports team alongside of Wong Su-yen, who was quick at the back end of the race yesterday. Tenakorn is going to take row number 4 from Ong Wai in the next RMR Motorsports machine. Nadol, the first of Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand entries, he's going to be alongside of Rathapak and the Idemitsu Racing Team Thailand. Thanasith in the 59 car from the Winghin Motorsports, Timothy Thomas, 39. Antonaz de Thorn coming from 13th spot from Chase Chakras Parks, and Thanapatra from 15th. And that's a change to what we have on the books because Chase Chakras Parks is usually partnered by Chayar. And that looks like that might be a change on board that team, unfortunately.
What we found from previous races of Super Touring is how close the front to the back of the field is. Well, sometimes that variation in GT4 can be 5 seconds a lap. It was really only 2 seconds a lap and less sometimes. So it led to really, really close racing, sustained close racing. Small mistakes were punished. And so that was really exciting in a 60-minute plus 1 lap race because it wasn't 10 minutes of racing followed by 50 minutes of field spread. It was 60 minutes and a lap of really close door-to-door racing.
I think we're going to get a little bit more of that again here this afternoon. Right, halfway through the pacing lap at the moment on the feed down to turn number 9. And the tyre warming has been aggressive in the middle of the field as well. The only Thailand Super Series category here this weekend that is in single class format. And all the beauty that encompasses this beautiful Sepang International Circuit. Into turn 12. We'll be using this shot to assess some of the track limits violations, perhaps through the middle of this one. How quick have these Honda CRZs, though, been thus far this weekend in a straight line?
Oh dear. And as the Thorn, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car going slow on the formation lap. The rest of the grid beginning to form up now 2 by 2. The marshal there waving the sign as if to say pizza for sale. It's good technique. And they all recognize and follow suit. So it was great sign waving technique.
Does need to spin it a little bit, though, to add some of that pizzazz to the pizza salesmanship at the back end of the field. As the Thorn is still rolling, but not quickly.
Do we still start this if that car is going slowly, and just keep an eye on what the safety car does, which is peel in and get ready for us to get racing?
I've got to be honest, my concern is I thought it was rolling downhill. I just couldn't tell if it was the back end of the field, but there was no curb the back end of that shot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And there it is, the 15th car. So it is at the back end of the field. I reckon those shots might have been misleading us just a little. I think he might be relatively okay, but we are in earnest.
You're seeing the medical car.
That is the medical car. You're 100% correct. The back end of the field as they fire down into turn number 1, and it's going to be the 65 machine that leads the way into turn 1, but he's had to pull some aggressive defensive moves to try and get it in there. And has locked it up at this point in time, but then they'll file down and through, and the 55 machine's been rotated at turn 2, as has the 38. And there was another car that went around the outside. I think it might have been Chakris Parks that went around the outside as well.
Well, a great race lead for the 65, but it's all kicking off behind 3, 4, 5 lanes in action, heading up towards turn 4. Sweeping round the outside is a great line. Oh, more rotation.
Is going to be the number 25, Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Toyota Yaris. That gets spun around and immediately flicks itself back the other way. So they've recovered reasonably, but there's contact on that car. Somewhere, somehow, it is getting rotated. This is the replay at turn 1. And watch the 55 car. It comes a cropper with the 38. Another blue car around the outside. Didn't quite catch the number on board that one.
It's the Honda City. I think Chanuknun and Thanapatra. It's one of the few sedans that's a Honda, not a Toyota in this one.
And feeding down into turn 9. Looks like they've all sort of finally resolved themselves. I really want to see another replay of what happened down at turn 4, though. And it's, well, that sort of explains a fair bit of maybe what's going on in the opening exchanges. And I have a feeling that will have been contact on the 15 on the front left-hand corner of that car.
I think they were 3 wide, and the car in the middle got squeezed and rotated because of that closing door as the field was sort of 3 wide exiting turn 4. Massive sort of concertina effect, as well as there were some cars on a super tight line that had to really brake and slow on the way inside.
Well, regardless, they've all rolled. Ayrton as the Thorn, I think, is back in the pit lane. So in the pit lane or off the circuit, either way, we'll
I think
stay
he might
green.
have rolled into one of the gaps in the fence.
Yeah, and there's no concerns about where that car is, and the incidents on the opening lap are both under investigation. Down to the inside now, underneath that 15 car is the 92. And again, we saw graphics indicating Chakris Parks is starting that car this afternoon, and nothing to mention that Chayar is actually out there and circulating. So we'll wait for more information about what's going on board that car. And the 15 car is going to try and reply down the inside of 39. And this will be for 6th on track. Varan Shit did get the move done back at turn 1, but now it's 15 machine that's got that lead as it stands.
How's the inside rear tyre in the air going through turn 2? TCR spec. So they're really throwing these cars around, and unfortunately sometimes occasionally throwing them into each other. As evidenced, bit of damage there, bit of damage here. Recovering number 25 certainly got a little bit of damage on as well.
It just mirrors the front end, but it's the hood that looks slightly damaged on the 25 car. Very strange place to be damaged. I think the eyes are
as they got
deceiving.
squeezed between the 2 other cars, the car on their right touched their right rear, and their front left touched another car. That's how they got sandwiched and rotated so aggressively in between, as there was one car half ahead of them, one car half behind them, that sort of came together and they got pinched in the middle, both ends.
Well, regardless, 5 minutes just about already gone out of this race. Here comes the 94 machine. That front bumper looks like it's hanging a touch low as well. Locking of the brakes and the switch back underneath. So Nardol, I think it'll be behind the wheel of the 25 machine. Did get a move done there, but now there's a nose shown at 10 and 11 from the 94. And starting to pull away.
Black and green 36 of Wong Siu Yin was a real factor in the first race of the weekend in this category. It currently sits in the 12th outright, maybe just biding some time and might factor later on.
Up the inside now for the 55 machine. after being spun on the opening lap. Thanapatra gets that job done, so clears him. Yeah, I think there is definitely some damage on board this 94 car. It is struggling at the moment. And here comes the 36 machine. You were right. Wong Si-yun, Fine Monkey Motorsports Toyota Vios, is having a right royal go at the moment to try and steal that position back. Fighting a little bit further up the field. That's for 6th and 7th spot. Varenchit on board. Sorry, my apologies. Nick Taylor will be on board at the moment for the 39 car. And flashing the lights. He wants it known. Here comes the 92. Chakras Parks is getting aggressive from the rear end of the field. Gets it to the inside. He's going to use a little bit of the elbows to try and dissuade Teo from firing it back down the inside at 2. Builds some momentum out the other side. Teo hangs onto it for now.
Well, we had the YK Motorsports top 3 lockout last race, but they currently run 3rd, 4th and 5th. But their car in 3rd place, Tanaroj and Natanid, have just picked up the fastest lap of the race so far. So a lightning start for Leon Coote and the R Engineering car, the orange CRZ that leads. But you can only run for so long. Those YK Motorsports cars just seemed really consistently quick across the long race distance last time out.
And an update for some of the issues that have been happening up and down the field. 94 machine gets himself a 10-second time penalty for the collision at turn 2. And that was the car we're starting to see tumble through. So that's where their damage came from. A little bit of on battling continuing on here in the current pack that we're looking at. Deep potentially from Teo. Down through the gears at turn 9. And not accelerating away all that quickly. 92 entry. Now there's going to be side-by-side racing action down 11. That's the difficult part, is trying to get the car settled. Does manage to do so. Locks it back in.
Turn 12 is once again looking good fun in these cars, particularly later on, I think, as they begin to wear out the rear tyres. I'll be sliding a bit more through there. Back through the field after being backwards in turn 1 on lap 1.
Certainly some aggression being shown at the moment.
55 gets another spot, potentially, depending on what happens down here at turn 15.
And we'll be trying to go around the outside. Parked up a little bit on the apex, looking for the crisscross. But again, that 15 car has parked itself up rather nicely on the apex.
Gap on the top 4 beginning to close. Plenty of close battles here. Still got Wong Si-yun looking for a couple of moves. A couple of tortured Hancooks happening as well.
Most part is, if they're tortured now, they've got a long, long distance to go. Best times to the front end of the field, 2:33s at the moment. Looks like our best lap times 2:33.2. So my apologies, will be 2:32.5 actually for car 14, who sits in 3rd place at the moment. So they are making a little bit of time. Other cars ahead of them. After being successful yesterday, trying to be so yet again today. And through goes the 55 entry finally. Thanapatra gets that job done. And through the middle sectors, and this is where that Yaris has been quite quick across the weekend. The 25 car looking for a little bit of firing down the inside, and in reply here comes Wong Si-yun down at turn 9. So he got a good run off of 7 and 8, and unfortunately not quite able to get to that inside. So still trying to look for a way by the number 25 car.
Yep, I still love turn 12 for front-wheel drive cars because it leads to 13 and 14.
Does carry too much speed through 12, and you're going to be vulnerable at 13 and 14. You need to rotate the car nicely and get good drive out the other side. At the moment, Timothy Thomas has managed to do that thus far. Now he's going to be forced to cover up the final corner because he just did all the hard work to steal that spot away. Doesn't want to give that one up.
Well, how's the crossover there from Wong Siu Yin? Battling a car that's going to have a penalty. You saw that flash up on the screen for the contact on lap 1. The 15 will have a little bit of extra time to serve.
Wong Si-yun, hopefully trying to hang on to this place through turn 1 and turn 2, which again is where that Gazoo Racing Toyota has been quick as all those braking and rotation zones. In the meantime, we look a little bit deeper in the field. Sorry, not deeper in the field. We're actually going to look back up at the pointy end of the field. It's the 65 car that leads the way. This is actually the battle for the race lead at the moment. And that is Nat Ned starting to close in the background for P3.
Yep, so it was a really quick opening lap. The battling behind cost everyone time. And the 65 got to a pretty significant race lead. But since then, the pace has been stronger for 66 in second place that you can just see getting closer. And the fastest lap of the race, I believe, still belongs to the number 14 car in third place. So it's also just beginning to accordion this top group, lurking back a shot in third place. You can hear the turbos whistle every now and again. CRZ was only ever sold for road use with a naturally aspirated engine, but I mean, you can hear it.
Just those gear changes on the straights as well as they're really trying to fire through the gears, maintain a fair bit of speed. Down to 15. Now, we don't get many onboard shots from this category here this weekend, but there is absolutely one of the cars out there that has an extended shifter handle as part of it. It comes up and the handle actually sits horizontal, nearly like a push bike bar handle, and you push it forward, get your shift, pull it backwards to get your other shift as well. So big lock up now for Wong Si-yun, trying to get down the inside here and complete an overtake on the 15 machine, and has managed to do that successfully. So another spot picked up for the Fire Monkey Motorsports car.
0.3 of a second was the lead gap over the start-finish line, if you don't mind, and a personal best lap completed. Let's shot a hint, and you know what? In second place. So the pressure is now really, really on for the race lead, and we're still a while away from that pit window, even thinking about opening it.
Still at least 11 minutes away for that one.
This could be a 15-minute sprint race and it'd be exciting, but we've got so much more to play out across compensation time, different driver compositions.
Honda CRZs make up the top 5 spots at the moment. It's the battle between the lead of the two. 65 and 66 are engineering versus next up. Shared by RMR Motorsports. I believe that's an engineering partnership between those two companies on board the 66 car. And then in the background, YK Motorsports, the first of the 3 of those. And again, they sit 3rd, 4th, and 5th at the moment. But compensation times at the pit stop to come against them after finishing 1st, 2nd, and 3rd yesterday. Popping those inside tyres down at 12.
The other next RMR Motorsport car's been in the pit lane for 6 minutes, though. You see it 2 laps down, the number 94. Net Nasdathorn is functionally a retirement after a problem on the formation lap, luckily able to roll out of the way and not disrupt the race start, so it started on time.
Yeah, so now falling. At the end of this one, it's going to fall another lap down, and here comes the move down the inside. And the 66 car does get alongside at the final corner. Tyre wear starting to fall away from our engineering race leader. And look at how tight they're going to be down there. That's a car that's around down at 13 and 14. It's the 15 car. And that splitter is now dragging on those curbs. And that mirror is now hanging off the 66 machine after a little bit of contact at the final corner. So he'll no longer have access to a right-hand side wing mirror. And he might be about to lose the left one as well.
Well, get to the
really
lead.
wide.
Get to the lead and then don't look back. That's got to be the strategy. Trying to chop the nose across in turn 3. Let's take a look. We're going to see exactly where Honda Spare Parts gets a call.
Look how tight they are right here. That just eventually moves over and leans on him, and there it goes. So it was on the straight that one happened. Got the 15 car. It's down through 12 and then just loses the rear and straightens it out.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the turn 13 curved braking zone into 14. Bit of rear locking, too loose. Front wheel drive cars can be really loose under braking and then they straighten themselves out under throttle. So yeah, maybe just a case of a curved braking zone, pinching a rear brake, it going around.
Well, for the meantime, change for the race lead. Now, how much is that mirror going to impact it? What do race control do about it at this point in time?
Mirror, mirror on the door, who's the fastest of them all?
And for now, that'll be our new race leader. Next to RMR Motorsports machine makes its way to the race lead. I guarantee they'll want to pull that off at the pit stop, though. I hope they are prepared to do that one. I'll take a look at the car this next time by, if the driver hasn't already radioed to let them know. And now he's going to pinch rear brakes on the run into 14.
There's not a lot of droop on the rear suspension for some of these cars, so when they're in a curved braking zone or they jump over the hill at turn 2, you do see the inside rear tyre get so unloaded. And so it probably doesn't actually hurt that bad to be locking one inside rear tyre, but if you lock both, probably in a spot of bother. Just keep an eye on that for turn 2.
Yeah, that'll be something we'll be looking for. Look at the rear of these cars as they fire in through 1 and 2. And now starting to fall a touch further back is our P3 car. In fact, I think we've lost the 14 car. That will be why. That is the 14 car with a flat left front tyre right now. We'll be forced to come to pit lane, and we are 6 minutes and 30 seconds shy at the pit window. It's down there. That's over at 11.
I'm just trying to look to see if the wheel is also loose, like if there's suspension damage or if it's just the tyre flailing on a car that's otherwise undamaged. But that is super frustrating, I'm sure. It's the front left tyre that will take the most brutality around Sepang.
There was another team preparing jacks in the pit lane in the background of that shot too, if you saw that one.
You were talking about the sharp backside of some of the curbs earlier. I wonder if, as you see that the exit of turn 4 and the exit of turn 6, they're jumping over some of the curbs with the front left tyre as well, if that doesn't just put a little bit of extra stress on them. And there's always sort of a breaking point that could be the peak stress, and maybe that's when it's happened.
Well, keep an eye on things, and at least keep an eye on how that pit stop's gone for that team. They are on another outlap at the moment. By the way, 94 car has actually rejoined the race. They're on an outlap as well, but they are now 4 laps down.
yeah, 10 minutes of work and all of it before the pit stop window opens. You know, not being kind to that right rear with our race leader at the moment. But it's such an aggressive front wheel drive car setup thing to do, where you've got really stiff rear suspension, really soft front suspension. So when you're braking and turning, the whole weight of the car leans down on the outside front and the inside rear pops up. Inside left, almost getting airborne with the camber through the final corner as another example.
Out of the final corner and down the pit straight. At the moment, that's the margin first to second. So is it just me, or did the left front just go flat on the 65 machine, I think, as well? And there's another car that's slowing. And that's also another left front tyre that's gone down. I reckon we did just witness the left front go down on the 65 car.
You reckon second place is also in trouble? We look to... because we look to the car that's now second place, the number 7. The 65 is in trouble and dropping. We've got a lot of front left dramas happening. Are they racing today on the same set of tyres that they used yesterday?
Oh,
yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it's in trouble. That's definitely a left front down, and there's another one as well. Around the back. He's gone to the grass. He's looking for an escape. He's trying to get that car off of the racetrack full stop. There's nearly a little bit of contact and elbows out racing here between the 55 and the 39. And that is our race. No, sorry, my apologies. That is the 65 machine. Right, I thought I saw them cutting to the grass. They've got a very, very long way to get back. And they've got to preserve, I think, that left front rim.
Race control tells the race leader, repair or remove mirror on the pit stop. So that is a very polite and wordy mechanical black flag for the number 66, but there's bigger dramas for a bunch of other cars. Hankook RS4s can be very, very durable. You can race 12 hours on them. The grip drops away, but normally their structure is fine, but certainly not the case. We've now seen, is it 3 front left punctures?
Been putting a lot of load on them. There's that message from race control about the mirror. Well, I think that's about all the best they can do, really, because that doesn't remove the car from the race. At the same time, sort of allows them to keep going, but says, hey, you've got to do something about that mirror. This is big drama for this team. They were in such a strong position today to press on and potentially get a good result. And that's all. The fact for this team as well is it happened on the start-finish. There's another one! And that's the front bumper of the 94 car that's now gone missing. Is there perhaps some debris on the track somewhere that's doing damage to these front left tyres?
Well, once is coincidence, you know. 4 cars, front left tyres going down. It's obviously the most working, hardest loaded tyre, but surely. And they're not like slow punctures. All of them, they're ripped. There's bits flailing around. It's not like, oh, there's no air left in that. It's like, no, it shreds, tatters of its former self.
What is going on for the Sepang International Circuit? At the moment in Super Touring, pit lane window will open here in a minute's time. And we are left scratching our heads at who's actually going to survive this race. If you're a team at the moment and you've put on used tyres, I think you're going to make the decision at this next pit stop to certainly change them.
At a minimum, you look to sort of swap fronts with rears or something, or
do something,
potentially swap side to side if you can, in the absence of, you know, throwing new tires at it. There are, if it's the front left and always the front left, there are some things you can do to maybe put a sturdier or different tire on the front left, and certainly you'd consider adjusting the pressures. This might be the last lap we get to share with that right-hand side mirror.
Potentially, the window will be opening here shortly. I haven't seen the message that the window has actually opened as of yet. And the reason I say that is I think it might have been related. They were worried potentially that the pit lane exit.
Yes, there is a chance they might have delayed it by about 30 seconds there, just clearing out the pit exit. Right, but it is open now, just as we saw the marshals pushing back the R Engineering Honda. So long as that tyre holds on for the race leader, suddenly they are in a very, very pretty position. Get a pair of scissors. That mirror's almost going to remove itself. Yes, it will.
Well, it has,
okay.
yeah.
Gee.
Conveniently, it's off the racing line, so I don't know that they need to do too much about where that is.
Well, I don't think they'll be repairing the mirror at their stop, and I'm not sure they can remove much more of the mirror at their next stop, so that kind of takes care of that. All they need to take care of is their tyres. And I suspect they're doing that because their fastest lap of the race was a 2:33, last lap at 2:36. You only need to drop your pace back 1 or 2 seconds a lap, and you really can remove the highest loads from the tyre. You really can protect it a lot and not lose that much time. You're kidding
there's another
me.
one. That car was running second when that happened. That's the second of the YK Motorsports cars to have that issue. I'm just looking, so the other one's gone through.
And it's not specifically like a YK thing or a CRZ thing, because we've seen one of the Honda Cities have that issue. We've seen a Toyota have this issue. It's not car or team specific from what we can tell here.
And that tyre was up before he went through that corner at turn 3, because you wouldn't be that committed to going that hard if you had a tyre down.
Is more committed to going hard with a tyre down than perhaps others were. Well, yesterday you remarked on how much rubber and tyre debris had ended up on track by the end of the day. How are you feeling now?
I'm very concerned, to be
There
honest
is
with
some big chunks,
Oh, that's a good
very
chunk.
big chunks, flailing off of those tyres. Pit window's open, so not a whole lot of takers, but you really must be thinking, if we're in a podium position, how do we protect what we've got? If I'm in a winning position, what service am I taking to protect what I've got? Also driver swaps and driver changes to be happening.
That's what we've got 5 cars in pit lane at the moment. Second stop is underway for car 14 to do their driver swap. They're the only car that's been forced to come to pit lane twice. Every other
It's a
car
tyre.
their tyre failure. Yeah,
They've got a spare tyre. There's just one. They're jacking up the left-hand side, and I think we're going to get a new front left tyre, at least, to go with the driver swap. It could be new fronts all round. Perhaps that is what they're doing. Or at least taking the pressures of the right front.
There's a 7 car having finally made its way back to pit lane.
Frustrating to have the tyre let go so early in the lap as well.
Yeah.
It's a real roll of the dice whether you lose 20 seconds or lose 2 minutes to the flat tyre based on where it happens around the track.
And this is a replay of that tyre coming off the rim. There goes a large part of the carcass of that. Again, reasonably off the racing line.
It was hot. Look at its steam as it landed on the track as well.
So there are a lot of teams doing tyre changes right now to protect themselves a little bit. This is your new race leader, and this is the third of the YK Motorsports cars. They haven't done a tyre change as of yet. They're going deeper into this race, and their pace has fallen off significantly as well. You're just concerned a little. In the background, Danapatra and the 55 entry start to close in on these guys. Running reasonable pace. Down to 13 and 14. I don't know that they're holding back, Dave, too much. Now that looked like they were still carrying on, so whether or not some of the teams want to figure out where it's coming from.
That's a torque wrench there. Making sure everything is good and tight. This is the car that was leading the race before their stop. Exiting pit lane. Getting up to speed, and certainly at least one new tyre was ready to go on that. Is there a pro watching from turn 1?
There might have been 3 cars left to do their pit stops, and here's 2 of them, 22 and 55. Currently leading the race, but that's because they haven't done their pit stop as yet. And I think in the background, the third car that was yet to do their stop fed into pit lane as well.
Wong Su Yin. Fire Monkey Motorsport featured plenty yesterday. So we wait and see. With the driver changes going on for others, Fire Monkey Motorsports Toyota is a single driver entry, so they will still be warmed up, ready to go. I want to see this.
Yeah.
So this car has got an air jack system. Some of them had to be manually jacked. I think in circumstances like right now, having the air jack system is very, very convenient. Look how much filth is on the guard there, and that is a bird with a great view. You are kidding. This looks like another front left puncture on the 66.
But they did a tyre swap. The front end of this car. I'm fairly certain of that. No, it's just the rear end going around.
No. Okay, maybe the tyres are still good. It's just a spin. I saw it slow in a right-hand corner. I made an assumption that might be incorrect. Balance of the car could be pretty nasty if you'd only changed some tyres. No, that thing's loosey-goosey through right-handers. Look for it to be difficult in 13 and 14 here as well.
Well, the convenient thing is we don't need to wait for the end of this pit stop window. Everyone's been in to do their...
Drifting!
Oh, again! There is just no security on the rear end of this car whatsoever. Are they starting to have a brake drama? Is there a balance drama on that car?
A suspension issue. They just can't lean with any confidence on the left rear. So, did they maybe change all left side tyres? Did they have a problem? Because I said look out 13 and 14, and it, again, another just incredibly challenging spin. It looked like a shopping trolley there. It was caster wheels on the rear. Macca's tray spec.
Look, if something weird's going to happen, it's generally this category where we see it. And even after the 2 spins, I get a sneaking suspicion this actually still might be our race leader. In fact, they've just come through the timing line right there. I think they are. Well, no, hang on, we've got to wait, because that is the 36 car coming through that they've just popped ahead of. So
I suspect the camber is wrong on the left rear when it goes to a right-hander. It's really leaning over. Yeah, that's cambered the wrong way, like a toe link or a control arm or something is
I see what you
not
mean.
right.
I did just see it at the very exit of turn 3 there.
If you get a shot of the left-hand side of the car through a right-hand corner, look at the left rear, and it is askew. The thing is, It's only hurting them in right-hand corners predominantly, I think, unless it's a left-to-right ARB type of thing.
Look at it though, it's got no security at the moment. And again, there it is, just wanting to swap ends. And talking about right-hand corners, here comes two of them. It spun here last lap. How's the compliance this lap? Much better. No, maybe not. It's a handful, that is to be sure at the moment.
Get Dorian Boccolacci back in the paddock. We need someone with ice racing experience pronto.
And for now, they've managed to hang on to it, but another complex of right-handers right here. What's the compliance like at 11? And the driver will be nervous right now. It's not tracking. It is still looking ugly. It's better than it was. Okay, through here. Now here comes the 39 machine.
Look to the inside. If you've sussed what their weaknesses are, so likely you can...
Oh, there it goes. And it's a drift car through the right-handers at the moment, which is incredibly difficult to do in a front-wheel drive car.
Well, it is like a shopping trolley if it turns one way better than the other.
It's got a wonky wheel on the rear as they try and turn between the supermarket aisles at turn 15. Left-hand up wasn't too bad there. Now here comes the 39. It's quick in a straight line still, which means it's relatively okay to hang on to its spots. By the way, we have an update on how the race situation stands. The 55 car leads from the 22. That margin is about 3.5 seconds. Then it's a further 10 seconds back to P3, which is this car and this battle.
It's like a toddler holding a knife. You cannot look away from the 66 car. Every single right-hand corner is an adventure.
This is our race leader at the moment, and that is P2. And YK Motorsports have managed to put their car on the podium at the moment, 2 out of 2. But this is the one YK Motorsports car that hasn't had an issue with that left front tyre. And I do hope that is not a curse I've just bestowed upon them for the back half of this race.
I was talking about the potential for tyre damage going over the curbs in places like turn 4, like the exit of turn 6 there. Now I'm thinking about the potential for suspension damage going over the curbs and the tyre dropping the far side, taking the drop off of the curb. Good driver cooling there, by the way, on the dash for the 22 in second place.
Yeah, big old fan.
We just got the track temperature as well of more than 40 degrees Celsius, but it's that humidity in the air that really inhibits the driver comfort.
You know, one of the biggest things, I just moved from a dry area back to a more humid hometown in the last year. I went from the luxury of being able to throw water at myself in the dry conditions and be able to cool myself off, and then all of a sudden that not working. And do the same thing here. Cannot just get yourself wet or just stick to you. The water does not evaporate. Evaporative cooling methods don't work anywhere near as well.
It's first and second. I suspect it's closing. We're about to get them across the start-finish line to get some representative lap times post-pit stop. Currently, it calls it 3.5 seconds. Then back to third here. I think we've had a change. We might get another.
And 66 machine will have to give up another spot unless that car suddenly becomes fractionally more compliant. Lap speed was not great over the last couple of laps, but it's certainly looking a lot more stable unless the driver's slowly figuring out how to handle that car. And Wong Siuen is again on the recovery effort, cutting his way through. Up to 6 at the moment, and he'll look at the 66 machine ailing ahead of him and think that's P5 and that should be mine.
I want to get another good look at it through turn 3. I'm pretty sure I'm still seeing what I think I'm seeing. And they've got no speed through the right-hander.
Yeah, that was a great shot. You're right, the tyre's leaning to the left.
It's pointing slash when it should be pointing backslash.
How do you communicate that to the driver or spotter? I guarantee there's probably not really anyone who can take a look at that car and actually see what's going on. The driver will be communicating there is a problem. And it's just tracking funny. He's actually, to be perfectly honest with you, there are many problems he should be having with his car. The drive should be commended.
And there's something to be said about how that incredibly oversteering balance will now protect the front left tyre.
That's one way to save yourself the hassles of dealing with an overused front left, if indeed that is the problem that we're seeing for all of these guys. I think worthwhile noting as well, Dave, is the bulk of the cars that we've seen had problems with that front left. They're all quick cars as well. So it could suggest, you know, a little bit more camber, a little bit more toe, being a little bit more aggressive with the setup. Everyone else being a little bit more conservative and preserving their tyres a fraction better. Comes Wong Siyun. Might have a go down the inside here at 13 and 14.
That's where I sense they're most vulnerable because it's such a long curved braking zone as well. So you're sustained having to lean on that left rear. You can't diamond the corner or like try to straighten up the braking zone and the traction zone. You've just got to lean on the bad leg that you just can't trust. Pace has come up here for the 55, beginning to gap the 22. So last lap 234.5 to play a 235.8, pulling more than a second. It's seeming like there's too much concern. This is the car that was backwards and last at the end of lap 1, right? That leads.
It is. They've done a supreme job down the inside now. Wong Siyun picks that spot off.
They've got another teammate that's in 4th. Here's what are we going to see?
Check up and brake lock for the 36 machine into the final corner. Maybe a touch at the apex. Where's that one off? But that did look like a lot of smoke from the front end of the 36 machine. Regardless, gets the job done. That's another car trying to add a little bit of oversteer to its profile.
Front left looks like it's hurting for Wong Siyun, surely, but they put new sets on. Maybe he's just pushing hard. Track temperature's finally gotten to the tyres. Keep an eye on that. That's behaving oddly. A lot of steering correction through the middle of the corner. Not necessarily a bad thing for a front-wheel drive car. What you need is off-throttle rotation, otherwise you've got no rotation at all.
Definitely got to set them up there, G. Also, we're going to view the front tires and have a look at the 92 machine dancing all over the place up the brakes. On the run to turn 9.
The car can be a bit squirrely under brakes, but then if you've got a manual transmission car, as you let the clutch out on each downshift, a little bit of engine braking on the front axle can give you stability when braking.
Through 13 and 14 now for that group of cars. There's the margin that you're looking at. Leader's just gone through. This is P2 in the 22 car, the YK Motorsports machine. And we'll watch for Wing Hin Motorsports 39. Down the main straight, they're looking comfortable. Lap time 35.5, so made a little bit more margin over P2 that lap. And the 39 car as well as they come through took about a second out of P2, so the margin closing fractionally there, opening up to P4. I think we might have seen the last. By the way, the 66 car's just on a 242. compared to everyone else. They're about 6 to 7 seconds off the pace. They still are significantly struggling with that car. And something's gone wrong for the 59 Team Thailand and Kuroki Racing car, which is down in 11th spot the last time we got a timing sector on them. They just ran a 241. So, again, there's a few cars with issues here at the moment.
And we said that these are pretty long races for this type of car. Normally when I think of, in Australian terms, you know, improved production and things, I'm thinking of sort of 30-minute races, but they had a 60-minute plus a lap race yesterday to take its toll on the cars, the drivers and the tyres. They go again. So with over 2 hours of racing across the weekend, they're not short of ways to mechanically stress the equipment.
In the meantime, let's just sort of watch and wait as these battle packs start to get a touch closer. You said it was successful all day yesterday for YK Motorsports. They did a great job rounding out the entirety of the podium. Today, though, tyre dramas have been the talk of the town as time starts to tick down. And again, the 66 car is going to go around.
Yikes. Just an absolutely outrageous handful of a car.
Look how early it's going around there in the turning point. You just can't do anything with that car at all. I wonder whether or not they might actually pit, you know, like with what's going on with that car now. Gotten deep enough into this race.
Got more, you know, experience with stewarding and race control and things, but that sort of damage, how bad does it have to be before you look at the car and say that's uncontrollable, it's unsafe?
Well, I don't know that it's evident, to be honest with you.
So 3 spins, not enough? 4 or 5, would that move the needle for you?
I mean, I'm looking at it and I'm saying I can't see, because you've got to remember it took us a fairly hefty length of time just looking at that car and when it was struggling. And remember, it had a couple laps there where it was slow, but it was actually not too bad, right? It didn't have those issues. So here's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand car with a little bit of damage on it as well. Pastorette problems on that, and the 7 machine, the YK Motorsports car on the podium yesterday. Tyre dramas today, which is one of those cars we were talking about. They've taken them backwards, unfortunately. But yeah, my qualm is, and I don't know what race control would have access to be able to make them aware of what's going on there. Is that the 39 machine in the hard work with these guys? Because it's definitely not the 66.
I think it's the Winghin 38.
Yeah. In which case, it's actually not fighting these two cars for position. It is an entire lap down at the moment. After dramas, get to the inside of Toyota Gazoo Racing 25 with Nora wrapped behind the wheel.
I mean, my experience with racing is that basically anything that happens within eyeshot of the flag marshals would be radioed to race control. So if you heard 3 times from 3 different marshals, this car spun and stopped, you start putting together and at least thinking when the same name comes across your desk multiple times.
Is that where you're going after the team though? About, is this where you'd be on the blower to perhaps the team manager to get them to have a conversation? Again, this actually not for position. These two cars are fighting each other and in deep for 38. That's the qualm for me, is it's not Think about the difference for me between the mirror that we saw earlier and what's going on with that car. The 66 car is it's just had a few spins. It's not something, and it was very, very subtle, and you had to get the right camera angle to actually be able to tell there was even a problem at the left rear corner of that car. Again, if race control knows that there is camber damage to the left rear corner, 100%, that they should be stepping in to try and do something about it. But yeah, it'd just be rather difficult to know that that's what you're going to be looking for. But they would absolutely be looking at that car at this point for sure. What I'm saying is, David Haynes, is that you've got phenomenal vision and sense to pick that up.
Well, there'd be plenty of experienced flag marshals in this part of the world. We've spoken about all the other categories, not just the great ones this weekend that come to Sepang. It's made itself a real sort of regional hub for motorsport. All of these teams from Thailand want to come across and make the trip. Got competitors from, you know, Vietnam and other places in Southeast Asia in Formula 4. Got a handful of Indonesian and Singaporean people in the region. This is one of the best racetracks, so lots of series come here. I told you in the first 10 minutes when he was back in 12th place that Wong Siu Yin would feature. He just featured a bit of the runoff in turn 12, unfortunately, but he's in 5th. Lapping well since the last issues we saw. Less lockups, less tyre smoke happening. Just 2.5 seconds behind 4th place.
He's done a pretty good job in both of his races. You just wonder whether or not that car could have been a bigger feature, qualifying a lot better.
Toyota Vios. They like to simplify things for us Australians, though. They just call everything a Yaris and a Corolla, whether it's a hatch, sedan, wagon. Like, nope. Yaris sedan for you simple Australians. Fair enough.
At the moment for...
He's still got the tyre mark on the door from yesterday.
It does too.
There you go. Keeps him humble. It reminds him where he's come from.
And some of the paint that he's traded across the journey. Under 7 minutes remaining to the end of time in this race. And at the moment for Patra and Chanik Nguyen, it will be Chanik Nguyen behind the wheel. 9 seconds is the margin now back to the 22 machine. And I wonder whether or not they've gone a little bit into conservation mode. Time to come down a little bit at the back end of this one for the 55 car. Certainly running out of time for a number of these cars to actually get close. So now it is just about making sure the equipment makes the flag.
That's what the Southeast Freeway sounds like at 2 a.m. On the weekend.
Fire little buzz boxes and their turbos kicking on a bit of open road.
I was surprised the number of nice cars I saw on Friday night. McLaren 720S, Lamborghini Huracan, I saw a Ferrari 488. Like, oh, Friday night, everyone gets their pretty machinery out, ready for the weekend.
Could have just been car meeting. But yeah, you know, it's a big weekend as well. Don't forget Azerbaijan qualifying yesterday. We're talking about it. Our producer actually, for the first time in a long time, got to watch qualifying live. And it had to be the one where there was red flags left, right and centre. New record for red flags. And by the way, qualifying last night, longer than the race last year. So I know that's where I'll be off to eat some dinner and watch that later on tonight. But for the meantime, we enjoy what's left of Super Touring for the weekend. Don't forget,
GR86 Malaysia Series and Formula 4 Southeast Asia still to come today. So this is the last of the 60-minute races that dominate the race formats of Thailand Super Series. There is still some exciting and quality racing to come to finish out the day.
So we've been told, after watching the GR86s in the first half of the afternoon, that they are worthwhile watching for the rest of it. Only 4 minutes remaining in this one. It is heading towards a conclusion. One of the closest margins in the field, Wong Soo-yun to Chase Chakras Parks at the moment. 2.7 seconds. And I've just seen a 5-second time penalty as well come through to be added to the 25 car of Norat for track limit infringements. That's the Toyota Gazoo Racing Thailand Yaris. There it is. Confirmation of that one on the screen as well. Running down at the final corner though for Telecorn and Verovic in the 22 car. Will be Verovic behind the wheel at the moment. That is the 39 machine that is trying to track them down. 1.3 seconds out of them. On the most recent lap, what does this one look like? 2:37.1 for the 22 car. 2:35.8, so it's going to be about another 1.3 seconds they've just taken out of the margin at the moment. 3.7 seconds from P2 to P3. There is still yet time. And it's going to be very, very close yet again in this category as well to getting the extra lap in. I wonder, it's going to be very tight for Chettington when he gets back to the start-finish line. He might just see the last lap board. He might not see it at all. There might be two left.
You're hoping for that extra lap. If you're Wing Hin Motorsport in third, they've got two black Toyotas. So this Yaris currently in third. We did see that their other one twice stopped. The number 38 down in 13th place, also really, really quick. So could have mixed it up today against the YK Motorsport CRZs that dominated yesterday, if not for that. Blue and silver is a gorgeous color combination. It looks like it could even be like energy drink branding. It looks energizing but refreshing.
P1 just logo on the door looks just brilliant. You're right. Again, the joys of what we do, looking at pretty race cars and talking about them. 50 seconds on the clock as he comes out of turn 14. Are we going to get 2 laps?
Yeah, it looks like another one, doesn't it? If 30 seconds coming out of that corner. Oh, hello. Is he giving a thumbs up? So, yeah, it's going to have to be one more 30 seconds coming into the final corner. There's no way you can game this.
He's got 9.7 seconds, you know. No, yeah, he's definitely going to get 2 more laps. Right. Well, that means there's a little bit more focus on the Varanchit versus Verovic battle in the background. Because if they can continue making up that margin to that Honda CRZ ahead of them, the Toyota Yaris could find its way into that middle step of the podium as it currently looks. Time expires now. So there'll be 2 more laps confirmed. 1 more at the end of this one.
The numbers are in Varanchit's favour here. 2.3 seconds faster, 2 laps to go, and now only 1.3 seconds behind second place. The numbers spell catching them by the end of this lap, the way it's going, and they get that extra lap that we weren't sure about to look to seal the deal. 2 laps to close and pass with a significant pace advantage against the YK Motorsports car that must be either paranoid about its front tyre or its rear suspension.
Regardless, the margin back to next car on the road, Chase Chakras Parks, is over 10 seconds. So it'll only be this battle. It will be very difficult to find a way. So contact is
How's
the
the
only
pace
way.
difference in right-handers? When the Honda's got a lean on its front left tyre, it's so weak.
And a little bit of the nose. That means he's going to run wide and out over the curb at 7, at 8. And the job is done. Yaris gets it up the inside. CRZ not done yet.
We know they're good in a straight line. There's still 1 or 2 straights to come, but not before some really testing sequences of corners. 11, 12, 13, 14, all flowing medium speed, high load. Tweeter leaps out of 11. It's down to 12 where you've got to be committed. These cars sometimes getting really slidey through here. So relatively planted that time. It's such a long corner through 13 and 14.
Now race leader to the final corner. He will get notified that there is 1 more lap left in this race. So as he files out here, 1 final time around the Sepang International Circuit for Thailand Super Series categories this weekend. The support categories remain. Last lap flashes, and that was a huge chunk of, I hope,
Someone
marvelous.
else's tyre. You've got to hope.
Yeah, for sure. There's a long way to go. Margin's 10.5 seconds. There is time.
That's about where the tyre would have let go on the car that ended up at pit exit and got pushed backwards through pit exit as well. So that's where some of the discarded and debris on the pit straight would have come from.
The steering wheel input that this 22 car is having to put in, you're right, that understeer. It just could not get it back at the exit of turn 2. And Varanchit was comfortably able to put the foot down where Verovic was not able to do so.
You've seen that CRZ stay close on the support paddock straight and on the pit straight, but now is when it gets more difficult. So many consecutive corners that ask a lot of the front of the car. Decent splitter though to help for front grip, just needs a bit more.
Oh, look at it. It was violent then for a half a moment. And talking about unstable race cars, I don't necessarily think the 39 machine's home and hose.
Is this car at the full pace you'd expect? I think so, but I think there is rubber coming off this one.
Tyres look to be all compliant to 11, down through 12, 13 and 14 before they get the opportunity to sit back, relax, and celebrate for 55. After being rotated on turn 1, lap 1. It's been a recovery effort, helped by tyre jammers for a large chunk of the rest of the field, but they have hung it in there. They have been smooth. They have been consistent. Flash of the headlights as they run down the back straight. for the 55 for Eminem Shop Pattaya, for Charikman and Dhanapatra. Win on race Sunday from Sepang, and they'll get to flash the headlights out of the final corner. Congratulations to the 55 team getting it done. Varanchit and Nectar had a run through the field as well. Really strong final stint for Varanchit. Berovic and Thanakorn mean YK Motorsports makes it 2 podiums from 2 races for the 22 and 4 podiums across the team of 3 cars across 2 races. How about that for a successful weekend? Yesterday, locking it out and replying today with one more. And the only reason there's not more YK Motorsports cars on the podium, tyre dramas.
First half of this race, absolutely littered with front left tyre issues across a variety of teams and cars. Seemed to settle down post the pit stops though, where we saw a lot of new front tyres going on.
I'm just glad that we didn't see any more failures after that first half of the race. So obviously teams electing to leave them out there on all, I would say it was older tyres getting reused.
I mean, that's the point of racing on, you know, the hand-cooked tyres, is that they are durable, long-lasting. You get a lot of use out of them. Tyres that you use in qualifying, you can use again in racing situations.
And through the start-finish line for some of the cars down the back end, waiting on 2 more to cross the start-finish line, and we'll have our final results. There is your race 6 winner for Super Touring. The first race of the year from Sepang. They'll have 8 in their calendar. And that is it for Super Series categories. 1 round to go. When we get back to Brewery Round, that will be it. That is championship weekend. Like we said earlier on, GT3. The championship came into today, neck and neck. A little bit of that across the field. So for the 55 car, doing all they can on the flyaway race to see if they can find themselves a championship when they get back to Thailand on the 1st and 2nd of November. Confirmation of final results. 2 categories in this one, turbocharged and naturally aged aspirated. It is going to be the 39 car that got home in the turbocharged class in the lead. Chase Chakras Parks, Nardole and Norarat in P3. In the 25 machine, they were a long way down the field though, in 7th place overall. But 55 machine got home in the outright race victory. Then it was 1st and 2nd in the natural aspirated class here as well that got home 2nd and 3rd on the road. Varanchit, Nick Tarot from Thanakorn and Verovic in the YK Motorsports machine rounding out our outright podium. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your results from the last of the Super Touring races. We are getting set for 2 final races of the weekend, 10 laps on board Toyota 86 Cup. And we'll be back with you with those ones in the near future.
Be patient and be safe.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the finale of the Toyota 86 racing action for the weekend. Second time that these guys have gone racing here this weekend. They're going to feed off down into turn number 1 under safety car conditions. 1 formation lap. That is, of course, the local commentators for the series for this weekend. Scott Rankin and David Haynes, the English language team here for you from Sepang, ladies and gentlemen. 2026 Malaysia Cup. Dave, first race was rather interesting.
Yeah, no doubt. It's another one of those categories where you go, they're just so close. The drivers can be pretty evenly matched, but the cars are also pretty evenly matched. And this is a circuit with 2 long straights, high-speed corners, fair bit of slipstreaming happens. So even when one driver is theoretically a little bit quicker, it doesn't mean that they can get away and out of the fight. And so race smarts, wheel-to-wheel racing, all things that we can hope for and cross our fingers for in race 2.
And as they feed off down into turn number 1, it was one half of the drivers in the first race of the weekend. It's the other half's turn now. Lester Jiming from Tengku Janlay, Hendra Ad Putra from Zijan Razak in the 45 entry on row number 2. Syed Adam Azri in the Mushtari SMRT car from Azrael Azhar and the Artivo Motorsport teammate to race 1 winner. Lightwing Keat in TD Racing and Tan Kai Jam from Bespoke in the 98 car off of row number 4. Row number 5 for today's races is going to be Terrio Zhu from the XOX Racing 88. Howard Show Honolulu will be backing up in the 35 car. Nakiba's Lan Stratus Motorsports Machine and Mod Phase Ibrahim out of 12th position, row number 6. A few more to come at you. Inkim Nye for the Ryworks Rios Racing Machine. Goang Xuan in another of the bespoke entries. Chang Shun Ming in the bespoke entry number 99. It's Mode Azim in the number 8 Alizo Motorsports entry. Final row of the grid, the number 96 car, Tang En Ping, to come from the rear of the field.
Well, the question at this time yesterday was, is there a chance of thunderstorms? Is there a little bit of rain brewing? But it looks like no chance of anything like that today, because I'm looking at that. That looks just gorgeous with the sun in the afternoon light shining down on all of the Toyota GR86 Cup cars. First year of the season and the series with this model of car. Previously, they had been contested with the old generation of Toyota 86. This new one, as a road car, it's faster. As a race car, it's faster. It's up to a 2.4 litre engine. They've all got a 6-speed manual gearbox. It's a few racing upgrades in terms of the racing seat, roll cage, brakes, and suspension. But nothing radical that takes the driving dynamics away from what you would expect of a Toyota GR86. There's no DRS or turbocharger. They're Toyota 86s, and they're soon to go racing.
But they'll come out of turn 14 down here. And we'll turn towards the final corner. Safety car is going to pull away. And we are getting set for race start in race number 2 of the weekend. In race 6 of the Toyota GR86 Malaysia Cup. Set for a race start. So we get ready for this one. Lester Nia Jingming in the 53 car will have control of the field. Have a look at the amount of marbles that have been left now on the side of the racetrack as well. Track is in definitely a more greasy position than it was earlier today. And with the pace car in pit lane, we are set for a race start. No time limits on this one. 10 laps will be the duration. Second last race of the weekend as well. Formula 4 Southeast Asia yet to come. And as we line up just after 5 p.m. local time. Keep your eyes on the red lights from the front end of the field. Green lights come on, and we are set for that race start and get away on the run to turn 1. Don't forget the Pro-Am and Clubman classes in participation in this one. It was actually the Clubman classes that got pole position for this. The 53 car looking to streak away towards turn 1. 12 of Tengku Janlei slots into P2, and there's the 24 of Hendra Adaputra. The Nitsa Racing 24 that was beautiful in operation earlier on today.
Oh, that was everything I was about to say. You got a couple of cars wide in turn 2, but it seems like everyone's on the pavement. I was just noticing a gorgeous Nitsa Racing car that was a feature of race 1. Looks like it'll be a feature of race 2 again. Marbles on a dirty track, particularly after Super Touring shed a whole lot of tyres earlier today. So this will be a different track now in these conditions than it was earlier.
The dust at turn 4. And the little buzz boxes that are Toyota 86s loved the world over for the close spec entry-level format of racing they provide.
Here we go into second, splitting the TD Racing cars. Hendra Adaputra right into the battle, into second. Great line through 7 and 8. Look like they're going to get great momentum out of there as well. That car is fired up and fired up quick towards turn 9. Big braking zone. The ABS lights come on, everyone, and there's a dive and a half.
Stand and a half from out of absolutely nowhere. The JQX car in the midst of all of this, looking to try and settle itself down and in. And spot was acquired. I think that might have been Akiba's land who sent it to the inside and got that one done in the number 10 car. Sorry, number 16 car. And that would be correct. Azriel Azar is forced to sit back and watch as the cars dance all over the road through 12, 13 and 14, a highlight of the GR86 Cup. Already a little bit of field spread. By the way, that move by the 24 car, critical to splitting up the TD Racing teammates, but also for the lead in the Clubman class.
Shadows from the grandstand beginning to creep across the straight and beginning to creep across turn 15. Big braking zone, scene of some overtaking attempts. Not sure all of them have been successful back there. Certainly, it's one of the places you look at and you pencil as that's an overtaking opportunity if one happens. This looks like it has not been successful at that part of the racetrack.
And the 88 car was around in the first couple laps in the first race earlier on today. And issues for Tao Yu Zhou on the XOEX racing team and car in race number 2 as well. So it's not been a clean and easy race for them, unfortunately, at the moment. Work to do from the rear end of the field now. And the mid-pack with all the 86s aggressively going for it. And this will tell the story. That looks like maybe a lose on its own. There might have been some contact, but it would have happened before we were able to get a shot of that one, unfortunately. Back to live pictures now at turn 4.
So Nakib Aslan, having made a whole bunch of aggressive dives at turn 9 earlier, sticks another one, gets into third place. So predominantly in white, but with the green fluoro highlights. Positions gained, multiple of them, for the Stratus Motorsports Toyota GR86.
Yeah, Celeste Naoji Ming, after starting on pole position in the 53 machine, is slowly falling back through the clutches. Here comes the 16 now, Nakiba's land.
The braking confidence is unreal. Just closed like 3 car lengths on Hendra Adaputra, who we've been praising as having a great race start. So that is really working out to the advantage of Nakib Aslan.
We had the fastest lap of the race on lap number 1, and sector times, there's 2 purple sector times on lap number 2 in 1 and 3. Now we'll get down here to 14 and 15, just look to be accurate. Carry some speed out the exit, finds the inside curb. Little bit of track limits being used by Hendra Adaputra at the moment. And the defence from the 24 car moves over and isn't getting a tow at the moment from race leader. So punching a huge hole in the air for Nakiba's Land. And I did hear some tyres complaining in the background. I think that might have been down at 13 and 14. Here comes the bomb from the driver with the confidence at the moment. A touch to the inside grass. And another spot picked up for Nakiba's Land. Stratos Motorsport into P2.
Tiny bit of bodywork hanging down on the left. Could be the sill between the wheels. Definitely got a big chunk of curb through the final corner. Kicked up a little bit of dust. But yeah, that braking performance is superb. Everyone's got ABS, but they're a manual transmission. So there's some other things you can do about the balance of the car, about helping to slow the car down effectively with the clutch, with the timing of your downshifts and the execution around all of that. So that could be the difference in the ability to brake so deep, but still get the car stopped, still turn in precisely for the corners and get to the apex. I think it's the 3 pedals and the H pattern that is giving Nakib Aslan so much advantage.
Getting back through the gears aggressively into these corners. How good are the headlights? A flash to let you know that the ABS systems are at work on board these cars as well. Shuffle down through 5 and 6 once more. 45 cars ZL Project Racing slides his way out of 6. All of a sudden, 35 of Harold Cho, Honloon and the TD Racing entry, the third of those at the moment, gets a little bit closer. Now there's going to be a swap of position as he tries to fire it down the inside at 9. And does get the nose in there, touch at the apex, but just a touch, and both drivers are able to drive away. And again, by the way, the message returns to our timing screens. All cars respect track limits.
Well, a little bit of a slide over the curb, and you recall that the biggest penalties we've seen handed out from race control all weekend have been in this category for contact, for dangerous or out of control moves. 30 and 60 second penalties getting thrown around. So I don't doubt that they're not joking about respecting the track limits either. There is a firm hand of enforcement in this category from race control. They won't be taking too much nonsense or letting this devolve into a mess. It's for the race lead there. Nakib was having a look.
And he's made a significant inroads into that race lead on this lap. I'll have to have a look back up at the pointy end of things when we get a moment, but for the meantime, 35 back to the inside of the 45 machine in this battle has continued to carry on across the course of the lap. Still some overlap there as he tries to shuffle. 35 machine to the outside of the road, so .45 machine of Zizan Razak being a little bit aggressive with the bodywork. And that is the shot of our race lead. And you can see Nakib Aslan has not got that one done yet, but he has closed significantly.
And when you see that this is a 10-lap race, that feels relatively short and punchy, but this is a 5.5 kilometer Grand Prix track. These are Toyota GR86s. 10 laps is basically a 25-minute race. So that's a fair enough time to settle into your rhythm, close up, get your moves done. 7 laps to go. We're going to keep Aslan's best sectors equal through Sector 1. Sector 2 taking 2/10 out of the race leader. But it's wherever the big braking zones are that really seem to be the advantage. So we're going to go into 7 and 8 now and see how much Nakib can close through 7 and 8 and then this big stop at the hairpin turn 9.
And now he will pull alongside. And now he's going to look for the very late switchback. And that was nearly out of control when he got to the apex down there. Utilising all the ABS system had on offer. But the drive out the other side. Tengku Shanlei was happy to let Nakib Aslan send it to the apex. And a little bit beyond because he just over-undered him. Recognised there was going to be a bomb coming. And made sure that he could repay it in kind with drive out the other side.
Look, I'm not Nostradamus, but I kind of smelt this one coming the crossover, a little bit of Daniel Ricciardo spec about it. And look, still got the thing stopped at the apex there. A little poor line for traction off the exit, but still a gutsy but tidily executed move is why I think Nakib can get this done. Back on the live pictures, your top 4 in shot.
Well, maybe park it up on the inside all the way down. Now Nakib Aslan is going to follow him into the apex. Was later on the brakes. He is alongside at the apex. And again, he talked about it earlier on in the day. Running the outside line here. A little bit of assistance from the camera on the road. Now Aslan is going to pin him to the inside of the track. No paint changed yet, but those wing mirrors will be millimeters from touching at the moment. That time they might have actually touched. And the run to turn 1, it's on the outside line, but it will be the cleaner part of the road on the run to turn 1. And the lights started flashing about the same time. Is he better on the brakes when they get to turn 1? He looks for the crisscross tires in the dirt at 1. Job not done for Nakib Aslan. He's getting held up here by Tengku Zhanlei. But in a battle for the race lead, what more can we ask for?
Yeah, now consistently trying to set up his rival, trying to cross underneath in 1, trying to cross underneath in 2, straightened it up through 3. I'm going to look in turn 4, but now Lei is going to know to try to cover turn 9, because that is where Nakib has been such a happy hunter.
A little bit wide on the entry through 5, means he can carry a little bit more speed, set the car up better through 6. And that transition back, although he's run it wide through 6. As Tengku Zhanlei. No advantage really made. And here the tyres protesting, complaining. Who can carry better speed out the other side through 8? And they are side by side, so it was a great run through 8 for Nakib Aslan. He'll favour his braking down here at 9. And they are door-to-door when they get to the apex down here. How's the drive out the other side? Now it's going to be the 12 car that'll be on the outside through the run at 10 and 11. And the shortest way around the racetrack will prevail finally for Nakib Aslan. Takes the race lead.
Yeah, spectacular. All of those great braking opportunities down the inside of 9, but in the end, the move for the lead comes by going around the outside. The slipstream in these cars can be powerful enough that I do foresee Tengku Zhanlei could stay in this battle and just keep Nakib Aslan on their toes.
Well, think about it. Aslan's been aggressive in the brakes. You wonder how much the front end of this race car might be complaining if he's not careful about looking after the tyres as well. Now he's trying to break the draft, as will snake left and right. Down the back straightaway, run to turn 15. Aslan aims for the early apex, and that might just give Zhanlei the drive out. What's the margin going to be at the start-finish line? They'll cross 3.5 tenths of a second, 0.377 as they get to the start-finish line. Hendra Aid Putra will be watching these guys ahead and thinking, this is silly. I could end up with a win here.
Nakib Aslan certainly thinks the slipstream's pretty strong because he's very eager to not give it away.
So, I'll tell you what, Zhanlei, I thought had a really impressive 1 and 2 right there. Got right back underneath him. But this time he's not going to worry about defending fresh air. No breaking of the tail on the run down to 4. Yeah, I am just a little concerned for how much moving about in those opening couple laps from Nakib Aslan there was. And potentially the longevity of that car.
Neutral balance for both cars through turn 6. Rear sliding, front sliding a little bit. 7 and 8. That's tail out for Tengku Zhanlei. Nakib Aslan has been just a bit more stable through 7 and 8, and that's always set up these great moves into turn 9. Great shot with the sun behind the camera, illuminating the driver who's staring into the sun, but seeing what a smooth hand movement it was to turn into that turn 9 hairpin, just gradually going across. There's a fair bit of body roll. They're on road performance tires, so you can't jerk the steering wheel. You've got to gradually let the body roll and load up the tires. Otherwise, they cut loose very easily.
35 car. Starting to make some more inroads in tracking down a few of those cars up ahead. And around goes one in the background. Do they avoid the accident? Yes, they do. That was lucky. Around goes the 46th entry. And that is
Sayed Adam Azri.
Azri. Yeah.
Yep. Oof.
That was so close to disaster there for the couple of cars that were in between. I think it might have been Mode Razan. Zizan Razak. Keep an eye on this one. On the replay here, Dave.
So looking at a 45 who goes, oh, nope, switch. And that's the correct decision. If in doubt, point behind, not ahead of a car that's out of control. It's more likely to go forward than it is to go backwards.
And he'll get down the inside of the 4, who was the beneficiary of him having to dive on the brakes. This will be Laiwan Keats as they battle Harold Chow. Sorry, my apologies. Zizan Razak versus Laiwan Keat. And Keat did get the better run off of the final corner. 4 more laps left to run. Margin for the race lead, by the way, still only half a second, so that one isn't resolved as yet.
As if right on cue. Going into turn 6. Turn 5. Change of direction into 6 has been a Nakib Aslan specialty, but well, this time. So what about 7 and 8? That's where the tail has kicked out and really used up the tyres and made noise before.
You obviously want to carry speed through 7. He's a touch wide, and there is a lot more attitude at the rear end of the 12 car, but he is trying to come back. And the difference is that Nakib Aslan, he's just trying to be a little bit more accurate at 7, and it's giving him a better car at 8 as a result.
Nakib Aslan is getting good exits off turn 8, whereas Tenki Janlei is sort of diving into 7 and then needing to use a lot of steering to get through 8. Naturally aspirated 4-cylinder, I don't think you actually want to be scrubbing too much speed either. Less scrub, keep your momentum up.
Two different approaches, smooth and on the edge in the battle for the race lead. Poocher is now falling away to the tune of about 5 seconds. Both of them touching a little bit of the inside of the curb at the last corner. Puff of dust pops up. 4 laps to run becomes 3 laps to run at the line. What's the margin? Was there gain? There was a little for Tenku Janlei. Stratus Motorsports lead from TD Racing, and Nakib Aslan was the man on a move early on. Now he's the man who's just trying to park a car awkwardly and say to the opposition, put it somewhere I'm not ready for you to be if you dare.
Parking a Toyota awkwardly is me anytime I've got a reverse parallel.
I'm not lucky enough to not have to think about that one. Smaller car makes it a lot easier for me. But for the meantime, that's a better exit. I actually don't mind that through there.
Ooh.
From turn 4. He's made ground.
Tenku Janlei, though, has a black and white warning flag for track limits. It's one of the first I've seen, and it's for the driver in second place trying to pursue. Have we seen many? Are we about to see one? No.
What's the approach this time down at 7? That's better. That's much, much better. He's a lot less on the limit. Through there that time, but track limits will still be a question mark over the exit there. But that is certainly a lot better. Now he'll give himself the opportunity to let the talent speak a little bit more, and it's probably its next sector where Zhanlei is quicker. For the meantime, Lestaneo Zhanming was about half a second quicker for the battle for Clubman lead on the most recent lap, and he looks like he's closing again.
And these two have got 5 seconds to Azrael Azar, so they can fight it out.
Well said. I thought that next sector down through 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14 was stronger. Tengku Zhanlei, and on this lap, not to be. Margins starting to be extended by Nakiba's land. Final corner. Puff of dust on the inside.
How about last lap from Ayrton Mod Azim in the number 8 car? Personal best. I think the second fastest lap of the race, basically only a couple tenths short of Nakib Aslan. That's a car that's down in 6th and has a real chance of maybe gaining a spot or two in the back part of this race. So there's first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth on your screen.
Course Clubman leader on the screen at the moment. MP300 Aid Putra. Doing well in that car. Puff of dust. Somebody's touched inside the curb down here at 3 out of our 2 race leaders. There's the margin. Would like to get a shot, you're right. And we're looking for that number 8 car at the moment. Pro-Am standings currently. First and second in the battle for outright race win. Third is Azrael Azar in the 10 machine, down in 5th spot overall. So overall, that I'm keeping half an eye on. Ayrton Motors Dean in that 8 car, closing significantly. Margin was 2 seconds and 2 thousandths of a second at the line.
Just beginning to see signs of Tengku Zhanlei struggling to quite keep up. At half a second back, it seems like the slipstream is very strong in these cars, but at about 8 tenths here, not so much. Tiny bit of lap traffic could also factor in. Headlights ought to be able to flash in these cars, because if the hazard lights can, I reckon high beams are an option.
There's a near out of control. Tengku Zhanlei at 14, so the rears have finally been used up. And I believe that's the 96 car jumping out of the way of our race leaders, and there is the flash. Do you reckon he hit the wipers trying to find where the flash was?
Oh, is this going to be the old left-hand drive versus right-hand drive?
Yeah, potentially. Driving from the opposite side of the car. Last lap now displayed one more time for our Toyota 86s. First, second, third, and fourth. In the background, there's 5th and 6th. So yes, you were right. That number 8 car was making a fair bit of headway. And when they get to the line here in just a few seconds, yeah, another 2 seconds or so pulled out. Margins down to 1.5 tenths now for P5 on the road. Final lap in the run through turn 4. Down to 5. Aslan got this spot early on with some aggressive moves. He had to defend for a couple laps, but now the tyres are looking good. The Stratus Motorsports number 16 looking like it's going to have a very, very successful race. Number 6 from GT86 Cup Malaysia. The tyres will complain and they will protest for the final time through 7 and 8. The margin has opened out over a second at the start of the lap. And that is the number 24 car in the gravel. And that is a tyre off a car that's just gone racing through. There's been contact. Hendra Aid Putra is buried in the gravel trap, and there will be contact by the look of this one.
We're going into turn 5.
Oh, no.
It just goes. So either the wheel's broken, the nuts have come loose, the left rear departs company. It's the tyre and the whole wheel. Sure it was the front?
It was the front. The left rear was still on it as he went through the corner.
So no contact. It's just departed company.
I'm certain I saw the left rear still on that car, so that would be the left front. And I only had to hold on for another couple Ks, and it was going to be a successful race number 2 of the weekend. Unfortunately, it won't be the case for the Nitsa Racing Hendra Aid Puta 24. In the meantime, Nakiba's Land got aggressive in GR86 Cup Malaysia, and it's aggressively successful for the 16 car. Stratus Motorsports gets it done on Sunday. Great job for Tengku Zhanlei. Kept him honest the whole way through the race. And the Clubman lead going back to our pole sitter on the final lap of the race. 53 machine will get it done. There's some more battling deeper in the field. Those are both track limits breaches for sure. The pair of them both making the same mistake.
If I was a track limit, I would not feel very respected in that situation. No. Both of them running very wide out of 14. Flash of the headlights from a couple.
Final corner now for the 45 and 46 machine.
And what a shame for Hendra Adaputra, who's going to end up being last in this race after driving so well, getting a great couple of opening laps and leading the clubman class, to get no reward for it, unfortunately. Spectacular drive and spectacular passes from Nakib Aslan.
And by the way, we were keeping an eye on that number 8 car for Ayrton Azim. Did get the job done on Azriel Ajar on that final lap, so did get the spot away. 8 car moves up 2 spots in the final lap with thanks to, unfortunately, Hendra Aid Putra and the issues for the 24. That was a wild moment for the 24 car too. At one of the highest speed, highest loaded sections of the racetrack, and that tyre just let go.
Yeah, going into turn 5. So a couple of ways that can happen. One of them is if all of the nuts holding the tyre on shake loose. The other is if the wheel breaks. The other is if the hub... Yeah, I see. The other is if the hub breaks and then the wheel, with the nuts still tight, departs company from the suspension.
Wow, that would have been a wild, wild ride. Good news is no contact with the wall. Gravel trap's done its job. And the other key factor was to see that tyre roll through afterwards as well. Means that we know that that did not make any sort of impact. Pro Am category victors first and second on the road to keep us land from Tengku Zhanlei. Azriel Azhar made some time back in the last couple laps there to finish 25 seconds down off our race lead. And 5th overall. Lestoneo Zhang Ming managed to qualify on pole position and finish the class here as well. Ayrton Motorzim and Harold Show on Loon home in P3 in the Clubman Series as well. Final results from Toyota 86 Cup. And that's going to complete that one for us. One race left now for the weekend, and it's the championship finale for Formula 4 Southeast Asia here this afternoon. That is the pole position for Lester Neo, lining up alongside Tengku Zhanlei. Lights would go out. At that point in time, have a look at how far back the 16 car is and how aggressive he had to get.
He's wide to the inside there. going down towards turn 1. So there was a bunch of the spots initially. A couple of dives to the inside of turn 9 as well. And then he got to second place, and suddenly it was no longer as easy to pick them off, and it led to this great multiple laps long battle that was just awesome to watch.
Around the outside at turn 9 was not the way I was expecting this one to get done. But he pinched him tight, and then the shorter way through 10 and 11 was how the job was completed. Huge moment for the 45 car in the background of that one. Everyone walked away from the scene of the crime. Okay, this moment on the final lap of the race, and I don't know that there was a rim attached to that tyre. I think the tyres come off the rim.
Maybe spokes could have gone.
Yeah,
the tyre had the integrity of being on part of the rim, but I think some of the spokes of the rim, from that angle, hard to tell, but might not have been there.
Yeah, and I don't know that we actually saw the 24 car have any contact, or none of the shots respectively said that. So some sort of catastrophic failure of some description at that left front corner. Yeah, interesting. Righto, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, one more race to come this afternoon will be the Formula 4 Southeast Asia. And we'll be back very shortly for the final race of the championship for 2025. Final race of the weekend here now on the 21st of September. Formula 4 Southeast Asia has already decided a champion after yesterday's race. All that Alex Sawyer needed to do was finish, and the championship was his. Today has been about a celebration of a young 15-year-old rising star, Nicolo Macagnani. Reverse grid, 5th to 1st. Earlier on today, now he'll start from pole position yet again. Alex Sawyer will start alongside, and unfortunately, as we look through the field, there are only 9 cars on the track for this one. 11 were entered for the weekend. We haven't seen Wang Zhongwei all weekend and his 22 car. But after the race earlier today, we have a missing number 33 of Inigo Anton. We don't have any reasonings or information on exactly why that has happened, but we are down to 9 for the final race of the weekend. And I can confirm for you as well, we did some digging into the results. Anton finished 4th earlier on today, so we went back, had a bit of a look. That car was all okay at the end of the first race on Sunday. Now, in getting ready for gridding and formation, is Formula 4 Southeast Asia. They'll do a full formation lap here, form up on the starting grid. And David Haynes, I think the big question is there any chance of us having Alex Sawyer take it to Macagnani? He's improved across the weekend, but is it enough?
It might come down to a question of tyres, mightn't it? In race 2, some of the tyres looked a little old, like they'd carried some over from race 1, like maybe the tyre bank situation means you can't just be throwing new tyres at the car, qualifying race 1, race 2, race 3. You've got to make some kind of compromise. So if there is perhaps a tyre advantage built to be had, that could close things up. A safety car mid-race. We've seen that for sort of 5 or 6 laps, Alex Sawyer can go with Macagnani, but if it stays green for the whole 25 minutes plus 1 lap, it seems like past 20 minutes, Macagnani can hold a higher pace than many of the other competitors can.
The crowd that's formed up to watch this final race of the weekend as well. 15-second board, and the field will be pulling away here in just a few moments for the final time. 25 minutes plus 1 lap for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Championship decided. This last one for a bit of fun and a bit of glory, as Nicolo Macagnani seeks to get more experience from Sepang International Circuit. Off to an interesting ride, an interesting journey, and we'll follow that with great interest next year as a part of the Ferrari Academy.
And one thing to point out, a reason why you might come and compete 1 or 2 rounds here in Formula 4 Southeast Asia without competing for the whole championship is these Tata chassis cars with the Abarth power plant is the same specification used in a number of the European championships, like Italian Formula 4. So if you're gearing up towards a big season in Europe in 2026, a little bit of track time, a little bit of familiarity with Formula 4 cars in a championship like Formula 4 Southeast Asia is a good way to do something later tail end of this year that can prepare and set you up for a running start to 2026.
The biggest thing I would be saying actually is I reckon it's more important to get outside your comfort zone. You know, Europe, you know most of the tracks over there. You've probably done a few races at all of them. This is something fresh, something different. And last round when he arrived at this circuit, it wasn't all success. It was 2nd, 3rd and 2nd. With this round so far, he's got 1 race to go to make it a perfect weekend. Pole position from both of the qualifying sessions. 5th to 1st earlier on today in the reverse top 5. This has been about showing what he's capable of. And the big thing was that it wasn't necessarily all that easy. He had to pass a number of cars. But a signature of that as well was also how good his initial starts, his launches have been. And I think one of the big things is I think we'll be looking at Alex Sawyer here and going, come on, this is your opportunity. You need to get a big launch in this final race of the weekend.
A small displacement turbocharged engine, so getting away from the standing start. It's a lot about the correct throttle percentage, the clutch actuation. Another gorgeous afternoon, though.
Late afternoon laps at Sepang have absolutely been brilliant. Yesterday it was the GT3s that looked fantastic. Final opportunities to get some tyre warming in progress before we go to a race start. Smallest and lightest cars of the weekend here. A form up into the final corner. The medical car from the rear of the field will join these cars to follow them around. We'll get set for a standing start. Have a look at the sunshine, the blazing sunshine you come out and into out of the final corner. The Evans GP crew down on the pit wall, ready to communicate with their drivers. All four of them in operation. 3 Blackouts racing cars, the 1 Star Performance, the 1 Pinnacle Motorsports cars that make up the field in Formula 4 Southeast Asia. All cars in the grid boxes will wait for the green flag from the rear end of the field, and it is there and in the air. Green flag is in the air. Eyes will go forward to the red lights at the front of the field. And as they come on, we get set for a race start. We'll wait for the lights to go off. We are green flag racing for the final time here. And there's been 2 cars fail to launch off the grid from the rear end of the field. Not just 1, not just 2. One of them has now gone away. The last one's Thomas Yu Lee. I think it's Hoynama Ewan who's got a poor getaway. Makagnani will lead us down into turn 1 yet again. And I just wonder how good was the getaway. Once more from Alex Sawyer. Again, it looks like it's going to be the crux of his weekend. No, he's managed to survive. Yu Lee's finally rolling off the grid as well.
Yeah, interesting to see 2 cars struggle to get away there, but eventually fire and get going. It leaves us with 7 cars in this leading pack. Alex Sawyer still looking for pressure. Seth Gilmore behind him. No tyre weaving or anything going on for Nicola Makagnani just yet. But he's a comfortable little lead that he's found himself after that first sector.
Very, very strong getaway. And yesterday, when they launched, Sawyer was just a touch closer and he was able to hang with him for a very long period of time. It's going to be a lot more difficult today when that margin's already opened up. And Seth Gilmore had a lot of problems with keeping the rear underneath him through 7 and 8. Car run wide through 8 as well. Wanders off onto the dirty side of the road and manages to rejoin, but loses spots in the process.
Could have been Rafael Vaessen or Putera Hani Imran. You got, I think it was Imran. Joshua Berry's just moved ahead of him. You see him on the track. Nani, the leader, into turns 14 and 15. Constantly tightening corner, so you've got to aim for a really late apex to get the horsepower down. 820 meter straight from turn 14 to the braking zone at turn 15.
Down near the final corner, they'll turn around it and go for the 930 meter point and shoot. To turn 1, longest straight is here from turn 15 around the outside. Now the 37 of Hoynama Nguyen will attempt to hold Putera Hani Imran after the moment earlier on in the lap. Yellow halo and helmet combination for Imran. Switches back to the inside. Multiple switches of sides of the track, is looking for any opportunity to pull alongside possible.
So on that opening lap, the tyre grip still was relatively low. Turn 7 and 8, claiming a couple of victims. Saw a slide, you saw Imran go out wide. Sawyer's got to stay within about half a second. He has a tiny bit of a wiggle with the change of direction into 5 and 6. But looks well placed exiting 6. turns 7 and 8. Really tests the left rear tyre. It's the right rear that we saw a little bit of graining, blistering and pickup on. But these tyres all look very shiny and new in race 3.
Significantly better than they were earlier on today. So you're right, might have been a fresh set of tyres saved for race number 3 of the weekend.
Be a risk using your new tyres in the reverse grid race, wouldn't it? If you're playing it safe and you only had 2 sets to use in races, I can see why folks would strategically go that way.
Might have the grip to cut your way through the field, but you've got a lot of overtakes to make, and then it just makes you vulnerable in the final race of the weekend. Race start is being looked at the moment. I've seen that message quite a number of times this weekend. Car 19 as well. He's been warned for track limits at turn 6. I think that was for Macagnani. Yeah, it was. Track limits, turn 6, first warning.
Front straight we go. Seth Gilmore and Etten Asdathorn. Asdathorn, another one of those drivers who's been everywhere, been racing Toyotas. Now he's racing F4 and he's looking for a podium.
Keeping an eye on things. Backwards to Ayrton Asdathorn. Asdathorn's late race pace has not been brilliant thus far this weekend, but again, those tyres ailed at the end of race 2. Might be okay here in race 3 with a fresher set of boots underneath him. Closing up significantly at the moment on Gilmore. 209.470, fastest lap of the day for our race leader.
So keep an eye on turn 6 here. Is it running wide out of 6 on the exit that's the problem with regards to track limits? I've got to imagine it is. That's tidy for 3rd and 4th. Wide for 8. Back to the lead. It was out past the 2nd, but then it's closed again in this sector 2 that was really strong for Alex Sawyer. This is going to be another great race.
Certainly is. At the moment, Sawyer's trying to track down cars ahead. Not quite able to make any inroads and started to fall back outside that drafting range at the moment as well.
Rafael Vaessen just behind these guys. He's flying along as well. So this place, last couple of sectors are all really strong. Joshua Berry too. So I think 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Rub your hands, lick your lips. Get that bucket of popcorn back again, Scott Rankin.
Could be on for an interesting one to finish this race. And by the way, update, remember we said race control was looking at the race start? Car number 12. Who's that? Alex Sawyer, who sits in 2nd place at the moment. 10-second time penalty. False start. So at the moment, that would drop him all the way down behind Josh Berry. And finish 6th, so some work to do. Penalty's already been applied. Now all you can do in response is run the best race that you possibly can do and stretch the margin as much as you can. 209.882 for our race leader, 209.946 now for Alex Sawyer. And here comes the little battle pack. Gilmore, Asdathorn, Vaessen. 3rd, 4th, 5th. This one will have implications on the podium. And if these guys manage to stay with each other, not losing too much time, this could be 2nd and 3rd on the podium now for that penalty for Alex Sawyer.
Another lap with Vaessen takes time out of Gilmore and Asdathorn. Joshua Berry not closing in as much as it looked like he would on the last lap. Big stop at turn 9.
I reckon it's got terrible speed at the moment. He looks like he is making inroads on the pair of the drivers ahead of him.
Yeah, trying to look really carefully at everyone's tyres. But they all look pretty similar to each other. They're black and they're round. So Makignani is sitting in a really, really sweet spot to make a 3 from 3 sweep of Sepang with that penalty for Alex Sawyer, who currently sits in second place. A train and battle forming for third, fourth, fifth and sixth. They don't look like being able to catch or pressure Makignani.
But certainly being able to take the fight to each other, though, is the important one. New purple sector 1 for Alex Sawyer on the previous lap. But lap time's starting to ail just fractionally. And the trailer for turn 1. Definitely some tyres not happy with their braking capabilities. And Asdathorn quite deep and wide at 1. And he is starting to look vulnerable to Vesten. I think the big key will be a couple of back-to-back mistakes. This will be Evans GP's Rafael Vesten against the star performance driver of Ayrton Asdathorn.
Take another look through turn 6. Look at the dark line just wide of the racing line. All of the tyre build-up, dirty stuff out there through 6.
And Vesten just looks that touch closer on the run down towards 9.
Another mistake like Asdathorn had in turn 1. And I think Vesten could absolutely have him, but just needs to stay close enough for the turn 14 coming up here to put pressure on into turn 15, to be able to put pressure on again into turn 1, and eventually one of the doors will open. So that's exiting 14. It's tidy enough from Asdathorn. He's only got 4 to 5 car lengths of Vesten, which keeps that pressure on as he can't afford a mistake. Because at that distance, a lock-up and running wide again would cost him the spot.
The big thing at the moment is Seth Gilmore looked a little bit more comfortable on that lap. Time as they cross the start-finish line. 11.5, 11.6, 11.5 for the drivers from 3rd to 5th. By the way, Josh Berry just ran 11.5 in behind them, as did Hoinem Ewan, ran at 11.4. So a good mix of drivers, basically from 3rd all the way through to 7th spot, running within a tenth of a second of each other. Brilliant in terms of the consistency of pace. The difficulty being Hoinem and Ewan and that moment. Sorry, my apologies. It was Patera Hani Imran in the moment on lap 1. Running the long way around 7, 8 and off the track. Cost him a potential chance to challenge this group. At the moment though, Vesten making ground again through 5 and 6.
Well, there's a good look at the tyres, and they look beautiful. It was later in race 1 and throughout race 2 that we saw dull banding on the unloaded side rear tyre. Alright, I think I'm actually seeing that for Asdathorn. Not seeing it for the Evans GP cars. So take a close look at Asdathorn if we get a zoom on the meat in the sandwich.
Check back in with our race leader. Makignani has extended the margin out to about 2 seconds. Final corner and run down the start finish straight. No real marks on his tyres off the exit of the final corner from that wider angle shot. There's that margin for the race lead, extends out to 2.8 seconds now on that lap.
And about
Back through
crossing the
gears.
halfway.
There is that dull patch. You see that there? Through turn 1. But for Makignani, there is a significant margin at the moment, so we can afford to just be a little bit more circumspect. Yeah, there was definitely on the inside tyre on the approach to turn 4. So with the right rear. Again, like you said earlier on in the day, Dave, he cleans up when he goes through the loaded corners.
Yeah, now turn 6, that's where he's got to mind his track limits. And he's doing so handily. If he's got good communication with the team, he already knows that there's actually no pressure on him, both real or perceived. But I don't think he's going to leave Malaysia thinking, I could have done a bit more or gone a bit quicker.
He's definitely going to be confident in the weekend. And to go from where he was last time out, Alex Clear in the meantime, on his way to a championship at the end of this one. Cuts his way through the final couple of corners after a moment at 11.
And then these F4 cars are actually bottoming out with the curb and the dip at turn 13. So you see them just kick up a little bit of dust. Haven't seen that from any of the other cars, but the F4 cars are sitting so low.
Worthwhile pointing out now as well that penalty for Alex Sawyer, 10 seconds, takes him back to 5th at the moment. So if this group actually fights, that could change a lot in terms of how much that penalty will actually cost Alex Sawyer. And as de Thorn looking a touch more vulnerable, Vicen is getting closer.
I'd have thought with a penalty for a jump start for Sawyer.
Just about to have contact at turn 1. He was in hot. As the Thorn was in just as deep though. And now with the switchback, we just about had a nose cone of Rafael Vicen plunged into the rear bumper of Ayrton Asda Thorn. Now he's going to force in the block on the run down to turn number 4. And now they have lost touch with the car ahead of them as well. Check out this wild moment.
Gee, I reckon they almost touched. We had seen Asda Thorn had a different line for braking into turn 1. It was nearly a crossover between those two different lines. Just kind of surprised with a penalty for Alex Sawyer that we haven't seen a replay of the race start.
No, that we have not. Just haven't seen that message flash up on the timing either. It's the Thorn now starting to rag that tire just a little bit harder. As for Vicen, well, there'll be no massive toll at the moment for Asda Thorn ahead, but these guys have got to be careful because that margin, if they let it open up any much more to Alex Sawyer, they will both miss out on a podium berth. It could be that Alex Sawyer gets the 10-second time penalty and hangs on the 3rd spot. Actually, with the time that's left to us, there's every chance that he hangs on the 2nd spot as well. Don't count that out either.
Gosh, it's 9 seconds now between Sawyer and Gilmore, with a couple of laps still to run. Best lap of the race for Sawyer. 2nd faster than Gilmore. The lap they just completed 7/10 quicker than Gilmore. Joshua Berry leading Hoynama Nguyen, who was 4/10 quicker last lap. So battle for the teammates here.
That can fly through the end of the race for sure.
Thomas Ulysse sets a personal best lap of the race that's very respectable indeed for the only Masters class competitor. 2:12.1 was better than Asdathorn, better than Vessen last lap, better than about matching Joshua Berry.
It's the speed accepted to be shown. Vessen's now starting to struggle with the rear end of that car through 6. He's actually fallen a touch back off of Asdathorn, but yeah, you're right. He's starting to make some headway. There you go, Inigo Anton has actually popped up on the timing back into the field. Has
On
not turned
screen.
right in the race as yet.
On screen he has, but on the live timing he hasn't. So maybe they turned the transponder on, but he hasn't gone anywhere.
At the moment, that is the margin for the race lead. Makagnani's starting to really stretch the legs at the moment, with 0.8 of a second faster on the most recent lap. What's it going to be at the end of lap 9? Makagnani goes through 2:10.053, 3:3. Alex Sawyer. Margin up to 5.3 seconds. 10 seconds now would have Alex Sawyer in P3. Which means that this rate and the time that we have left to us, Sawyer's every opportunity here to walk away with P2. At the moment, he's staying on the podium.
It looks like the most likely result, because I think I'm seeing 4 laps still to go. There was more than 4 minutes on the clock, so Makagnani would do 3 and then get the last lap board. So there's still a fair bit left in this race.
Certainly is. The battle going to continue between the teammates. So this is Josh Berry from Nananuan. Berry's rear axle is becoming less compliant by the corner at this rate. Through 6, better through 7 and 8. The set's not able to stay with as before. Actually, Joshua Berry had to have up and out of turn 9.
Impressive racing cars, F4 cars, when you think about what they achieve with their power. Fastest lap of the race in the 2:09s. Significantly eclipsing GT4 cars and GTC cars that in some cases have 3 times more horses. Definitely that Honda does.
Yeah. The amount of downforce and grip that these cars perform, they're just carrying so much more mid-corner speed. It's the straight lines with the GT4s doing all the work. Yeah, this is probably going to be the best battle pack to the end of the race. There'll be 2 more laps in regulation, 1 lap at the end of that, to bring us to the conclusion of the racing action from the weekend. To all the spectators that have joined us on the English language coverage, we thank you. Right across the weekend, as do the series. Racing action the world over. Important not only for the drivers behind the wheel, but yeah, we have the pleasure of having you guys, without which sponsors would not go on race cars and we would not go racing. So it's important to us that you've enjoyed yourself here this weekend.
Nguyen's so much closer right now, and so it's starting to look like he could shape for a move in some places. There was a while in this championship where it looked like no one was going to be able to get a race win away from Alex Sawyer. And Seth Gilmore did it at Bang Sen. Now Nicolo Macagnani has arrived and truly made a statement.
As he turns out of the final corner with 2 laps left this afternoon, closing in on 6:23 p.m. as he crosses the start finish line. Indeed, it is 6:23 p.m. on the board. For Alex Sawyer, the margin's opened up, but it doesn't matter now. He has moved into P2 with that 10-second time penalty added. And watch me wait to see what this margin is. Yeah, now it's moved back to 17.4 seconds off the lead, which will eclipse that of Seth Gilmore now. Basen's not...
Two.
Yeah.
Alex Sawyer is still pushing just to make sure he can maintain that 10-second gap as well, I imagine. And so we've got the rear tyres working a fair bit through turn 2. We'll have them working again through 4. Seven and 8, always interesting to watch. It was so committed in the GR86 Cup Series, and so for the F4 cars going into 7 and 8, it's also pretty committed.
Still a nice edge down through 7 and 8 at the moment. Time has now expired. We'll get one more lap when we get back to the start finish line. And on board at the moment, the man who will lift the championship trophy at the end of today. The Italian import, who's been so quick, has enjoyed the weekend, now commands a 7.5 second race lead. 5.5 kilometers the journey left. Add another 800 meters to it for this straight. And that's what remains for Nicolo Macagnani in a weekend of dominance in Malaysia. He's been the fastest driver. He's been the driver with the least tyre fall off. He's been the most consistent driver. He's been the driver able to cut their way through the field. It's been so difficult to make overtakes at this circuit. But Nicolo Macagnani's managed to do it all. Best race starts too.
Particularly that second race, the reverse grid race, demonstrated we're not just dealing with a, hot lap merchant and a time attack, but certainly clever racing decisions, some great overtakes were made. And it set him up really, really well. Everyone will have seen that big flashing last lap board as they cross the start finish line. And what does that mean to these drivers?
One final time for the weekend. Formula 4s through 1 and 2. Macagnani through 4, 5 and 6. He'll enjoy the last run through the high-speed change of direction. Fast and flowing 7 and 8 that tightens. We've still got to maximise your exit speed, so you're not vulnerable on the brakes at 9. After 25 minutes, plus 1 lap by 3. There's been one driver who's been quick enough this weekend to dominate them all. Dominate both qualifying sessions. Second weekend in racing action from Sepang. One weekend to learn, one weekend to dominate. Down through 12. Up and through the banking at 13 and 14 for the final time. Macagnani will pass the support pits. He'll pass the grandstands where there was a few fans watching the F4s as they left out onto the circuit to start this race. And he'll enjoy this one final time at turn 15 for a weekend where we've seen some amazing racing action and a star of the future. Nicolo Macagnani 3 races, 3 wins from the Sepang International Circuit. And the final round is complete for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. The champion, though, will follow him home. The Vietnamese driver, the 17-year-old, is a champion in Southeast Asia. Seth Gilmore will hang on to P2 in the championship and follow his teammate home for P3. As to Thorn, managed to hang on to that one ahead of Rafael Vicen. And no change of position for Josh Berry or Hoi Nam Nguyen either. They would race it out to the line. The teammates, the Black Arts Racing drivers. Patera Hani Imran, an issue on lap 1. Relegated to 8th spot around the outside of 7 and 8. And Thomas Yuli, with that moment on the grid and the issues getting that car away, will be the last driver to cross the start-finish lane. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to bring you the coverage right across the weekend, David. I cannot go past that GT4 race from earlier today.
Thomas Yuli's just going to miss out. He was doing so well. He'd been closing on Patera Hani Imran, and just as they're the last cars to the checkered flag, Thomas Yuli can't get it done. Great race from him. Great comeback from stalling on the grid.
Yeah, phenomenal comeback. The back end of that one. But yeah, that's been an impressive day of racing. That GT4 race today is going to go down as one of the races of the year, I reckon. Super Touring tyre coverage as well was so interesting.
Seriously good mix of categories with Thai GT3, GT4, Super Touring, GR86, Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Some names here that you're going to be seeing again.
Niccolo Macignani, the 15-year-old from Italy, gets it done for Pinnacle Motorsport for the 3rd time on the weekend. Alex Sawyer and Seth Gilmore home 2nd and 3rd. Ayrton Asdithorn for Rafael Vicen. Josh Berry, Hoi Nam Nguyen, Patera Hani Imran in a close battle with Thomas Yuli. Anton will be there on the graphics, but not starting the final race of the weekend. That is going to bring us to a close as Formula 4 Southeast Asia bring themselves back into the pit lane to celebrate. Thanks for joining me across the weekend, David Haynes. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit here on the commentary box and talk all things race cars.
It's been a cracker, and it's great that Thailand Super Series gets to come across to Sepang, again, a sort of a regional hub, very well-established motorsport facility. And then it also kind of cross-pollinates all of these Thai competitors and series and drivers with great local participation, particularly in the GR86 Cup Malaysia series.
Also worth noting as well is that final round for all of the time on Super Series categories will be coming to you from Buriram International Circuit on the 1st and 2nd of November. Practice will be on the 31st as well. Final highlights of the day. 2 cars would not get rolling from the back end of the field. We get into turn 4.
I didn't spot a whole lot of a jump start, so I think Alex Sawyer will be very happy that he did jump it or he was out of position, that it didn't cost him dearly in the end.
Macignani was just so quick, so supreme out the front. Good luck trying to catch him. That was a huge, wild moment up through turn 11. And nearly getting imprinted in the back. But there's an Asdithorn as the front end of Rafael Vicen. Again, Niccolo Macignani in supreme fashion gets it done for Formula 4 Southeast Asia. Congratulations to all our drivers, participants across the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here this afternoon. We hope that you've enjoyed all the racing action that we've had on offer, and join us for the championship finale on the 1st and 2nd of November. We'll see you all then.